Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
I thought I was on the screen. I do this so often, you thought I'd have had the mastery of it by now. So, Holy Holy from the Southeastern guys. I'm not sure. It's getting darker and darker. This thing is not projecting the light. Maybe I should get better lighting. Maybe that's what I will do. So good day to you all. Welcome again. Another session starts, what we usually do. So that thing that we do every single day, we're doing it right again right now. So we're doing it right again right now, and please gather, come and join us. It is nothing without your company. So your company, the most prized asset of this proceedings. So of this streaming, the most prized asset is your viewership. So gather, come and join us. So the usual protocol, of course, as we always ask, we ask again. Click on the like button as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that immediately and right now. If you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is the one I'm highlighting on the screen now. If you want to come and join us on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage in a conversation. That's how it works. It's an open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that and come join us, please. And then, of course, we're inviting, and hopefully more than one person does this time around, but you wait in hope rather than in expectation. We're inviting people to donate towards the platform. And to do that, you click on this link right here that says buy your host cups of coffee, and then you go there and then you go wild. So don't go there and do the barest minimum, of course. Go there and go wild. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us on the studio. And then if you feel pardon me, if you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, click on this link right here that says buy your host cups of coffee. So do those as I bring you the headlines. So the one that leads the space, the headline that leads, politicians campaigning in churches using religion as tool should be punished. So this is El Rufai now. So politicians are campaigning in churches using religion as tools should be punished. And this is El Rufai sounding this note of caution. So El Rufai is sounding this note of caution, but then in which direction would you, I mean, we all know where this is pointed at because there's only one person in this cycle using religion as a campaign tool. So it should be punished is what El Rufai is inviting. But what sort of punishment is he inviting, though? We'll find out in the body of the narrative. It's either a punishment via the ballot box, so punish him or them, or mainly really him at the ballot, that's one, or inviting the authorities then to take action against whoever he's pointing this at. So wherever he's pointing at, we'll find out in the course of the reading. But the headline intrigues. Politicians campaigning in churches using religion as tool should be punished. The little man from Kaduna State, El Rufai. So that's El Rufai. Miyetti Allah endorses Tinubu. Miyetti Allah endorses Tinubu, and there's quite a graphic little a montage that they've put together to show this endorsement. So they've not just left it at just a public pronouncement. They've actually produced artwork to back up this endorsement. Road to 2023, Miyetti Allah endorses Tinubu. So I'll be showing you the screen to share that one because, of course, the graphics are an important part of that narrative. Ex-President Obasanjo fully behind Peter Obi's presidential bid. Campaign DG Oshuntokun. So Ake Oshuntokun, of course, one of the key lieutenants of Obasanjo all the way through his administration and ever since. And it is quite instructive. Key functionaries of Obasanjo, people that are known to be Obasanjo politicians, they're at the heartbeat, the nerve center of this Obi campaign. So Okukwe, of course, an Obasanjo man, I think we all know that. And if there's anything that anybody knows about Akin Oshitokun, it is his association with Obasanjo. So now fully with the chest out, Obasanjo is the one propelling the Obi space. Ex-President Obasanjo fully behind Peter Obi's presidential bid. Campaign DG Oshitokun. So that's now that's somewhat a no news because I'm not sure that there's anybody that does not know that the Peter Obi campaign is being it's been propelled by Obasanjo. 2023 presidency, Peter Obi finally reacts to Arthur Eze's statement, sends strong message to his supporters. So we don't know quite what that reaction would be. But knowing the sort of, if we are to go by the template of how he responded to Charles Soludo, the Charles Soludo essay, if we were to go by that template, then it's going to be some bland, banal, self-righteous, oh, is my senior brother sort of nonsense. But we find out how he responds. 2023 presidency, Peter Obi finally reacts to Arthur Eze's statement, sends strong message to his supporters. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. I am ready to bet my money APC will not get 25% votes in Edo State. So this is our Governor Obaseki now joining enigmatic Hondi and Desmond and the rest of them in the betting states. So there it is right there. A fool, and it's not telling us that I just saw a headline here. I wonder if it's worth reading to you, but I'll bring you it anyway. But still with that Obaseki space, it's not actually betting that that APC will or will not win Edo State. It's actually wanting to put money forward that APC will not even get 25% in Edo State. I think that I think that's a bit much. I think that's somewhat excessive. There is nothing to suggest that APC will not get 25% in Edo State. So I think that's just those sort of bullshit political statements that you hear from politicians. So we'll explore that. We'll explore this as well. Naira redesigned. Senate seeks deadline extension to June. So you know, of course, the deadline to change your Naira over expires at the end of next month. Next month, fast upon us. But it looks as though now the people that have been hoarding money, and from this headline now, it unravels then all that has been going on with Emefiele. I'd always insisted that it was these people hoarding money that are trying to push him out of space. So there's two things that the looters want. Either they completely abandon the redesigned Naira, that's one, or to extend the cutoff date so that it gives them sufficient enough time to get their ill-gotten gains into the system. So those are the two spaces, and it looks as though it's now playing out now. So it's playing out now in technicolor. Naira redesign, Senate 6 deadline extension to June. So quite what they have to say about. I'm not sure that there's any justification to the 30th of June, by the way. So I'm not quite sure that there's any justification for that. So this headline that I saw, I'm not quite sure what it brings to it. I'm not sure even if there's a conversation there other than to document it. Ohaneze Indigbo's president, George Ibiazor, is dead. So there it is right there. So that's one of the seminal names, one of the foremost names. That's one of the foremost names in this electoral cycle, especially around the Peter Obi narrative. So it looks as though he has passed on, but the circumstances of him passing on we'll find out shortly. So as ever, you just invite that his soul rest in peace. So you just invite that his soul rest in peace. So there it is. Group urges G5 governors to adopt Peter Obi for 2023. So we land on that. So as ever, a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button. I keep asking you, but I'm not really seeing it. I say click on the like button and then I look. Nobody has done it. I mean, you know, you can do it now. There's no reason why you shouldn't do it. So click on like and subscribe, as always is the invitation. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us in the studio space. And if you want to donate towards the platform, click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, which Ayo has done as he always does. So I would like to be able to say another name other than Ayo has done that in this instance. It's just, it rankles me somewhat that it's only one person that does it. If the space is not taken to it, maybe we just abandon it, but it cannot be just a tax on Ayo. So if anybody else wants to join Ayo in the buy the coffee thing, then you're perfectly welcome to do that. So you're perfectly welcome to do that. Let's take a mini little musical intermission. And when we get back, we dive straight into the throes of it. So we dive straight into the throes of it. But first, a pit stop for a sip of water. But then, of course, is it palm wine? Well, the Kegites. The Kegites.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Oh yeah, she go come water, 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 water.
Water, only water, where is he, ma?
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa you don't come o.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Chief Pilot kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ó jàre o.
Eruku
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agweshemi, death have nothing to do with us. So let me actually kick it off from a headline with a headline that I did not bring you. Oshutokun LP presidential campaign DG listed as Ekiti ZLP senatorial candidates. So this is the news that has been making the circles over the last 24 hours. The new DG of the Labour Party is a senatorial candidate with another party. Oshutokun Labour Party presidential campaign DG listed as Ekiti ZLP senatorial candidate. So now what's in play here? Akin Oshutokun, the newly appointed Director General of the Labour Party LP Presidential Campaign Council, is let's do that again. Akin Oshutokun, the newly appointed Director General of the Labour Party LP Presidential Campaign Council, is listed as the Zenith Labour Party ZLP senatorial candidate for Ekiti Central. Oshutokun, a former managing director of News Agency of Nigeria, was named the Director General of the Campaign Council on Tuesday. Donyo Kupe, the former Director General of the campaign organization, resigned after he was convicted over money laundering charges. A look at the list of approved senatorial candidates published by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in September shows that Oshutokun is listed as the ZLP candidate for Ekiti Central Senatorial District for the 2023 elections. Asked if this was an oversight by the party, Yanusa Tanko, spokesperson of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, told correspondents that Oshutokun will speak on the matter soon. I can tell you authoritatively that Akin himself will come and clear the air on that particular matter. He will speak to the press very soon and we will share the press statement, he said. Meanwhile, Okio Obono Obla, an ex-presidential aide, took to Facebook on Wednesday to express his disapproval over the matter. The final list of candidates for senatorial candidates for the 2020 for the 23rd of February 2023 National Assembly election starkly reveals that Osuntokun Olushola Akintola Akin Osuntokun is the Zenith Labour Party ZLP candidate for Ekiti Central Senatorial District. He wrote, there is nothing to show that Akin Oshitokun has withdrawn his candidacy. I was therefore flummoxed when Labour Party announced Akin Oshitokun as the Director General of the Peter Obi Presidential Campaign Organization to replace Donyo Okukpe. What an illegality and bundle of confusion and contradiction coming from the Labour Party that has been pontificating about change in Nigeria. I am scandalized by the revisionism of the Labour Party and its presidential candidate Peter Obi. This blunder yet again by the Labour Party and its presidential candidate is the clearest indication of how confused they are. So how confused they are, I'm glad they didn't say how delusional they are, because I think that word now has been banned from the lexicon. So there it is right there. The whole thing, of course, a total sham. The whole, it's the lack of preparedness, isn't it? It's the lack of preparedness that shines through from that space. So they're just latching from one amateurish occurrence to another somewhat cack-handed incident. How many big moves have they made that has not either been reversed or heavily moderated and edited? So when they appointed their security guy, he turned out to be the NSAS killer. They had to abandon him. When they announced their campaign council, it was 80% Southerner. They had to pull it back. They had to amend it. When they brought out their manifesto, it wasn't fit for purpose. They withdrew it and had to amend it. Now they've had a criminal as their DG who has now been convicted by the law courts, and now they have gone to then are we going to say purloin? I don't want to use the word steal. They have now gone to purloin another candidate from another party who is campaigning to be a senator under a totally different party to come and be their campaign DG. So it's just the whole thing is a farce, a farrago of nonsense. The whole thing is farcical, but then there it is. So there it is. Politicians campaigning in churches using religion as tool should be punished, El Rufai. Kaduna Governor Nasir El Rufai says politicians going to churches, and by the way, if it says going to churches, it only really narrows it to one person, because there's only one Christian at the topmost of the campaigns. Kaduna Governor Nasir El Rufai says politicians going to churches to campaign using religion as a divisive tool amongst Nigerians should be punished. Our people are united in their poverty, in their need for education, for a decent health care, and to put food on their table. That is what unites us. That is what we should focus on. But some people are campaigning in churches. Some are holding internal meetings with religious leaders to promote ethnic and religious divisions. It is the last thing Nigeria needs now at a time when the whole world is facing challenges, ultranationalism and global supply chain disruption, Mr. El Rufai said. The Kaduna State Governor, sorry, pardon me. All right, somebody is querying if the announcement that the leader of the Ohaneze Indigbo's organization is there. They are querying if that is fake news or not. So I've got one of my correspondents checking on that, making phone calls and checking with people. So let's take this story from top again. Kaduna Governor Nasir El-Rufai says politicians going to churches to campaign using religion as a divisive tool amongst Nigerians should be punished. Our people are united in their poverty, in their need for education, for a decent health care, and to put food on their table. That is what unites us. That is what we should focus on. But some people are campaigning in churches. Some are holding internal meetings with religious leaders to promote ethnic and religious divisions. It is the last thing Nigeria needs now at a time when the whole world is facing challenges, ultra-nationalism, and global supply chain disruption, Mr. El-Rufai said. So that was what he said. It doesn't really cohere with grammar, but there it is. The Kaduna governor made this statement at the commissioning ceremony of the head office of Sultan Foundation for Peace and Development on Tuesday. Speaking further, Mr. El-Rufai said, "I am a concerned citizen as a governor and as a Muslim about the way and manner some of the politicians have gone about campaigning using religion and ethnic division as a tool." So let me just pause there for a moment, because somebody sent me something quite recently. Recently, I think early today it was sent. Yes, early today, late yesterday it was sent. So I just shared the screen so you can see. In spite of all of the criticism, let me just share the screen so you can see this, and we go back to that readout. Let me just share the screen so you can see. This sort of politicking must stop. This sort of politicking, what did I say? It must stop. Here is your man again. After all of the criticism, is still at it. So this is him again.
Of your Son, O God Almighty Father, who sent your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, to redeem us, to offer his life.
So that, of course, is what El-Rufai is talking about. You cannot use the pulpit as a campaign stamp. You cannot, can you really? You cannot. And that is what is going on. They invited him, this, that, and the other. You cannot use the pulpit as a campaign stamp. But that's what's going on, though. And that is what El-Rufai is alarming too. Let me see if I need some water. I am a concerned citizen as a governor and as a Muslim about the way and manner some of the politicians have gone about campaigning using religion and ethnic division as a tool. And Your Eminence, I think this election causes for us a unique opportunity to take religion out of politics in Nigeria and punish those that are trying to use religion as a tool, he added. So quite what that punish means is not quite clear. Not quite clear. So is that punished by law or punished by the ballot? Nigerians have a long-standing habit of voting along ethno-religious lines, with clerics and emirs, especially in the Muslim North, wielding a strong influence amongst illiterate and impoverished masses. Ahead of the 2023 presidential election, emphasis of sectional bias has become rife as leading contenders work to rouse their base for massive vote haul. Bola Tinubu, the candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Atiku Abubakar of the main opposition People's Democratic Party PDP, surprise contender Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and former Kano Governor Rabiu Kwakwanso of the New Nigeria People's Party. Mr. Tinubu, a former governor of Lagos State and Mr. El-Rufai's party's man, faces stiff opposition for votes in the Muslim North, where PDP's Atiku Abubakar is expecting to curry home support ahead of Mr. Kwakwanso. So how is it quite that he will call his home support ahead of Kwakwanso. Also, Mr. Obi, a former governor of Anambra State and staunch Catholic, is angling to fulfill the age-long agitation for power shift to the southeast, and his ambition has assumed a desperate dimension amongst Igbos and religionists who feel a southern Christian should take over power after an 8-year tenure by Malam Buhari. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. We've always said it, and it continues to be reaffirmed. Ethnicity and religion will be the backdrop to these elections. Ethnicity and religion will be the backdrop to these elections. So there it is. Let me share the screen for this next one, because the images, they're part of the narrative. So I want you to see this. Yes. So there it is right there. Road to 2023. Mieti Allah endorses Tinubu. So I wanted you to see this, because the endorsement is not just by press release. They've actually gone to do like a mural, some sort of a montage, sort of like a painting montage, and you can see it right there. So you can see it right there. So that there's no more ringing and endorsement as this. Road to 2023, Mieti Allah endorses Tinubu. Mieti Allah Kutal Hare, a Fulani social cultural organization, has endorsed the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for the 2023 presidential elections. Correspondents gathered that the endorsement was the outcome of extensive discussions between the Fulani pastoralists and representatives of the APC presidential candidate, which was concluded recently. It was also gathered, because you'll recall that a couple of days ago, the Mieti Allah space, the cattle herder space, they told us that they had not yet decided on the candidates that they are going to support. But what they had decided at that time was that they were not going to support they were not going to support Peter Obi. So now it looks as though the decision then has been made to support Tinubu. Correspondents gathered that the endorsement was the outcome of extensive discussions between the Fulani pastoralists and representatives of the APC presidential candidate, which was concluded recently. It was also gathered that agreement was reached and both signed on the dotted line, an indication that they will work together to ensure that the presidential campaign of the APC wins the election and succeeds President Buhari. When contacted, the president of the association, Alhaji Bello Badejo, confirmed the development, adding that Tinubu will be formally endorsed by the association at its coming meeting in Lafia on Friday. So what does this mean, though? Because anyway, let me read it out first, and then we discuss what it does mean. We have consulted widely with our people and other stakeholders and arrived at the choice of the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The formal announcement to that effect will be made on Friday in Lafia. We have met with these representatives and had extensive discussions on the basis and conditions for our support, and both parties are satisfied with the working conditions. We have also signed on the dotted line, so we are good to go. We would release other necessary information as the need arises. So if you want to know what this means, then you have to speculate to the numbers of the Mieti Allah space. The Mieti Allah space tells you that they have a voting mass of between 3 to 5 million. So that's the pastoralist number, both in terms of the actual pastoralist and the economy that wraps around that. So they have a voting mass of 3 to 5 million. So that's the first thing that you have to take cognizance of. The other thing you have to consider is that they don't vote to will. Not a single one of the 3 to 5 million people that these people command, that space commands, that organization commands. Not a single one of those 3 to 5 million people, not a single one of them vote their will. They vote to instructions. They vote to instructions. So whoever captures that space, even if you are saying that their numbers are overblown, there is nothing at all that removes that they have at least 1.5 to 2 million body of people. So if anyone is able to capture that, that adds then to that person's journey to the presidency. So there it is right there. Meti Allah declares for Tinubu. So there it is. Meti Allah declares for Tinubu. So there it is. So there it is. On to the next. Ex-President Obasanjo fully behind Peter Obi's presidential bid. Campaign DG Oshitokun. So, I mean, with Obasanjo coming out with power, Adebanjo sat next to him dressed in a southeastern regalia. And then, of course, now coming out again, sending one of his lieutenants to be the DG of Peter Obi's campaign. So there is no doubt. We know where Obasanjo is parked now. The newly appointed Director General of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Akin Oshitokun, has said former President Olusegun Obasanjo is fully behind the presidential bid of Peter Obi. Obi, a former governor of Anambra State, is the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Oshitokun noted this on Wednesday during an interview on Channels Television's Today, Channels Television's Politics Today, monitored by correspondents. When asked by the anchor of the program if he was recommended for the position by Obasanjo, Oshitokun said, "I don't know. You will have to ask my principal, Peter Obi," adding that he did not appoint himself. The anchor had noted that both Oshitokun and his predecessor, Doyin Okupe, were close to the former president. When asked if Obasanjo is fully backing Obi's candidacy, Oshitokun said yes. Oshitokun, a former political aide to ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo, was announced the new campaign helmsman in Abuja during a strategic meeting of the Labour Party candidates and the National Working Committee of the party on Tuesday. Oshitokun replaces former DG of the Obidati campaign organization, Okupe, who announced his resignation in a letter last Tuesday following a federal high court ruling in Abuja that convicted him of violating the Money Laundering Act. However, Oshitokun is listed as the ZLP candidate for Ekiti Senatorial District for the 2023 elections. In a list containing the names of the 2023 election candidates released by INEC, the newly appointed DG of the Obidati Presidential Campaign Council is listed as the ZLP candidate for Ekiti Central Senatorial District. He is number 392 on the list. So if you want to go and check, just go to the INEC portal. Reacting to Oshitokun's appointment, the suspended National Publicity Secretary of the party, Mr. Abayomi Arabambi, in a statement made available to correspondents on Wednesday, opposed Professor Oshitokun's appointment, citing his membership of the ZLP. Arabambi asked Oshitokun to resign, saying, "I am therefore calling on Professor Akin Oshitokun to resign as the DG Labour Party campaign organization with immediate effect or face court action within the next 5 days." So I'm not quite sure if any law has been flouted there. So quite why he has to resign, I'm not clear. But then, of course, somewhat of an embarrassment is the lack of preparedness. It's just, that's the one thing that always, continuously, routinely, and how can they be prepared? It was only an ambition that was birthed about 5 months ago. 2023 presidency, Peter Obi finally reacts to Alpha Eze's statement, sends strong message to his supporters. Right. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, says Chief Arthur Eze is a respected Nigerian who is entitled to his own opinion and beliefs. I knew that was the route because that was the same route he followed with the Soludo space. Obi, according to correspondents, said this on Wednesday, December the 28th, while speaking to newsmen at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. Correspondents note that the Labour Party flag bearer was reacting to Chief Eze's statement about his presidential ambition. The respected Igbo leader has said he was not in support of Obi's presidential aspiration, adding that he had earlier urged him to step down from the presidential contest. Commenting on the development, Obi described Chief Eze as a respected father, not just in Igbo land, but in Nigeria. The former Anambra governor further said, like other person, Chief Eze has the right to his own opinion, beliefs, and freedom of expression, which should be respected. The Labour Party presidential candidate also urged his supporters not to allow negative comments to dampen their spirit or force them to lose focus on the goal. Such speeches should always be taken positively, as reminding us that we still have several hurdles to cross and to remain focused at all times without being dragged back, Obi was quoted as saying. So let's see. Peter Obi supporters react. So, of course, this is always good copy. Nelson Meye, even with all the insult, Obi keeps teaching us manners. Katajo Baresi, Peter Obi, man up and tell people the truth in their face. Otto Eze has this intimidating character of fighting his people over little issues. He's a beneficiary of the lopsided Nigeria corrupt system. He has only one vote, and maybe his family members and those who feed from his pocket. Any Igbo man or woman who is against Obi's presidency is an enemy of the Igbo race. Simple. Obi is a class of his own. No time for his political enemies. This humility is what is causing confusion in the camps of the enemies of Nigeria. This humility will take him to Aso Rock. I thank God for the life of Peter Obi. God bless Peter Obi for his wisdom, understanding, and humility. Peter Obi is so exceptional amongst other candidates. So there it is. So that's Peter Obi doing as he always does, trying to hide under that art that he seems to have perfected. I'm ready to bet my money APC will not get 25% in Edo State. So this is Obaseki now joining in the enigmatic betting. Ahead of the 2023 elections, the Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki has boasted that the All Progressive Congress APC will not get 25% of its state's votes. Correspondents report that Obaseki made this known during an interview with This Day on Wednesday, stressing that the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar will record a landslide victory. He said the APC has failed to deliver the expectation of Nigerians, and many people cannot rely on them anymore. According to Godwin Obaseki, the PDP is the real organic party in the country and is ready to bet with his money that the APC will not get 25% votes in Edo State. We are winning. Honestly, don't forget that I have been in both parties. I mean, I have friends across both parties. Some people call me a rainbow governor. The truth is that today, everybody knows that most Nigerians accept that the ruling party has failed Nigerians. They have not delivered to the expectations of Nigerians, and therefore, Nigerians cannot rely on them going forward. We must have a change. Having said that, what are the options? Interestingly, the main option is PDP and PDP is the only real organic party in Nigeria. I give you the instance from Edo State. PDP governed Edo State for about 10 years from 1999 to 2006. When they lost the elections, they were an opposition party for 12 years, but remained a viable opposition. In 2 years of PDP coming back into power, APC has collapsed till this day. I'm not quite sure that APC has collapsed. They still have a show mole there. APC will not get 25% of the votes in Edo State. I am serious about it, and I am ready to bet my money on it. So anybody that wants to take Obaseki on, there it is, the offer made. The offer made by the wayward from Anambra. No, not from Anambra, but from Edo State. Okay, on to the next. Naira redesign. Senate 6 deadline extension to June. So this is where all the travails that afflicts what's his name? Godwin Emefiele. This is where they come from. The Senate has urged the central bank to urgently extend the withdrawal date of old currency notes from January the 31st to June the 30th, 2023. The Senate resolution was sequel to a point of order raised by Senator Mohammed Ndume, APC Borno, during plenary on Wednesday. The CBN had on October the 26th announced plans to redesign the 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes, raising Order 41 and 51 of Senate Standing Rule. Ndume said that the call for extension of the date should be considered as a matter of urgent national importance in order to forestall imminent hardship on Nigerians. Ndume said. This Senate notes that many Nigerian banks on Thursday, December the 15th, opened their vaults to customers and depositors to exchange their old currency for the newly redesigned currency, which has a stipulated deadline of January the 31st. Some Nigerians are already envisaging long queues in the bank halls across the country as a result of people trying to get access to the new Naira notes. The old notes are expected to be in circulation along the new ones until January the 31st, when the old ones will be expected to be phased out. It is expected that many Nigerian businesses will start to rig the old notes as soon as banks start paying redesigned customer. I don't know what they mean by rigged. I suspect that is reject, not rigged, but they did write rigged. Let me read it as reject because infinitely more sense than rigged. It is expected that many Nigerian businesses will start to reject old notes as soon as banks start paying redesigned notes to customers. The lawmaker also said that access to the new notes should be compounded by recent circular by the CBN, which limits the amount of cash withdrawals by corporate entities to withdraw within certain period of time. He stated, the withdrawal of old notes from circulation, if not extended beyond the 31st, many Nigerians will be thrown into hardship, and to avoid the repeat of 1984 experience, withdrawal of old notes. So I'm not quite sure. I'm reading it how it's been written, not reading it badly. Contributing, Senator Adamu, PDP Kebbi, said that it was true that in the rural areas, people were not even aware that there was going to be a currency change. So this motion is very apt and timely. If we insist on the date given by the CBN, it will cause a lot of hardship for our rural dwellers. Majority of our people live in rural areas where there are no banks and POS. It is appropriate we extend the time as suggested in the motion, Senator Adamo said. So there it is right there. I suspect that is what, in fact, I'm clear in my mind that is what underpins that space. people pushing back against Emefiele. So now I'll bring you this one, but we'll put a question mark on it because somebody is querying if it's fake news or not. But we'll monitor that space to see if it's actually breaking news. Ohanese Indigbo President George Obiozor is dead. The president of Ohanese Indigbo, George Obiozor, is dead. His death was announced by the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma. The statement reads, "On behalf of the government and people of Imo State, I, Senator Hope Uzodinma, the executive governor of Imo State, sorrowfully announce the passage of a great son of Imo and Nigeria, the President General of Ohanese Indigbo Worldwide, Professor George Obiozor, a renowned academic, an exceptional diplomat and statesman, and a tenacious patriot. Professor George Obiozor passed on recently after a brief illness. The death of this foremost Igbo leader and former Nigeria's ambassador to the United States and the State of Israel is a big loss to Imo State, the Southeast, and the entire Nigeria. I have no doubt that both Nigeria and the international community will miss his profound intellectual contributions and wise counsel on national and global issues. May his great and gentle soul rest in peace." According to the statement by the state government, his burial arrangements will be announced in due course by the family. So if it is a press release by Hope Uzodinma, then it's somewhat almost categorical that has just happened. So it looks as though then a big loss in the Southeast. Pardon me. All right. So we come into the room then to see who's there to take it on. So Ajale Koko, I see you. Solomon, I see you, and Thomas, I see you. So let's kick it off. And then we see Alexander Gomez as well. So Alexander, good to see you. You had some reservations that if it might be fake news or not, the passing of the Southeastern gentleman.
Yeah, I did making calls. I just called his brother, and I think he's away in Nigeria, but I'm calling other members of that organization, especially Dr. Yolasi, who's a top-notch in that organization, to confirm. But if he's dead, that's very sad. He was a very good man, very humble human being. I met him, had dinner with him at the embassy in Washington, D.C., when he was the ambassador to the United States under Obasanjo, when the Obasanjo started this organization abroad referred to as NIDO, Nigeria and the Diaspora, Nigeria and the Diaspora Organization, something like that. And we used to go to his ambassadorial house in Washington, D.C. Very nice man. Very humble, had a very heavy Southeast accent. I could never understand him, but he was extremely friendly, and very down to earth man. Very sad.
Yes, I didn't know that much about him, but obviously I know he's a senior in the Southeast. We've been hearing his voice a lot in this cycle, especially around the Obi narrative.
Well, I know a lot about him. I know him personally. I know even when my baby brother died, I remember his baby brother played a big role, and like they do in America, especially in the Igbo community, they go around giving money, contributing money to the burial. So very close to that family. His brother, especially my wife, is very close to that family. It's very sad. But I think he was an old man. I think he must, if he's not 90, he'll almost be 90. You know, very smart.
Well, it seems still very active. It seems still very active in the political cycle.
Well, because he's a leading figure in the Southeast, so it's only obvious that he'll be very active, and he's president of the Ohanese, so that's why he's active. But he wasn't a young man by any shadow of a doubt. It's very sad. I'm saddened to hear about the demise, but I would send you a message once they finally confirm, because I can't get his brother, because I think everyone is away now. It's Christmas season, so people are in Nigeria right now. So that's that.
It's sad, but that's the cycle of life, you know. You live, you are born, you live, and then hopefully you hope that you achieve something in the space in between. But yeah, sad news for the Southeast.
Very, very sad. I'm saddened by it. I'm sad, very saddened by it. Very, very. You can hear in my voice that I'm unhappy about it. Took me by shock when I heard about it. But it's sad. May he so rest in perfect peace. He was a very good man. Very, 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 very unassuming. Very, a very good man. We need people. We don't have a lot of people like that in Nigeria. He was an exceptional Igbo man. Extremely educated, like the governor says. Extremely educated.
I never knew he was a professor.
Yeah, professor, ambassador to Israel, ambassador to Greece, ambassador to United. He the top men in Igbo land. You know, he didn't have an air of arrogance about him. Maybe that's why people didn't give him his due respect. But he was a very, very good person. Very, very educated professor. I think he was Institute of Chartered something. He was the director general for in the 90s. I know the man very well. I know him personally. So
he was the former ambassador to both Israel and the United States. So like
and Greece.
So prestige jobs, prestige positions.
Yeah. He had I could never understand him when he spoke, because he has such a very heavy accent. Very heavy. I mean, for an educated person, you couldn't hear what he was saying when he speaks in English, but he was an exceptional human being. I mean, we're losing the gems of our society, and this is one of them. He's not as popular as he should be because he's very unassuming, but he was a thoroughly brilliant man. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant man. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you.
So thank you. So did you want to speak to the talking point?
No, I just hang around for a bit before I log off.
All right, brilliant. So let's kick it off then, and let's take it straight to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, sorry, if it's ready, let's see if it's ready first. Ajanle Koko, are you ready? All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So to the space then. Akin Oshitokun double dipping the Ekiti Central candidate for ZLP, as well as the DG for the Labour Party campaign. So which is to suggest to us that he was never really even fully in the Labour Party in the first instance.
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe. Brother Alessandra, good evening to you. One man. This man has notified INEC that he is discontinuing his personal ambition for the greater good of the country, for the new position that is taken up with Labour Party. So he has not done anything wrong. So it's just.
But his name as at now, or maybe tomorrow it will change. But his name as at now is still reflecting as a candidate for the Labour Party, for the ZLP.
Yeah, he said he doesn't care about that. He said he has already notified them long before now. So the reason why this name is still on their record as a candidate is not his own headache, but that is some of those inefficiency of INEC. So he doesn't have any question to answer, you know, with that with respect to that question. So that is what he said. So I believe he has done the right thing. So no question to answer.
All right. So to the El Rufai's alarm, politicians campaigning in churches using religion as tools should be punished. So this is what El Rufai is saying, and it's signaling to that space of you already know where he's pointing that commentary. But politics is religion rather is going to be at the heart of this election. No question about that.
Yeah, one man, we have said it here several times that politics should not be taken to religious houses, either mosque or church. This Obi's campaign method, I think, is not good for our democracy, and it should be condemned. I am of the position that yes, he have that right to attend church service, but the church should not give him the podium to speak to the congregation, particularly this time. During this election season, particularly this time that he is a candidate of a political party. So the leaders in the church are doing this to help his campaign, to showcase him to the congregation that this is the man that we are supporting. This is the man that we should support and vote for. So Obi is running a religious campaign to counter the Muslim ticket. A lot of Christians are bitter with Muslim ticket, and they are trying to showcase their own, that yes, we have a Christian that is aspiring for the highest office of the land, so give him the support. This is who we are. But it is dangerous. It should not be encouraged. It should not be supported. It should be totally condemned. It is not good.
But when El Rufai is saying it should be punished, what does that mean, punished? What sort of punishment would you suggest that he has in mind?
Well, I don't know what the law of the land says concerning that, whether the law, I'm not sure. I don't think that the law of Nigeria allows political campaign in religious houses. Maybe that is what he is referring to. What kind of punishment can be meted on him? I don't know. Legally, I don't know. Maybe INEC, maybe electoral law can deal with that. Maybe electoral law can deal with that. Maybe that is what Rufai is referring to. I don't know myself. So, but it's a very dangerous. I sent you a video, one man.
Yes, no, I played it. I played it okay. Just now.
Yeah. You just played it. For if you play that part where Obi speak, that guy, he speak, and I mean he was campaigning hard before the congregation. It is very bad.
Oh, all right. Let's have a feel of that. Let's have a feel of that. Because it stands criticized of this and it continues to repeat it. It's just is what surprises me.
Sit down.
My Lord Bishop, Reverend Fathers that are here, Reverend Sisters, religious, the Knights of the Church, all the leaders, dear mothers and sisters, let me start another existing protocols. Praise the Lord. My Lord, mine is a very simple one. I just want to once again apologize publicly. It was a very unusual morning this morning due to bad weather and the wind could not allow the helicopter to move from Port Harcourt to Enugu and Enugu to Ida. So I sincerely apologize and I will make up for it. My Lord, I'm thanking the church. Let me assure you that your homily today is well taken and is a homily that I'm always to remember. I came here today to worship, to celebrate Christmas, because this was the first place I visited when they were flooding. And I remember what my Lord was doing. And I told him that I'll come back. That I'll come back to see ways. This is not politics now. Because we don't do politics in the church. I've insisted if we want to do politics, we do it in the campaign ground. But let me assure you, my Lord, the purpose of government is to care for the citizens. Any government that does not care for citizens, especially the less privileged, because I don't want to, I hardly use the word poor. None of us is poor before God. We are individually poor, especially the less privileged. Anybody that does not care for the less privileged, any government that does not do that have lost legitimacy of being a government. I'm sure, my Lord, when you saw me came here through the flooding, most Nigerians would think I did it for politics. No. All my life, I've always gone to countries where there's a problem. I've visited every country that you know that have gone through difficulty. As a serving governor of my state, I went to President Jonathan and told him, I'm going to take a 2 weeks break to go to Haiti when they had earthquake. He was surprised as a president. He said, why? I said, because there's a problem. I must go there. And I withdraw my son, my only son, from school. We're going to Haiti to spend time. And everybody knew that we spent a week in Haiti while I was serving as a governor. So I didn't come here because I came because that is the purpose of our life. To always show empathy, to always share God's grace. The reason why we steal public money, we politicians.
All right. All right. I think we've heard enough from him. He invited that the church is not a place for campaign, and then he then proceeded to launch into a full-blown campaign. So it's just
Now, why you now? Why you master?
it's one of the most ridiculous people out there.
Now, why you master now? Now, politician now. So, what is he talking about? He thought that we cannot. I don't know who he thought is fooling. He might be fooling some people, but we that refuse, that we never allow him to fool us. We always say it straight that, don't fool us. You are campaigning in the church. This is politics. You are talking politics in the church. If you are playing it all the way down, there are a lot of things that he said there. So,
is it against the law? Is it against the law what he's doing? I'm pretty sure. Is it not against the law?
It might be. I'm not sure. I think maybe I believe there's some element of our law that does not allow politics and religious to be mixed together. So I don't know. Maybe that is what Rufai is referring to, but I'm not so sure. But I think it. I mean, campaigning in religious houses is totally contrary to the management of the unity of that country. It is dangerous. It is not good. You see, this is what politician does to divide the people and destroy the country in order for them to achieve their political ambition. It is not good at all. But some people will not see it because they just want to look at it, love somebody blindly, want to support somebody blindly. And some will say there's nothing wrong in what he's doing. But it's not good. It doesn't mean that you cannot win an election. Is it until when you take campaign to the church that will make you win an election? No. So these religious leaders, they are politicians already. They just wear that religious gown, to deceive people that they are religious people. They are politicians too.
Can I interject for a minute?
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, Aja, I had a call, so I got cut off. I heard you say good evening to Brother Alexander. Good evening, Aja. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good.
This OB thing, this is my final say before I leave finally. I was overwhelmed by his gesture going to the IDP camps to go spend Christmas with them, and I thought it was a humanitarian gesture. I was overwhelmed. I thought it was a wonderful thing to do. But having said that, I got disappointed when I watched over the clip and I realized that he had his party emblem on his outfit, indicating that it was more of a campaign thing than anything else. That was where he lost me. The gesture was a very good gesture. It was an amazing gesture. That's the kind of leadership we need right now in Nigeria, because people are suffering, people are going through, and people are in dire straits. But he lost me when I noticed that emblem on his sleeve, because I didn't see why he had to wear the emblem on his sleeve for that humanitarian gesture that he put forward on Christmas Day. So.
No, but that's not the first time he's done that, by the way, Alexander. We saw him at the flood victim as well, doing exactly the same thing. You see, I feel that he uses those people as props, like some staging, like stage setting for his campaign. There's no other way. He should have just gone as a civilian, even going
without the emblem, without that party emblem. That was I was disappointed when I saw that, because when you were talking about it yesterday, I didn't support what you were saying. But when I went and watched the video over again, I realized that he had the emblem on. I didn't see the significance of that. I didn't understand why he had to do that. You know. So anyway, let me let you continue with your show, one man. Thank you for having me.
All right, brilliant. And you have confirmation that that chap
Yeah,
has
yeah,
been
yeah, yeah,
busted.
yeah. But they're keeping it hush hush because he's a big personality. So it has to be done the right way. Yes.
All right.
All right.
All right, thank you, Alexander. So thank you, Alexander. And back to you, Ajan Lekoko. So yes, this using the pulpit as a campaign stump and using people that suffers tragedy as campaign props. So is this a new sort of politics? I'm not quite sure if we've seen this before, Ajan Lekoko.
You know, I'm so disappointed with the Catholic Church for, you know, allowing this kind of nonsense to happen in Catholic Church. You know, churches that he visited in the past were, mostly Pentecostal churches. So, but for Catholic Church to allow this and enable him to do that same campaign inside cathedral, that is, it has ridiculed. They are brought that high standard that we know Catholic Church for. They have brought it down completely. They brought it to the lowest ebb. To me, I will never believe that Catholic Church will indulge in this kind of nonsensical political game that they are playing in Nigeria. You know, it's just. I hope that the head of Catholic in Nigeria can issue a statement and instruct all the Catholic churches never to allow that to happen. This is the first time. Maybe he has done it in other Catholic church before. I'm not sure, but this is the first time I'm seeing in the Catholic church. So, woman, this is very bad. It's not good. It's not the way to win election. It's desperate to win the election, but going from one church to the other it's totally going to cause more division. It's going to the Muslims, some that are very, very fanatical with their religion too, the Muslims. This video could be used against him. Some member of other party can use this. Look, this guy is championing religious political campaign. When he gets to the position of power, it looked like he might favor the Christians than us, because I think they would look at they might, the perception might go toward that line that, oh, this guy is championing of more Christians, support, and than any other thing. So because he cannot visit the mosque, it's not allowed in the mosque for any religious politician to speak and canvass for votes or be talking politics in the mosque. It's never going to be allowed. It will never be done. They will never. If you have any video or anybody have, I'm challenging anybody, if you have any video where a politician will sit in front of the congregation and canvass for their vote or talk politics in the mosque, send it to us. Let us see it. But I believe
it's funny. I've never seen that. I'm aware that some of the imams in those churches they point their congregants to politically. But I've never been aware of a politician actually. I think that's even against the tenets of that religion.
Totally. You can mix politics with it. But this is what we are seeing on the other side. They're doing it because everybody is desperate. They're looking for their own to be the president of Nigeria. And what they are doing is very, very wrong. It's not good for the unity of the country. It's further going to divide us against each other. And that is where that is what should interest us most. How can we manage the unity of the country when we continue to carry out political campaign in churches? It's dangerous. So one man, I don't know what this man, I don't know what he's trying to achieve, but it's not good as far as I'm concerned. It's just chasing the shadow. It's showing desperation in his pursuit for this thing, and he think what doing it this way can help him further to counter Tinubu Muslim. I don't think so. He should focus more on his campaign outside and not in the church. Even if they want to give him mic, he should show leadership by saying, I don't want to speak here. This is not the place for me to speak because of political position the political ambition that I'm pursuing now. I don't want to turn church to a political ground. I mean, that will earn him more respect. If people hear that, I will be one of those that will give kudos to him. So,
Baba Jali Koko, good evening. Can I quickly come in, please?
Yes, come in. Yeah.
I don't know why this is a surprise to you guys. Good evening to everybody. If you always listen on this platform when Obi supporters are making permutations in some areas, they'll tell you, oh, in this area there are more Christians there, so Obi will do well in that area. So Obi himself
they will talk of Nasarawa.
Yeah, they will tell you area where they have Christ, where they have a lot of Christians, that Obi will always do well in area where they have a lot of Christians. So in their own mind, they've already have this religious division, and I don't know why people have election permutation that is based on the religious affiliation. For me personally, I'm just hoping. I just wait for February to come and the election come and go, so that we can return to normalcy.
All right, but it won't end in February. By the way, the fallout from the election is going to be just as involved as the bill. In fact, it's going to be even wilder. The fallout from the election.
There will be no There will be no fallout. Everybody will be in their home talking about it. As it. They will not go out there.
The first thing that will happen is that at least 3 or 4 people are going to court. They are already the lawyers are there ordering their Ferraris as we speak now because they know the money is coming. So they all go to court
they order in advance.
They are already and so they'll go to court, and then depending on how they manage the language of their laws, it could lead to violence.
I don't see. Look, I don't see it leading to if Nigerians can endure this level of poverty, this level of hunger, this level of insecurity, and don't go on the street. If you think Nigeria is going to go out there and march for one person, it's like you are giving them too much credit. Nobody's going to go out there and put their life on the line for another man, especially Nigerians. These people are scared as if their life is good. As if they will not die again. No, look, I just listen to people that say, "Oh, Nigeria will burn." Nobody will burn. Nothing will burn. After the election, it happened in Edo State. They said if this happened, you see, after they called the elections, everybody just went back to normal life. Nothing happened.
All right, brilliant. All right. Let me move you on, Ajale Koko, for time. The endorsement of Tinubu by Metis Allah, is this a game changer? Because there is no doubt they have come out. The chairman of Metis Allah, the main one, he has come out to speak. and they've even created a mural to show that that endorsement is real. But what does this surprise you, one, and what does it mean to the upcoming election two? Maite Allah endorses the Luther from Lagos.
Yeah, one man, Yeti Anla, is one of the interest group in that country. We have many others around the country. We have that of the farmers, we have that of the organizers, we have that of National UWTR, the Agberos, we have that of other interest group around the country. Those people have large followership around the country, and they are strongly committed to a particular cause that their organization is committed to. They always show solidarity because they have that practice of standing together for a particular cause.
But let's just see if we can unpack what it means. What are you estimating the number of membership of Maite Allah?
Their numbers I cannot say precisely, but I believe around the country they be in million. They be in million. Yeah.
Okay. And how do you anticipate their voting patterns? What do you think their voting pattern is?
Well, now that they have declared for Tinubu, all their membership around the country will vote for Tinubu. That is what it means.
Yeah, so that is what it. So that's where I am saying that it may well be a significant thing because they've often said that they have a voting strength of between 3 to 5 million. But if people push back and half that, and let's say they have 1.5 to 2 million people, and they are able to point those votes, not all of them will come through. So let's say they are able to point 1.2, 1.3 million votes in the direction of a candidate. That is quite significant.
Very, very significant, one man. Look, this is what we are saying. Not all this nonsense poll that they are carrying out by one organization or the other. Those people that are known to be Obi friend that are carrying out all this kangaroo opinion poll. Opinion poll doesn't work in Nigerian context. We have several factors that will determine, the result of the election in Nigeria, and one of them is, what we have seen that Maite Allah have done now. So many others, interest group around the country, whoever they are committed to, they will vote in block for that person around the country, and that can. Those are the things that can, change the can dictate the winning direction for whoever that will be declared the winner. So it's a big achievement for Tinubu, for him to get this guy. That tells us that this guy has done a very, very fantastic.
But what level of compromise do you think Tinubu would have had to compromise to get these people on board?
I don't know, but I know
because you think their natural home will be somebody like Kwakwanso.
I'm even thinking that maybe what do you call
Atiku. I'm not sure that they would like somebody like Atiku, but you think that or even Atiku, but certainly not Tinubu.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe not Tinubu. So for Tinubu to get the endorsement of these people, it tells me that guy has done some fantastic work on the ground. Is doing the work, very good. Is winning slowly, leaving other people behind, This is what this thing tells me. Because we have Kwankwaso, who is a Fulani man, and we have Atiku, who is a Fulani man. And we have, if this is the biggest association among the Fulani that I know, I don't know any other. This is the biggest one. Putting their weight behind is a person from the Southwest. Should we conclude, one man, that majority of Fulani, we give him same support? Is it, what is it they have seen in him that make them give him that endorsement? They must have seen something that they believe is good for them, for their business, and them as people, as an ethnic group in Nigeria too. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And Miyetti Allah, as a Fulani people, they are among the Fulani people in Nigeria. They are not separate Fulani that came from somewhere else. So what is the interest? Is this telling us that this is where the Fulani people are going? Are they? Because they represent Fulani people, they represent the interest of the Fulani, and they represent the interest, their trade interests as well. So the larger picture, to me, one man is telling me that, large number of Fulani people, more than others in the race, will put their weight behind Tinubu. So it's a big achievement, and we have to respect this man for whatever he has done, him and his team, whatever they have done to get the endorsement of this group of people is a big achievement. We have to acknowledge that, he has done some fantastic work. And I see him leading others. I see him winning slowly, leaving others behind. You can see the campaign. You can see the team everywhere. You can see even the trade union that we expect them to be on the side of Obi. They kind of declaring their support for him. He visited them. He talked to them. They calling him comrade. I mean, what is going on?
Imagine that the trade union calling Tinubu comrade is unbelievable.
Yeah, they're calling him comrade. What is going on, one man?
Ajali Koko.
Yes.
Sorry, one man. Sorry about this. For me, sometimes I will.
No, it's good, man. It's good.
I don't stay long, so this interjection that is my own contribution. So.
Go on. Yeah.
So,
you can stay long. Your own be saying you sleep for this.
Exactly. This is
fall asleep.
Exactly. This is my only opportunity.
Later, come join us. Una see there.
Una see there, yeah. So, Ajali Koko, what I noticed recently, even in the social media space, before you don't really used to see people who support Tinubu on the social media, but these days you are seeing a lot of them in the social media space, especially on Twitter. So the thing I'm kind of thinking, what is going on here? How come this never used to be the case, but now you now see a lot of people, they say they are Baptist, they will be going after the obedient on social media, even to the extent one guy went to Anambra and he took a picture and video and said, look, nobody should ever tell me about go and verify. Say, now I'm in Anambra, I cannot see anything here. So you can see a lot of I think they left it to they took the race as a marathon instead of a sprint. I think that's what they've done.
Yes, you may. Another thing on that space, I think a lot of the people that are going with Tinubu now, they are going with him. Especially people coming out of social media. I think they are going with him out of sympathy for the level of attack that is, that has been suffering for the last few months. I know there's a girl that comes here. She says her support for Tinubu is entirely a pushback against the rather vicious attacks that we hear from the Southeast.
Yeah, because we always say this before, that when you do it too much, A lot of people out of sympathy will just say, come on, man. Well, if you know the amount of sympathy vote that Trump got, you will be shocked. If the amount of sympathy vote that got Trump into office in the US, because it was too much criticism from the media. A lot of people are like, come on, man, what did this man even do? So I think this is what we said last time. If you remember some of it, sometime I'm listening to you guys, and you see what they did to Biden. They kind of brought the guy down, like expectation. They kind of reduced expectation of Biden to the barest minimum. All he had to do was just turn up, and then it's good to go. And that is what they've been doing to Tinubu. He cannot stand, he cannot walk, he cannot do this, cannot do that. And the man now is now giving some speech upon speech upon speech. He's traveled more than any other any other candidate on this campaign. So look, I don't know how this whole thing is going to work out, but I think momentum is on his side right now. Trust me.
All right, but but in politics it changes so quickly, though. That's the thing. But yeah, Ajale Koko, back to you.
Yes. So like I said earlier, he's slowly wheeling, leaving other behind. He's doing his own thing, campaigning from one state to the other. His campaign organization, to me, I think, is the best of them all. They are, they have different directorate within that campaign team. Even the one I saw, the labor union directorate, the person that head this thing, it's a veteran labor leader. I can't remember the name. He's a veteran labor leader. And when he mentioned the name of those that are working with him, these are veteran labor leaders. I said, what is going on? All these labor people should be in Labour Party. Why are they with Tinubu? What has he done to catch all these people? And these are the people that we use their influence and connection to get the trade unions across the country to put their weight behind this guy. What does Labour Party stand for when they cannot woo trade unions across the country to their side? What are they what are they doing wrong? Are they doing something wrong? And what is Tinubu doing right to have all those labor leaders in his team?
Ajale Koko, I'm not sure if you recall the conversation that we had a while ago, and we're talking about the campaigning techniques that is being deployed in this cycle. And Peter Obi is essentially, for the purposes of the example, doing like a door-to-door campaign, and this mass audience campaign, trying to reach to individual voters. But what somebody like Tinubu is doing is going to power blocks to try and capture that power block. And then as soon as it captures the hierarchy of that power block, then it captures, of course, the membership of that space. So that's what played out in Metiala. So rather than going to the individual Fulanis to say Jagaban, he has gone to their hierarchy and he has struck a deal in order to get that space on board. He has done the same thing with the labor union. He's done the same thing with the miners in Niger State, and this is how he's playing. Of course, he's doing the stumps in rallies, but his politics is to the power bases. But Peter Obi's politics is to the mass via social media. But which one would deliver is the question.
Tinubu is doing both. He's doing the power blocks, like you said, and he's doing door-to-doors. Who are those people doing door-to-doors for him? Those are the party members on the ground that we are telling them that those are the structure. Those party members on the ground at every ward level, they are the one doing doors to doors. and they have elected representatives across the country who will use their own position too in their various constituency to mobilize people out to vote for their candidate, to vote for them and their candidate. So catching catching them at the top and catching them below together, that is what will guarantee the victory. So when I saw the directorate
in terms of these elections, is it only Tinubu that is really campaigning for the presidency? Because I'm not really seeing anything that looks like a presidential campaign from anywhere outside of the APC, and I'll tell you why. The narrative of the Labour Party is wrapped around this church hopping and then negative campaigning against others that his hand is shaking and then church hopping. So that's what we're saying. But Atiku, we're not seeing any energy in terms of his campaigning. How many times have we discussed Atiku here? It's not that we don't want to. He's not popping up in the news cycles. And we're not really seeing anything that suggests that he's moving with any aggression. And then with Kwankwaso, of course, we know his obvious limitations. But with Tinubu, he seems just on a determined march to that presidency. Am I right to say that?
Oh, somebody was trying to speak or what?
Yes, I think Ogun. Tell me how to pronounce your name.
Ogundimbola.
Yeah, Ogundimbola. Yes, Ogundimbola. Yes, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you, Wama. Mr. Jadlin Koko. Yes, this is what I have to say about when Jadlin Koko is talking about Labour Party leader that they are not supporting Labour Party. In my own sense of politics, because when I was still in Nigeria, I used to partake in politics because my family they are all politicians, and anything politics is all about interest. When you talk with a leader like Tinubu now, everybody have received their own promise from him. Like if you are opportune to be the president of this country today, tomorrow, what is my position? What will I become in your government? This is how it is. Like nobody can. Many people, when I look at Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, people are supporting Peter Obi. I look at them that these people does not have more than 5 votes or 2 votes within them. But a governor in my own local government, we have a leader that we know that in his party, they will have like 70% of the votes in my local government anytime, any day. That is how it takes. And those are the people Tinubu is looking for. He's not after a family or a church. Is going after the leaders in that areas. And I look at when I look at Peter Obi, the way he campaigned all around the country, that they like this. I look at this day poll. They said that he will won. I think he won like 50. He will have like 15. He have 25% in 15 states. I look at him that this guy I can bet it with anybody. This guy cannot have 7 million votes in 2023 general election.
Yeah, but 7 million is a lot now. You are saying they cannot have 7 million as though
7 million is not a lot in 95 million votes.
No. Now, how many votes did Buhari get the last round? 15
Buhari
million.
got 15 million. 15
yes.
million.
15, not 50.
And Atiku got 12 million votes.
Yes. So 7 million is a lot now.
But you should remember now that there's addition of 22 million votes.
No, 7 million is a lot. If you get 7 million votes, that's a resounding success.
It's not like, let us be frank with each other in this platform. Know how Peter Obi will have 4 million votes from South and Southeast. I think everybody will have 4 million votes from South and Southeast. In Southwest alone, he will have 1.2 million votes. You can argue it, but he will have it. In Lagos State, he will have over 300,000 votes. Tinubu cannot have 60% vote in Lagos State. He can never.
In this electoral cycle, when he's going in for president, he beat the owner of Lagos State.
It's not about being the owner. People are after him. Many people are after him. They like, if you ask them, what did this man did wrong? He did nothing against them, but they just hate him. And the narrative has been spoken. Like many people, they will just say that Tinubu is a wicked man. He's after our money. Like when I'm from Ondo State, people mention that Tinubu used to collect money from my governor, and that is when I think that is when Mimiko won the election. And within a month, I think Mimiko and Tinubu have issue and everything settled, and they go their own different way. What is the next governor? I'm talking of Aketi is there now. None of them is giving any money, but they are mentioning that Lagos State is under him. Like, and Lagos State is developing. I'm from those man.
All right, hold on, Ogodimbola. Ajale Koko, coordinate the conversation for a moment. Carry on, Ogodimbola.
Okay. Yeah. No, we are listening, Ogun.
Okay. Yes, this is what in my own view, the way I look at Tinubu, in my own projection, in my own state, like Ondo State, when I look at it, Tinubu will have a resounded victory in Ondo State. He will have 65% in Ondo State.
So who will get the rest? Who will get the 35%?
The rest will be split between, I think, Atiku with Eta or Jegede, Ediela first. They can see like 25% of the vote.
Okay, so but Obi between Atiku and
yes, I think 65%, that will be like 90%. I believe the remaining will be for Peter Obi. Peter Obi cannot have more than 8% or 9% of the vote, and the other party will share it, the 1%. Like when I look at Ekiti now, look at Ekiti State now. Ekiti have Niyi Adebayo, Fayemi, the current governor, and Fayoshe. All these people, they will work together for Tinubu. Tinubu will have 70% vote in Ekiti State.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, like the way when I look at Osun State, people are mentioning that Osun State is everybody knows that Tinubu is from Osun State. Everybody knows that he's from Iragbeji, and I think Osun must vote for him. He will have like, I think he will have like 45% of the vote, or 40, because the new governor will, and the coordinator of PDP in Southwest, he will want to prove himself. Or your state, I think. But this is what I want to ask from you, Mr. Ajala Koko. What is the next move of Wike Group?
Well, we don't know what the candidate they will decide to support.
But the handwriting is there for everybody to see. So if you're saying you don't know, you might probably be telling yourself a bit of a lie.
Okay.
Excuse me, Des. Who do you think this 5G wants to support?
It's so obvious. Like it's so obvious.
They are going to support Obi.
That is who.
Yeah. It's so obvious that Wike is going to support Obi. So now
you're not correct, bro. No, let me tell you, there was a headline this evening that he posted. That the 5G are planning to meet with Tinubu. They are in London already.
They went to London to do meeting. Leave all this propaganda of a thing.
No, it's not propaganda. They cannot support P2B. Who will support Toby?
Can we?
You
Can
you
we?
go be that kind of propaganda
You,
alone. Why? What the
let
fuck?
me tell you. Let me tell you.
Solomon Peter, you
That
look for trouble.
you can take it anywhere. We can come here next on January and you still see it. Wike is surely going to support P2B. Whatever the other 5G governors does, I don't know, but I know about Wike for sure. So that's not an argument. You can argue from now to tomorrow, but come January you see it.
Okay, it could be, we don't know, because but we are waiting for the outcome of their meeting, and we are waiting for their declaration. But a lot of things we determine where they are going. We don't know yet. So you can only say, you can only, I believe everybody is just guessing now. Nobody have any fact to where they're going to go. So we are guessing, we are looking at the body language, we are looking at the speech. Wike said that we give Obi logistic and this, and he did it when he was there, when he went for campaign last week before Christmas, I guess. So he gave him transportation, he gave him security, he provided everything, the stadium where they use, and everything went well for Obi. But
Yeah,
that
but
is what he
Actually,
promised.
what Solomon said has some veracity to it, because I saw it in the headlines that they are nearly now they're in discussions with Tinubu. So that was in one of the headlines, but I thought not to read it out. But then, of course, under that headline was another headline to say they are in discussions with Peter Obi. So we
So,
we were not going to know until
so
we know.
nobody, so where do
Yeah.
we
Baba
go?
Jale Koko,
Uh-huh.
I have something to say to that. The money that he donated in Lagos to the women's group, you remember that 300 million that he donated?
Yes, yes.
So he would just give out money like that for no attachment. You know,
You see,
politicians don't spend
you're
money
right.
without anything to gain from it.
You're
So,
right.
and for him to openly endorse Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu, shows where his loyalty lies. So the person I was saying that is going to campaign or vote for, direct his people to vote for Peter Obi, I doubt if that.
All right. Yeah, go.
Go ahead.
No,
I
no,
think his
you
connection
broke
is
off.
not
You
good.
broke off. You see,
Uh,
that's
uh,
what we hear. You know, when you are driving Najale Koko, that's what we hear. But
No,
carry on.
that's not okay.
Yeah, that's how we sound. Yeah, carry
oh,
on.
it shows that I was driving, right?
Yeah, no, we can tell. Carry on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, sometimes politicians doesn't need to speak. What I see going on among the G5 is that I think some of them are going to vote for different candidates. You remember your state deputy governor attended the meeting, the one that was held in Akure with Fashion. So his presence in that meeting speaks volumes. And that tells you what these people are going to do. To me, I don't see a way out for Vicky supporting Obi. If he supports Juan Koto, I will understand. If he supports people, I will understand. But to support Obi, of what political future is it going to rank it down one? That's what I don't get. The person that suggested that yes, he provided logistics and all that. I mean, it should be mandatory for every state governor to provide logistics and security for every presidential candidate. It should be mandatory. It should be in the electoral law. But then, of course, Wike is from south, or is from southeast. It would be wrong for him to say, "Hey, my brother, I don't know." You already told him, "Don't spend your money. Do not spend your money." So I don't see him going.
What
It's way
what you
behind.
guys are doing here is being in denial. That's what you guys are doing here. That's the truth. Eventually, what
You
will
know the
happen?
agree, Abi. Now you know the agree you they play.
Ajali Coco, a lot of people can be in denial as much as they can, but come January, that denial will be just come to your face, and crash. Do you get? You can just say what you want to say now and try to hope that it doesn't happen. But your hope is going to shatter. As I promise you that.
Yeah, but the way for me, I think it wouldn't surprise me if they go with 2B, because you know why I'm thinking they more likely go with 2B, because of not really because of Wiki, you know, but because of people like Autumn and Makinde, because Makinde is like in a catch 20, because I don't know how Makinde is going to do this one, because he cannot openly, Makinde cannot be seen to be openly campaigning for Tinubu. Why APC have governorship candidate in Oyo, they have House of Reps senatorial candidate in Oyo. So is Tinubu going to compromise his own party for Makinde? I don't know. For me, I think if they go with 2B, it will be
They
very
do that,
understandable.
though. They do that, my brother. They do that.
Yeah, but that is going to be very strange. I don't understand that. I can't see that. So that's why I feel more that because of someone like Autumn and Makinde, for their conveniences, it will be much easier for them to go with 2B. But will it be anything? You see that G5 governor or 5G, or I don't know what they call themselves. As long as they don't go with Atiku, it's still advantage Tinubu. That is the truth.
Yes, I agree with that. Even if they go with Peter Obi, it's still advantage Tinubu.
Yeah, it's still advantage Tinubu if they go with, even if they go with 2B, it's still advantage Tinubu. As long as, if the only problem Tinubu have is if they go back to Atiku, then we have a race in our hand.
Yes. The race we turn scatter. So, but I don't think that the Atiku side, the way they are doing,
And there's hope that he will come. He was going to go back to Atiku come January.
No. I think that's out of the question, isn't it? That's out of the question. But they need to make that announcement quickly, though, so that because they've held that space for too long, So whatever negotiations they said, they are in negotiations with the Tinubu space, and I think those negotiations, by the way, is really for portfolios, So they want to be able to be given certain ministries and parastatals, within a Tinubu administration before, they're able to. But those negotiations should conclude, and then let us know if you're.
Okay. Are you okay? Sorry, I stopped hearing you.
No, carry on. I'd landed. Carry on.
I don't even think it's wise enough for them to publicly announce who they will be throwing their weight behind. It's not politically wise. You can tell your full soldier to go ahead and vote for so candidate, but then when you open, because what is going on now is anti-party. Look at the Peter Obi's campaign DG coming from is it Zebra Party, or I forgot the name that is coming from.
Zenith Labour Party. It's the most ridiculous. It's a candidate there,
And when it was asked about the moral burden of him cross carpeting, and he said he's having a higher calling. In fact, he was even getting tested with.
It is not anti-party.
By the way, that guy is
one man. It is not an anti-party to endorse somebody from a different party. That is not count as an anti-party, because
really?
You are openly,
it's
because you are openly declaring your support. Anti-party is when you are working within the party to destroy your own party without acting as if you are still in support of the party.
Excuse me, sir.
That is
you said anti-party is not when you are. So when you wait a second.
Campaigning against your party is not anti-party.
You are campaigning against your party. If your party doesn't have a candidate in that area, that is understandable.
No. Come on, man. If you look at election everywhere, people from different party, they will endorse a candidate from an opposition party. Why they still remain member of
that party? Where have you seen that done? Where have you seen that done?
It happens in the United States.
Where?
It happens a lot in the United States.
Give example of that public office holder that is endorsing another person, another candidate.
How many Republican senators endorse Hillary Clinton? How many of them?
Name one. Name.
A lot of them.
The one that I know. The one that I know was the former general. What's his Colin Powell that
Colin
endorsed
Powell
Barack Obama. And at that time, it was not even in any public office. It wasn't seeking any public office. So, and he wasn't holding any portfolio. So his endorsement doesn't mean crap because he was a Republican.
Was he not a member of the Republican Party?
But he wasn't holding any public office.
It doesn't matter, but he's a member of the party. He's a member of the party.
So what do you call that one? When you endorse somebody, you're throwing your weight.
No, it's your political right to have to choose whoever you want to support. It's democracy. It doesn't matter whether you're a member of a party. That is not anti-party.
But you can't have an elected. You can't have an elected representative of any party.
I mean, who does that?
For another party.
Magnus Abe is the governorship candidate under the SDP in Rivers State. Does SDP not have a presidential candidate? But Magnus Abe is supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu for presidency. Man. What do you mean? He's a confused
man.
This other man from the southeast.
No.
This other man from the southeast. That is in the Tinubu campaign committee. That is a PDP member. What's it called?
Chimaroke.
So is he not a member of the PDP?
What he's doing is
even supporting Tinubu.
Yes, it's anti-party. But Magnus Abe rode on the wing of Jagaban. Jagaban was the one sponsoring his political adventure. But then he's crossing because he has no relevance in Rivers State. That's why he crossed to SDP. So even at that, he ain't going nowhere. He knows that. That's why I say, who is he in Rivers State? He's nobody.
That is not the point. The point is that he's a member of another party.
The SDP as a party doesn't have much ground in the Rivers State. So whether somebody is practicing anti-party or not, it won't even count. But we're talking about
it is not whether it counts or not. It is whether it is anti-party or not anti-party. I'm saying it is not anti-party.
See, when you endorse somebody.
All right. Land that point, Wale, and then we'll round up that space.
Your public pronouncement means a lot for your followers because number one, your word carries weight. Now they believe what you said, and they will go and vote for that person en masse. Now, your own party that you belong to will be left stranded. And what does that mean? Every resources thrown at your party goes to waste. That is anti-party. That is the true definition of anti-party. Except the party doesn't want to take it up with you because sometimes some of the members of the party have weight. And like Wike said, he dared them to suspend him. And they couldn't because they know the resources coming out from Rivers State, they needed it. But they couldn't. They can't do that. So what he's doing, if he openly endorses any candidate, is can be seen as anti-party. Thank you.
All right.
And in addition to that, even in the constitution of every party, anti-party activities is condemned. So you cannot carry out anti-party activity as an elected representative or leaders of the party against your party. It is clearly enshrined in their constitution. So Roma, if you can remember, when they were these guys, labor guys in Ogun State, when they were reading some of those this thing as well against Donyo Kumpe, those are one of those things that they were trying to accuse him of, that he's not making his financial this thing, anti-party activity, all those constitutional provision in their constitutional party, what you could do wrong that could warrant you being suspended or expelled from the party. So anti-party they mentioned it as well. So it's clearly enshrined in the constitution of every party. When you commit when you carry out anti-party activity, you'll be expelled from the party. So,
Ajale Koko, you know what surprises me is before he became the DG of the campaign, Akin Oshotokun, he was the coordinator for the southern space of that campaign. So he was the southern coordinator of the Obidati campaign. And throughout all of that period, he was also the Zenith Labour Party senatorial candidate for Ekiti Central. So and it still is, because if you go to the INEC portal, I think the people giving us his number on the list. So it's still, as we are speaking now, still is the Zenith Labour Party senatorial candidate for Ekiti Central. So how can it be the candidate for Ekiti Central and be the southern coordinator of the Obi Adati campaign at the same time? What level of confidence is he inviting others to have in the Labour Party when he cannot even pack his own ambition in that party?
you see, well, I listened to his interview. What he said was that he has already given up that Zenith Party ambition some weeks ago. He has given it up already, and he has written to INEC, to notify them that it's INEC that is not doing their job while his name still, while their name still remain.
Who's buying something?
While their name,
all right,
while their name is still, while his name is still on their list, is holding INEC responsible for that. He said he has written them that he's no more pursuing that race. So,
but Adala Koko, do you not see the wider point? Even if he's saying he wrote to INEC 2 weeks ago, he has been.
No, he didn't say 2 weeks ago. He says a while ago. He said he has written them that is no more.
Did he write to them when he joined Labour Party?
That is what we don't know. What we don't know. That is where you see Nigerian journalists, those lazy people, those lazy Hampshire and journalists we have in Nigeria.
We don't call them journalists. We don't have journalists in it. Those are not
that is where
one man does better job than these people, man.
This one.
Who's buying something now? Who's buying something?
That is where the journalists must jump into this and then find out the truth and expose him. But all these Hampshire analysts, journalists you have in Nigeria, what do you call them? They just want to do some things and just get away. They are not ready to work for the people, and it's just shameful of them. What we can discover in this man is that there's something wrong that he has done. He has done something wrong. He has not done this thing clearly. He has not. We should be able to know when he abandoned that Zenith ambition, is political ambition in Zenith, and when he started being an active member in Labour. We should be able to know, but that's who they are.
All right. It just doesn't ring right that if it
But
doesn't
he didn't abandon it. It's just it's not for him to write to INEC. It's his party. INEC doesn't deal with him directly. INEC, he has to go to that party. The party will remove him or whatever they do based upon his withdrawal. So if he's saying that he wrote to INEC, it's just like I don't know, what do they call it? Plausible, just to say something like I've done something, but it's still there.
Plausible deniability.
Yeah.
One thing, one man. I'm not even perturbed about these cross-carpeting anti-party whatsoever is doing. What I see going on is that I am seeing an invisible hand orchestrating and planning things. If you remember, Donyo Okupe was right-hand man to Chief Obasanjo. The same thing with Akin Oshotokun. It worked for him, and his personal assistant / what was it then? when he was the president.
Yeah, it was an aid to Obasanjo during Obasanjo's
Okay,
tenure. Yeah.
okay. Now, he confirmed on 2 platforms that Obasanjo is endorsing Governor Peter Obi, which is no big deal. But what I see happening is that Obasanjo is trying to form a power block, just like what he did during the Yaradua. He's trying to form a power block that will be in charge when the
So sorry, you're breaking off. You're breaking off.
It's my network. I'm not.
Yeah, I know.
Am I good now?
Yeah, you're driving. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Okay. So what I see happening is that, unfortunately, honestly, I would have loved, because this man doesn't deserve to be, if he's not going to win. And I pray and I hope that people that are handling his campaign don't have ulterior motive, because this man deserves a shot. But what I'm seeing around is just like power hungry, power grabbing hungry people, trying to just look for. Because right now, you remember this Southwest campaign manager also condemning Action appointment, and Action also is condemning this man. I forgot his name now, something Epishemi or whatever. I forgot his name. So to me, just like a power hungry people trying to grab this power at all costs, so for their own various ulterior motive. But I just hope that we'll be able to see, because now obedience celebrating the appointment of these folks. But what I see happening is just that they're trying to form a circle around him. If it's possible, miracle happens and they win, they just want to form a power block that will be in charge. That's what I see.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, but I think the
wanted to move the
criticism.
conversation on, but I'll land that point, Akim, and then
Yeah.
Ajande Koko round of that space.
Yeah. So thank you, Mama. I think the criticism from that guy on Akin Oshitoku is not directly on Oshitoku himself. It's just about the non-balance of appointment within the Labour Party, just like the same thing that is happening within the PDP, where you have the national Shema from the south, the presidential candidate from the south, and the DG one resigned, the southern one, then he appoint another southerner. So I think it was more to that space. Oshutoku is a well qualified. We all know that the man is well qualified to do the job, but I think the man was just speaking to the balance of the organization of the campaign and the party in general.
All right, brilliant. Round of that space, Ajande Koko, and then I'll go on to Thomas. Ajande Koko, back to you.
Look, I think Oshitokun has been in politics for a while now, and he knows the implication of being a member of a particular party, and working for another party at the same time. So I want to believe him that he will have, before joining Labour Party, taking that appointment as the Southwest coordinator, he will have jettisoned the other party where he was officially. So I would be shocked to know that he was keeping the two parties at the same time. I would be shocked, because he is an experienced politician and he knows better than that. So, but for what Adewale said, that they are trying to form some people around Obi as a power block, so that when he wins, they can. I want to believe they are doing it. Their support is sincere. They really.
Obasanjo support. What
Yes,
do you mean
Oshitoku and the other Yorubas, like the Afenifere and the Obasanjo and all those people.
No, there's no sincerity to it. No.
No, why do you say there's no sincerity?
No, because of Oshitoku and Okupe, by the way, they are both functionaries of Obasanjo. So that's all about Obasanjo's narrative. And Obasanjo's narrative is he has no interest in Obi other than him wanting to seize the power, the central space. Tinubu is not going to allow him. Atiku Abubakar is not going to allow him. But Peter Obi is malleable. He can control Peter Obi, but he cannot control those other two. So it's still
Oh
is
man,
lost. Yeah.
Obasanjo has always liked Obi.
When,
Always.
when?
Even when he
As a good boy
even
now, as a
no
good
no
boy,
even
as a
when he
good
was
boy,
running
you know,
even when he
a
was
good
running
boy,
as
you know.
VP,
But Atiku is not a good boy. He's not
um
even a boy. But
no
Peter
no
Obi is a good boy, you know.
well,
So,
how you will know
eh?
is even when he was running for VP for Atiku, Obasanjo went out of his way to say a good thing about Tinubu just because of Obi is running for his VP, so that they
No,
can probably
that's
win
not
the
true now.
VP.
That's not true.
I'm
It was
telling you
out
the
of
truth. It's
no,
because of Obi.
it was out of his anger for the Buhari administration that make him went back
No,
to
there's
Atiku.
no there's
What
no
has it got to do
anger.
with Obi?
See the kind anger that Obasanjo have for Tinubu, you can't even compare with Buhari. Let me tell
No.
you, it's nothing like anger. I'm telling
Yeah,
you
yeah,
what.
but
I'm telling you
it's not
the
supporting
truth about
Tinubu now.
it.
Is this supporting Tinubu?
What do you mean?
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Let's move the conversation on to
So let me round off. So
round off. Daniel Coco, yeah.
One man, Obasanjo, doesn't want all these old girls. He said it. Babangida said the same thing. Babangida even put age bracket to it, that anybody that should be our next president should not be more than 60 years old or be fit into that age
Obi is
bracket.
62.
Yeah, whether 60, 62, no different now. It fit into that bracket. So other than, I mean, somebody of 78 years old and 70 years old. So these people, I've worked with these people. They work with Atiku. They work with, what do you call this guy? Tinubu. They know them very well. So they supporting Obi is sincere. They've seen him that among all of them, he's still the best among them, even though we can call all of them same people, same politician, but this one are small thief, all those one are big thief. So that is what Obasanjo told some Igbo leaders sometimes ago. I think maybe from Imo State when he was supporting one governor then for primary, all of them, all the leaders in that state, oh, we don't want it, we don't know. Okay. He said, go and choose your own. They choose one, and later they came back that, oh, he's a bad man. We don't. You say, when are they try to give you small thief? Now, say we no one small thief, say na big thief now. Now the big thief don't the hammer now. So make na come out for my front. So what I'm saying is that Obasanjo and Oshitokun and the Yoruba people and the Afenifere, they are very sincere, and they are basing, if you listen to them, their reason for supporting Obi is for the reason of justice, equity, and fairness. Power must come to the South. On which side of the South is Southwest? That is where they stand on. It's not that they are trying to surround him in order to gag him and manipulate him. No, I don't want to believe that. So, Oshitokun, I believe that is a good man for the job. He have that administrative experience. He have the the experience on how to manage a political campaign. He has done it before. He did it for Jonathan 2011. Jonathan won the election, so he have that capacity to manage the operational, administrative, and that a campaign at that high level. So is the best man, and I believe that he will do a good job for.
So Ajali Koko, sorry, my last,
No, I
my
wanted
last,
to round up that space. So,
yeah,
but,
my last one, please. I just want to quickly ask you a question. So the man that the former DG of the campaign, Okukbe, that was collecting 30 million every month from the NSA. So he was also doing it for good intention.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't take it from him. Okupe, Okupe was the brain behind, was the power behind Obi to be where he is today.
No, I'm saying if Obi was to win, he that was collecting 30 million every month when he was there,
he go take that, he go increase to 500 million every week.
And by the way, if Obi wins, they will bring him back, of course. Yeah, they'll bring him back.
Oh, surely. He's still making statements. It's just not in any capacity, any position within the party, but he's still talking. I think it was he condemned this. There's a new poll that arrives there. Okupe condemned it.
Is it the one that gave victory to Atiku?
Yes.
No, it was this day.
Yes. Oh, this day. Sorry.
Yeah. It's still arrived now.
It's the same stable now.
It's the same
it's still arrived.
This day.
You know,
so
the this day has the whole
quickly spoke against it. I said,
sorry, one at a time. Yeah, carry on.
He quickly spoke against it. I said, this man, they don't take position from you. Why is
you know, Adanle Koko, for me, the biggest winner in this electoral cycle, no matter what happens in this election, the biggest winner has been Donyo Okupe.
Oh, yes.
The job that he has done with Peter Obi is never been seen before in Nigeria,
it's
ever.
Wonderful, man.
It's unbelievable.
Amazing.
He picked some obscure guy, just a middle of the road guy, and he's turned him into a superstar just within 5 months.
Yeah.
One man. I will trust Oshutokun, to be honest with you, but Okukpe never trust Okukpe. Oshutokun, I have no issue with Oshutokun.
No, we're not talking about trust. We're just talking about what. Look at what he has turned Peter Obi into.
Oh yes. Yes, turned him to a political...
No, he's a criminal, of course. Yeah. I mean, that of course. But look at what he has turned Peter Obi into.
Oh, yes.
Peter Obi, that we should have forgotten about him 4 months ago completely. If you remove Okupe, we would have forgotten about Peter Obi 4 months ago.
Of course, now the job those people, you see Okupe, Femi Fani-Kayode, Obani Koro, the job those people was doing during Jonathan, those people, the thief. When you say don't steal, those people they thief money. Them Obani Koro, Femi Fani-Kayode, it to the point
all of them the thief for that Jonathan government.
Those ones are just called now. Those ones they were just there. It's like they link them to Dasuki. Say, okay, well, now this you Muna just they go meet Dasuki every month. Muna go they collect on a share. That was what they were doing.
Abati was taking money too.
Yeah, Abati was arrested by EFCC. Remember, he was arrested.
Abati will sit down in the studio. Abati will sit down in the studio. Will be condemning people, corrupt people.
He's in no position now. There was a time I wanted to bring. I went through the archives to bring his arrest something.
That man have no shame. That man have no shame. You know. That man have no shame. You that was running as a deputy governorship candidate to Buruji Kashumu. You come here and talk about corrupt people. Do you know Buruji Kashumu was indicted for drug offense in the United States? Yeah. He was fighting extradition.
Abati was taking money too during that.
Abati's case is still pending, you know.
Yeah, of course. He's going to get the Okukwe treatment. He's going to get the Okukwe because that's now the new lexicon in Nigeria. The Okukwe treatment.
You know, some people are powerful. Hey, some people are they are powerful, like they are demigod. Who knew that?
You see that Obani Koro, it's Tinubu that shit that one. Tinubu shit. Since he moved to APC, they didn't even say anything about Obani Koro again. Everything just disappeared like that. Pim.
No be the thing where your brother tell us be that. Oshiomole, come to our party and your sin will be forgiven.
Your sins are forgiven.
That's Obani Koro. That one surprised me.
Hold on, gentlemen. Let's say Adewale's interjection, and then I must move to Thomas because of time. But Adewale, you wanted to come in.
anytime that Dasuki money is being brought up in the studio, watch Aras News. They will never call Abati to give opinion. For real. Actually, it's not by mistake. They knew the case is still in the court. The case is still pending. Look, I guarantee you, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu becomes president, Abati is going to the same thing. I'm telling you.
About it will become the new Renault mockery on the run.
But if it were to be PDP, they might say, okay, there's still one of us, maybe. But that Tinubu, I can guarantee you, you will get that taste of Okupe. You will get it. I mean, this is even before the election. Okupe is you see, when you whip, one man, you mentioned what Okupe did. He did a fantastic job, but what he did was to, pounce on the emotions of the people and then the youth and tap into it. That's what he did.
Yeah, but it was there for everybody, but he was able to craft that disenfranchisement around this candidate to present him as the
that is what populist candidate does. They come out, they tell you what you want, they pump you up, they build your personality in the media. And people now, every angle you turn, you see this particular candidate. That is one feature of populism. But then it begins to look at it. Even if they win the election, you begin to see their political base crumbling because there's no strong foundation. Just like Donald Trump, you can call that one a populist candidate, because his image was built in the public, but doesn't have the dexterity, the wherewithal of governance, of public office experience. And when he got there, it was more like a bulldozer. Most of his policies were disastrous.
But I think the Americans found him an effective president, Trump.
He was able to make some changes, but you see, the evil that you do, climbers will overcome the good deed that you've done. The good one that he did will never see the limelight or will never be highlighted. But the evil ones, the bad ones that you did, what people will be going around with, with megaphones and all that. But then he was able, like immigration, he was able to put a stop because the border was so porous that it was bleeding every day. So he put a stop to that, and to the point that he overdid it. What did he do? He shut the border. People that were traveling couldn't even come in. It was a disaster. So what I mean by that is that candidates in the public system always, been having this polished image. But then when they get to the office, they realize that, look, this office is not what it seems to be. And that is my fear when it comes to the Okupe / Governor Peter Obi, because we're talking about national project now, not just region or states now.
All right, brilliant. So let me do some administrative stuff, and then I'll go on from there to Thomas. Just to the super chats that have been coming in. Alexander Gomez, looking forward to an educative dialogue, as is the norm on this revered platform. So thank you, Alexander, for that. And Desmond, of course, as he often does, super chats to say, here we go again. Here we go again. But is that in trepidation or in excitement? There's too much ambiguity in that. Here we go again. Is that in trepidation or in excitement? So that we don't know. But it's super chats to say that. Simeon, as ever, encouraging you to like, share, and subscribe. In fact, paying you to do that, spending his own hard-earned money to invite you to like, share, and subscribe. So do that. We've got we've got well in excess of 50 people, going on 60 people on Facebook following us. So quite a decent crowd for Facebook, but only 11 shares there. So can the Facebook viewership please share the stream? So share it as is the norm in that space. So thank you for that. And to the buy the coffee thing, you already know what is coming. There is only really one thing to announce. Ayo does as he often does. So that's Ayo doing the buy the coffee. Hopefully, in this instance, somebody will join Ayo. I may at some point have to abandon that buy the coffee because it's looking almost like a tax on Ayo's wallet rather than if nobody else if the space is not taken to it, then we might just have to abandon it. Well, we move the conversation on to Thomas to see if it's still there. So Thomas, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Thomas. So good to have you.
You're upside down.
Why are you upside down, Thomas? So good to have you, Thomas. So to the conversation, El Rufai, politicians campaigning, you're still upside down. Politicians campaigning in churches using religions as tool should be punished. So that's what El Rufai is inviting. Who do you think is pointing at, and what punishment would you prescribe for somebody using religion in a cynical manner to campaign for an election?
Thank you, one man. Good evening, everyone. God bless everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. There's no equivocation. Who is pointing to is Governor Peter Obi, as Adewale is calling him. I've noticed Adewale calling him Governor Peter Obi. I just find it somehow funny. Who is pointing me to
Candidate Obi, yes.
To Peter Obi. You know, several times we've condemned this act. This has to stop. You can't continue going to churches campaigning. And even those pastors, those stupid pastors, I call them stupid pastors. I don't care who you are. Those stupid pastors encouraging a politician coming to their rostrum, even mounting their pulpit, giving them microphone to speak, campaigning in the church of God. I'm a Christian. I'm not happy about that. No, you can't do that. The place of God is to worship God, not for campaigning. And not one man, if you don't notice something, I listen to many things carefully. He said, I'm sorry that I came late and I'll make it up. Is Peter Obi trying to bribe the church? Don't you hear that? He said, I will make it up. And all the women shout, hey! Is he trying to bribe the church so that they can vote for him? I be one man. Am I the only one listening to that? Don't you hear that?
Yeah,
He
well,
said
no, that's still fair enough. I'm not sure because the church is always grateful for any form of donations. But the punishment that El Rufai is inviting, I suspect that is inviting that people vote against him at the ballot. But is there any law also that covers that space for people to be using places of worship as campaign stumps? Is there any law that covers that space, and should that space be covered by law?
I don't think there's a law cover that space. If there is a law that covers that space, somebody will have brought it up and nailed Peter Obi down. But in my opinion, I don't think there's any law that covers that space. But if it passes into law, I will be the happiest person on earth to hear that has been passed to law. Can you imagine Tinubu going to all the Alasalatu in the evening, canvassing food? You can't do that. And Ajale Koko has challenged us now. Any Muslim, any video that you have that any politician has entered any mosques to canvass for votes, can you please release to us? Christians, let's think, let's use our brain. Pastors, use your brain. I don't care how old you are. A place of worship is for God, not for campaign. Let Peter Obi, let anybody, let them carry their campaign to Anywhere they want to carry their campaign, they can't do that in the church. No, it's unacceptable. And I'm condemning it in the eyesight. No, you can't do that. So I don't think any punishment, nobody can punish Peter Obi because of that. He will continue doing that. Can you count how many church he has been since this he started all this shenanigan that he's doing all the place? It's where he has went to Dunamis. He has many churches. He has went everywhere, campaigning, wearing his inscription of his party to churches, campaigning, and people shouting Peter Obi, Obi Kere in the church of God. And people don't find it. People don't find it crazy. Shouting Obi, Obi in the church of my God, my own God.
Is it not? Is it not? Is it not? Is that not even blasphemy? Is that not blasphemy? To be? Is it not God that they were meant to be chanting? Well, that's blasphemous, isn't it?
When they chanting Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
You can't do that. They say it's a Catholic church. He went to Pentecostal as well. No, can't chanting Obi Kere Obi Kere shouting Obi in presence of God. It's not advisable.
All right. All right. Let me move you on from that space, Thomas. The endorsement of the Tinubu Shetima campaign bid by Mieti Allah, is this a game changer? If Mieti Allah, if the weakest space, if they come out to endorse Tinubu and Shetima after Mieti Allah has endorsed them, is that the election over?
It's just the end Lokun cinema in Yoruba. It means when the cinema finish, that is the end. That is the end right there. And I'm not surprised. It doesn't cut me in any way, in any surprise. No, I'm not surprised. People will go with a winner. People will go with a winner. Can Peter Obi win election? I don't know. I've said it several times here. People listening to me, you may not like it. I don't care. You cannot win election.
Yeah, but the person that Tinubu is contending against is really Atiku. So really, I think the conversation should be pointing to somewhat the jostle between him and Atiku. Because of course, like you said, Peter Obi is not really But how does it impact on Atiku with Mieti Allah endorsing Tinubu?
It will really impact on him big time. One man, you are talking of Atiku. Forget about Atiku. Wike has spoiled everything. What Atiku? Did you see Atiku campaigning? Atiku is not ready to. It's not going anywhere. One man, I will tell you categorically, there is no opposition party this election. There is no opposition party in this election. Forget it. APC is winning this election. Sometimes we will still be driving it. No, APC is winning this election. Wike has spoiled everything about Atiku. And even the Mieti Allah, they saw the handwriting on the wall. They follow politics, isn't it? They follow politics. They know the politics of Atiku. They know the politics of Peter Obi. They know. They are not daft. They know that Atiku is already gone. And Peter Obi, he can't win election. So who else did they want to support? And you don't know what Tinubu in their closed door meeting with Tinubu. You don't know what they have. Which English will I use? They have Tinubu has promised them. You don't know. Yeah, Tinubu has promised them something big. So they said, yeah, why not? Why not? If not, why can't we support him? If he's trying to take our bid, why not? So everyone is going with the winner. I will never be in a loser side. So has the Mieti Allah. They will never be in the loser side. They are seeing it. Everybody's seeing the handwriting on the wall. You may not like Tinubu. He's cheating. He's pooing. He's a drug dealer. He owns Lagos. He's this. You may not like him, but the man is doing his grand work. He's doing his perfect work. And you can see, Mieti Allah, they have almost 3 to 5 million votes guaranteed. They have it. So you can see Tinubu going to the block, all the block votes. That is a big politician right there. Even though I don't like him, but the man is doing well for himself in this electionary season. He's doing perfectly well. And I just kept quiet when people are speaking.
Thomas, sorry to interject. So suddenly
Yes,
now,
please.
Metela have 3 to 4 million votes right now. Suddenly.
What do you mean suddenly?
So Metela they have that so much population that they have 3 to 5 million votes. How many do
Yes,
people are in Nigeria?
Metala is everywhere in Nigeria. They have in every state. They're in every
So
state.
that would so you feel that Metala is up to only Metala alone is up to 3 million. How
They
many
might
is
even be
the
more than
population?
12.
Really?
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, for real. They're in every state in Nigeria.
And the second one, Thomas, Metala, we are calling for their head. That is causing all atrocity. That is passing all kind of rogue beat. Suddenly now that it doesn't too good. They are the golden child, right?
I don't care. I'm not Tinubu.
You don't care.
I'm not.
Okay,
Yeah,
no
I'm
problem.
not Tinubu
But if
now.
Tegumi endorsed Peter Obi here, you will be the one first like crying that man supposed to be in jail.
I'm
You
not
will care that
crying.
you
I'm
will care
speaking
that
to the
time.
point.
You will care that time.
No. My
Okay, no
brother,
problem.
calm down.
No
I
problem. No
don't
problem.
care. I am not
It's a question.
Tinubu.
It's a question. No problem.
Yes, I'm answering you. I am not Tinubu that they endorsed. So if you want to ask that question, you go and ask Tinubu. You don't ask me. So I don't care. Tinubu is doing it works for him. Peter Obi is going to church all around. He's doing what is works for him. So politician did what is worked for him. Do I care? I don't care. I'm not Tinubu supporter, so I don't care what Tinubu does. That is what thinks it works for him. I don't care. But I can see the handwriting on the wall. The May Chala can see the handwriting on the wall that this is the person that they think he has the robust winning that can win this election. So why wouldn't they pack their and you are talking of Meetiala? Just pause for there. You said Meetiala. We have Meetiala, those ones that are doing their catering work, that they are not kidnapping. Don't call out Meetiala as a bad person. No, you can't generalize it. No, those ones that are kidnapping, killing people, they are not Meetiala. Meetiala, those ones that are doing their catering job in a legit way. So you can't categorize all of them as all Mietiala, they are terrorists. No. If you are doing that, you are making a big mistake, which I don't want you to go there at all. Mietiala, those ones, they are doing their business, legit business. They are not killing, they are not kidnapping. So I don't know the correlation of Mietiala with terrorists. What you are talking, I don't understand. So that is my submission, Wama. So Mietiala is doing what is good for them. Tinubu is doing what is good for him. So be it. Do I care? No. That's my submission, one man.
All right. Somebody on Facebook says Peter Obi will win the election with a margin of over 10 million votes. So
yeah,
that's Jeff Brown. So Jeff Brown, thank you. That's somebody who has missed his medication. You know, when they say you should, when they give you medication,
one of the one I said earlier before this one that in middle bet alone, Obi will win 7 million votes. Just only in middle bet.
It's unbelievable, you know. It's unbelievable. You know when they give you medication and they say take it in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. They are not just, if you skip one, then of course this is a man that has missed he has missed a slot in his medication. Obi will win the election by not 10 million votes, but 10 million margin. Okay, Opele.
I think they are taunting obedience. They are taunting obedience.
Yeah.
One man, if we say some people is talking delusionally now, they will say
no, we're not. We spent 3 hours on that word yesterday. But
no, is it not delusional?
No. Let's not. Let me move you from there. Let me move you. The Senate, they are requesting that CBN extends the deadline for the old Naira note to June the 30th. So is this now? Are we now starting to see all this drama and controversy that surrounds Emefiele? Are we now starting to find out what the reasons are? Because of course, by the 30th of January, all of the illicit money would not have been able to make their way back into the banking system. So what are you then making then of this near well, exactly 5 months extension that they're asking for from central bank.
Oh, thank you, one man. The point, the angle I'll be looking at it is different from what I think you have been painting since we started. They need to extend it. They need to extend it. What of our rural women, our rural man? Some in Nigeria now that they don't even aware of this changing of the currency. We know of many of our old women, they still have their money in Igbanu under the bed, still hiding them. They don't even aware that money has been changed. So if they give the extension for 6 months or 5 months, why not? It's still the old money, the new money is still our currency. It's still tenable. So, but I think you are seeing it in the angle of maybe they want to extend it for the illicit money to get back to the vote. I am not seeing it in that angle. I'm seeing it, even the announcement of the changing of the currency, it just came suddenly. It caught everybody unaware. It just came suddenly, and if they gave us 31 on the 31 of January for every money to go back to the vote, it may not be happen. It may not happen to some of people that even have their legit money. They are not politicians. They are not stealing money. Our old women, the rural areas, some rural areas, they don't even have banks. They don't even have POS. They don't have network. They don't have anything. So it will take a gradual process for this money to get back to the bank. So if they extend it, why not? It's a welcoming development, in my opinion. But I think you are thinking in the other direction, that they are extending it because of the illicit money so that it will get back to the vote.
You know, there are two ways of looking at it, Thomas. The way you have described it and the way I say it. If the idea is to catch illicit money off guard, then they cannot extend it. If they are trying to use it to destroy the people hoarding money so that the money has no value, then they cannot extend it, because it gives that illicit money even more time to get back into the banking system. But if they are just doing it within the cycle of money having to change, because I think they are required to do that every 10 years or so. If this is just a normal cycle of money changing, then you can argue for some extension, because the banking system cannot handle the volume. But if it is to catch illicit money off guard, then extending it defeats that purpose.
Yeah, you put it excellently. If it's to catch the illicit money, extending it will give those people some extension to do that. But in my opinion, I think it's a very welcome development for them if they really pass it into law, or if the Emefiele finally extend it. That would be a welcome development, because the old money, as I said earlier on, the old money and the new money is still our money. It's still tenable. So why can't they extend it for rural area people, for old people, old men, even some old women still have their money under the bed. They don't even know that the money has been changed. So if they extend it, the information as well will go round that the money is about to change. And the information has not reached, you can't tell me this information has reached 220 million of Nigerians, that the money has been changed. You can't tell me that the information has never reached everybody. So if they extend it, the information will reach many people so that they can extend it. And if these politicians too, they want to bring the money to the vote, why not? It's still our money. There's nothing we can do. I'm telling you now, as we are talking now, some politicians will still find a back door to bring all those old money into the banking system and still collect new money. We can't win. We can't win this battle. They know how to do their thing. If big politician now call his bank manager and bring in money in the middle of the night, are you telling me? And I'm just giving an example. I'm bringing $10 million. I'm bringing 10 billion naira. You take 2 billion and give me back 8 million. Do you see bank manager that is daft? You see 2 billion naira free money. We agree now. They will find politicians, thief, rogues, con man. They will find their way. They will find way around everything. There's way around everything in life, one man. So the extension, I love it. It's a welcome development.
All right, brilliant. And Akin Oshitokun, a long-standing member of the Zenith Labour Party, to the point of being the Ekiti Central senatorial candidate for that party, now suddenly the DG of the Labour Party Obidati campaign. So, and he has always all the while been the campaign coordinator for the South for the Obidati campaign. But if he had any confidence in the Labour Party project, why is he then not only a card-carrying member, but also a candidate with the rival party? And when he's contesting that Ekiti Central space, will he be campaigning for his party or the Labour Party that is the coordinator for?
One man, there is no integrity in our politicians. I think the only person that I know now that still have integrity, that has not cross-carpeted, is still Wike. All of them, they are a bunch of fools. If you are jumping from pillar to post, from one party to the other, Peter Obi, all of them jumping all around like kangaroos. You don't have any integrity. You don't have ideology. If you have ideology, you should be in one party and stay there. If you are jumping around, you are nothing to me. You are nonsense to me. I think it's only Wike that I still know that a public politician that still know he has not cross-carpeted. He has been in PDP since 99 till date. So all these people jumping around like kangaroos, they are all fools. I don't regard them. This Oshun Toku now. Why will you leave your own ambition and jump like a kangaroo now to Labour Party? Because the momentum is shouting, everybody is shouting about Peter Obi. You don't believe in ZLP that you did their primaries, you bought a form, you canvassed for vote in the delegate, you did their primaries, you won the primaries. Look, woman, look at that process. Now, Peter Obi call you. Now you abandon your party, which is ZLP. Now you jump like kangaroo to Labour Party. People have been speaking about him. He's paid eloquently. Is that? I don't care about him. Jumping around like that is I mark him. I totally disregard him for that art. You can't be jumping around, one man. A politician can't be jumping around from here to here. Now he abandoned his party. Now it has joined Labour Party. But everybody have the right. They said we have the right of association, so he has the right. But in my opinion, it's still nonsense to me. It's still nonsense. Some months ago, he's still in ZLP, isn't it? Now he's in Labour Party now. He wants to be campaign manager for Peter Obi. Well, it is what it is, one man. But in my opinion, it's not a man of integrity, in my opinion.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. I'm not sure if you want to speak on the Ohaneze Ndigbo leader that's just passed away today, Professor George Obiozor.
We just say may his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you. So let's take the conversation on and let's move it in the direction of the progressives. If it's still there, the progressives are still there. All right. Let's go to Solomon, who's in Nigeria. So Solomon, let's come to you. So Solomon, yeah, you're up next. So Mietiala endorsing Tinubu as though his advantage was not big enough already. are we seeing the emergence of a winner even before a ballot has been cast, Solomon?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, the people in the comment section. Yeah, concerning this Mietala, the Mietala is majorly, it's not even majorly, it's a Fulani group, state, as in group, it's a Fulani group, yeah, trading group, and they deal on cattle and all that. So these people, they are Fulani people, and I don't know why, sorry to say, the South will keep on believing certain things, and when these people talk and you just believe them, and you be having hope with what they've said, they will leave. Atiku is in the race, so they will leave Atiku and come and support. Okay, well, they've said it out openly that they are supporting Tinubu. No problem. We'll wait, watch and see how they are going to support Tinubu by in the
But
coming election.
why would they support Atiku though? Why would they support Atiku?
Atiku is a Fulani, and he patronizes, like he patronizes them, not patronizing them, not just buying their commodity, but he gives them money. He's like a philanthropist to them, so they can't come out and just ignore him and say that they will not, and they are not support him. They will definitely support him, but they would do the needful by coming out. Just like the other day, I saw in the headline that Shigumi has endorsed P2B. I laughed. And obedient to saying yes, that God has turned the heart of, of Shigumi. I laughed. I say, wow, that is good. But I know deep down, these people would always go for where they know that they would benefit from, and not to be. So let's not be deceived by. I don't know why
Do you know who the grand patron of Mietiala is? The grand patron, the life for life. Yeah.
the grand patron of Mietala. I think
Yeah.
is it Atiku or Shigumi? Is it one of them or so?
No, it's Buhari.
Oh, Buhari. And you see, Buhari cannot. And you see, Buhari's move, his body language in this Tinubu's election is, even though he comes to say that that he would make sure that Tinubu becomes president. In one of the meeting they had with Tinubu and all that, we can't tell. We can't tell. We can't tell. We don't, because I don't even trust the Buhari supporting Tinubu. I know that he don't want Tinubu to be the next president of Nigeria. Sorry to say, but he will just.
What do you mean? You know? You mean you think?
I think. Sorry, I think.
Yes.
I think. Yeah, that he's not going to let he can't. I don't think he wants Tinubu to be the president of Nigeria. But
Are you
even
sure?
at
Are you
that,
sure? Let me bring you the Solomon. The ruling All Progressive Congress APC has included the children of Buhari, Oshibanjo, and Yusuf Bichi, DG of DSS, in its National Youth Campaign Council ahead of the elections. This was unveiled by Dayo Israel, APC National Youth Leader, on Twitter on Tuesday, describing the Youth Council as Jagaban's army. Zara and Yusuf Buhari, Kiki Oshibanjo, and Abba Yusuf Bichi are amongst the children of key APC stakeholders on the list. The ruling party already has a campaign council, and the women's wing is in place to garner support for Bola Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the APC. So, when they were doing the campaigning in Katsina State, at the front of the row was, of course, two daughters of Buhari, and on the rostrum was Aisha, who has been campaigning quite aggressively for Tinubu. What is in Buhari's body language that tells you he doesn't support Tinubu?
we saw in during the primaries, and even with the interviews that he holds. But anyway, I just said I think about it's not 100%. I'm not 100% sure about it, but You see, because once in life, you don't just put your eggs on, you don't just think one side, you need to think wild. So I think the way he behaves is he would want, but I know that one thing I know for sure is that I don't see Buhari seeing himself handing over to P2P. I don't see that happening. That is just the honest truth. But I know
So
that
so then it defaults to article, isn't it?
yeah, if it's not Tinubu's article, we should not whine ourselves. If it warrants him to win, to rig the election, it's possible for him to even rig the election in favor of article. Let's just be honest. It's not, this one is not just talking. It's not just talking anyhow. This is a fact. Yeah.
All right. I'm almost minded to read this comment on Facebook. It says, very unfortunate that people with such level of enlightenment are very lopsided and myopic in their analysis. This election is very much an election between the good, the bad, and the ugly. People's voice will soar higher, and the voice of God shall prevail. Ordinary, your platform should have attracted so much traffic, but people have seen the skewed nature of the dialogue, which devoid of balance and integrity. So there it is. The good, the bad, and the ugly. So where do you fall in that, Solomon? Are you the good, the bad, or the ugly?
Mama, that's another yam head there.
I'm the
Yam head.
best.
The good, the bad, and the ugly. Are you Clint Eastwood? The good, the bad, and the ugly.
I'm the best. I'm the best.
Look at that. All right, thank you. Let me take you to the Akin Shutoko space, exposed for being a card-carrying candidate of a rival party while still being the DG of the Obi campaign. So what are you making of that? Conflict of interest?
Yeah, this is I keep saying it here that these OB guys are a bunch of opportunists trying to look for, because they are no longer politically relevant, so they are looking for political relevance. Even though, even the, sorry to say, the OBJ himself too, he wants, he just, I don't, how will you, with what he has done, he's still coming here to say that people, I just look at obedience that used to say that the man is fighting, that he's a good man. I just look at them and laugh. Somebody that is still part of the people that milked the system, and you're saying that OBJ is a good man. How will you be talking like that? These obedient people, they are a bunch of opportunists looking for political power. Look at this guy. How will you use? He has weighed his option. He knows that he will not win in that party that he's contesting with. People are now justifying and saying that the man is a good man, that the man is. He has weighed his option. He knows that he cannot win in that whatever Zenith party or whatever thing he talked about. He contested in their primaries. He can't win there, so he knows that this will be momentum now. That you need to jump on the, you need to join the wagon, the bandwagon, and follow them to train. Do you understand? Because no. He took, for me. I would say the man took the right decision for leaving that is slot for the senatorial seat, and joining Obi's camp. But all obedient escorts, they are DG to, they are just they want to be relevant politically. They forget this thing. They are making noise here saying, look, let's go back to their history and their records. You will see one or two stain in their white. So let them stop doing this thing. They are claiming, deceiving the gullible. Sorry to say, they are coming for a new Nigeria. They are not ready for any. They are not coming for anything. They are just thieves who were no longer part of the game. But so then now they are coming together, picking themselves one, trying to come up and get into the system and deceive the people. Say that they are fighting for a new Nigeria, when we know they are not. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. And the Senate are pressuring the CBN to extend the end date for the old Naira note. What do you think is in play there? They're asking that they move it to the 30th of June.
Yeah. Sorry, I want to ask a question. Is That's there's I don't know if this thing is real. That's Emefiele where they said DSS um um that DSS said that they're waiting for him anytime he comes into the country that he'll be arrested. I don't know if that news is a real one.
It's been widely reported, but it's also been reported that Emefiele is already back in Nigeria and somewhere in Abuja. So,
Okay.
yeah,
I can hear you. I can hear you.
yeah, carry on. So yeah, that's
So,
it.
well, yeah. See, let me tell you, there is one thing enigmatic used to say here that Emefiele has chilled with this guy. He has don't deal with these guys, and now he's just coming now to he used this phrase. He shot himself in the leg, in the foot, because of the fact he has done things with this guy, and now he wants to come and claim to be a righteous person. And see, these guys have things to nail him with, even if and this even this terrorist thing, their allegation of it in they are laying against him. We like me the other day. I said I was defending him because I was reasoning how will not a southerner, especially somebody from what they call from South would want to join and do banditry that is going on in the north. But this in Nigeria here, once somebody comes to Abuja here, they don't even know if you are from the east or from the north again. See, anything that will make you, most people they believe there are anything that will make them have money. I'm just giving you instance. They would do it. They don't even care if they even organize group that will go and be terrorizing their village. As long as they will see money, they will do it. So this Emefiele guy, them telling him this thing, I believe that he's going to listen to it. He would listen to them. If not, they will deal with him. I'm telling you the truth. They will deal with him, and he must listen to them. And he would, even if, but I know that even if he doesn't agree to that June, but the election they must finish that election before that law would take place, or that bill would take effect. So they must finish the election. Yeah, they must finish. I know this election. How will you tell them that they should look at the policies he brought up to make the money politics that they've already planned? Their games would be have already come to spoil game. So now we may feel want to come. No, now they can't take it. So he's going to listen to them. He will obey. He will do what they've told him to do, or what they are going to tell him to do. Yeah, he's going to definitely do it.
All right, thank you. Politicians campaigning in churches using religion as a tool should be punished. So this is El Rufai saying this. But what do you think it means by be punished? What's in play there?
Maybe they should be disqualified. Yeah, they should be disqualified, or it's disqualification that is just the punishment. You can't tell people not to vote for anybody who goes to church to who will go to the church to campaign. No, they can't arrest the person. It's just to disqualify people. You cannot tell people not to vote for them as punishment, because people will vote. Yeah, people will definitely vote for that candidate. So it's just the punishment should be disqualification, of which I don't think is part. This stuff is part of the is in the law. It's not in the law, but this is to still show Nigerians. I mean, I still fault Obi for that action. To be honest with you, why will you go to the church? Anyway, he calls himself a trader. He knows he's using his trading techniques, strategies to get votes, to get voters, and to make people come to his camp and all that. But it's not really good, to be honest. It's not good going to the church and coming. Are you supposed to? People say he has been going to church like Shiloh. He has been going to Shiloh, but he goes there and he's always anonymous. Why is he now open? Why is he now coming on? Now that the election is around the corner, now he's contesting. He would have remained anonymous than them calling him up to come and show his face, and people will be shouting in the church. I'm a Christian. Most of the churches he has gone to, I believe I worship in those church, but I don't really support I did not support what they did, what they are doing. I don't support it, to be honest with you. And Obi too he's a human being. So everybody, human being have their own trick. Nobody is 100% pure. So surely like the obedience give the man. I know the man is a good man, but they should stop this thing they are doing, and they should see that this thing is doing is not good. Because if they want to go to that religious route, the Muslims are going to still will still be in charge. They will definitely going to still be in charge if it's this one they want to do. So let's just stop this thing and then do the right things. Yeah.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Have you spoken on the Meetiala space? Have you spoken on that?
Yeah, excuse me, somebody was saying about I think Mr. Watpiece was talking about what they call it, the population. Well, you don't need to doubt this Meetiala's population. These people have population. These people have population. They are everywhere in the 36 states. They're everywhere. They are everywhere.
What would you estimate their numbers to be?
I can't really tell, but I know I'm even saying they might even be up to that 5. They may be more than that 5 million, because in every state now they will have, for instance, Hausa markets, and it's not only in one place. It's not only in one place in every state. They have different local governments. They will just be spacing themselves interval of five local government or something like that. They have Hausa markets there, and they no. These people have population in Nigeria, and they do, they really do. So let's not underestimate their population and say that we are acting surprised at their population. They really have population. Yeah.
All right. And what do you think them endorsing Peter Obi, not Peter Obi or Tinubu, what do you think them endorsing Tinubu means? What does that mean?
Yes, see, I say Nigerian. Another thing again, that first time I talked about them that they cannot. Yeah, but see, another thing again is Nigerian policy is based on negotiation and interest. Let's not. I don't know why people just deceive themselves and pretend like they don't know how the Nigerian space is. Tinubu is somebody that Tinubu is a street guy, is a politician. Tinubu, look at the way he has worked his way to get this ticket, and before now, this is 30 years of being in this journey. He knows, somebody that has been in this journey, he knows that he knows the principles, he knows the rules of the game. You need to the command hand, you need to do negotiation, you need to as in it's based on negotiation. You need to know how to seal deals. So this guy seals deals, and him now, these people supporting him, they've brought their own deal to the table, telling him that, see, look at our own. They will bring their interest to him. And Tinubu, as a politician and as somebody who has orientation, he will definitely accept they will negotiate the deal, and he will have their interest at heart. So these people, it is very possible that they've endorsed him, but I tell people that you don't really need to, because somebody cannot leave his brother and follow a stranger. No, but this endorsement is real, because it's real because the negotiation aspect of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but what do you think it means in terms of its impact on the? That's why I was asking you to guess at their numbers, because
it means that they have. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it means that they have. These people they control numbers that is of electorates. They do. That's why we don't need to underestimate. See, in the north, this is their groups, socio-cultural group, their trade group, and all that. You don't even bike people. You don't need to underestimate them. You don't need to just like Kwankwaso. People that come out for Kwankwaso when he goes to any place to campaign are the bike people that are from the north. Even if in Delta State there, you see he get that people will just come out for him. It is the bike people there. These people, they don't joke with their group. They believe in that organization. They organize themselves in group. They organize themselves. So you don't need to underestimate them. He knows that Tinubu knows that they have the numbers to help him get get the vote and this seat is going to get to this seat is going for. So this Tinubu negotiating with them is because of the numbers they have. And let's stop deceiving ourselves. People saying the 5 million K. Don't worry. When the election reach, you will know that. Don't, and I don't need to talk much. Then talk more of it. Then I want to say something about Atiku. You said something when the show started that the program started that Atiku is see he's let's you don't need to underestimate.
Are you seeing much of his campaign? Because
Of
the body
course.
language of his campaign is somewhat defeatist. It's almost as though he has given up.
No, Wama, you don't follow this. You don't follow that space. Let me tell you, Atiku is campaigning. Even Okowa, these guys they are working as Tinubu is working. They are working. Let me tell you, Obi is working. You don't. Let's not. People you need to even say that where they did now like that SDP guy. Showore just they go interview. You don't go find. You should look. You should organize himself and his people. Hmm? Let them go and let them start looking as in campaigning and not going from one interview today. Tomorrow you see Shore on you post a clip on IG where he went to one interview that they're asking him this, he's saying this. Man, what he's saying, they are facts, but they are real things to take off this country, to revive this country. But it's not by that one. They should enter the streets and follow these guys and do this thing. Not going, look at Obi. See Obi. Obi is a politician. Oh. I'm beginning to see the politician in him, but he's really trying. Just that he's using Coneyman sense to do his own thing too. You say you are going to sympathize with people. You are wearing your regalia. You are doing politics. Since 2018, you've not posted yourself going to these places. This year you are going for election. Next year you are going for election. You are not posting yourself. He's really trying. He's trying. He's trying very well.
It's fair enough though. He has to play to where his strengths are. A lot of people criticizing him for campaigning in churches, but where else will he go to? I mean, where else will he go to?
He's really tried. Obi is really tried. He's showing the real. He's a real guy. Like he knows. He's trying. He knows what's up. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. For him to be doing all these things, and these people are saying that that he's just that he's doing the right thing. Yeah, he's doing the right thing. But don't you see the other aspect of it? Wearing regalia, your logo, your party logo. How am I not sure that he will be there? Safe, there is people that went there with him will be telling the people, look at where you vote for. That is even better campaign that they went there to do. Then they will not put only the picture of him snapping, just sitting down. They will not snap in picture of. They'll post the picture of him sitting down alone. They will not post the video of them showing the people where to vote for. So let's stop this hypocrisy and when somebody do something that is wrong, we point it out and tell the person you did wrong or you did not do well. Yeah, than doing all these things. So Atiku is really working. All these guys are working. It's Showore and people like Showore, people like the XDP guy. I know that Philip is it Peter Omar, the APGA guy. He's just there for negotiation because I know they are going to work with Atiku. They're definitely going to sell their votes to Atiku. Yeah.
Well, all right, thank you, Solomon. And so, Solomon, finally, the passing away of George Obiazor, the leader of the Ohanese Ndigbo space. Do you have any thoughts on that? The passing away of this gentleman?
Yeah, the news is a very bad one. I saw the news this evening. Different blogs have even posted the news. It's not something, but I don't really know the man much. The Ohanese, one of the Ohanese people I used to know is late Ambassador Rafu Weche. because it's from my mom's side. He's one of the Ohanese people I used to know. But this guy, I used to just hear his name, but I don't really. But he's a great loss, according to Hope Uzodinma's right up. It's a great loss, even without, as long as he's the president general. He was the president general of Ohanese. Like, is a loss to the social cultural group. Yeah, but life will still go on. They will just know how to start up a new ESCO, and then the social cultural group will continue. But in terms of certain things, that man, with the way Sir Alexander Gomez talked about him, I sense him to be a peaceful guy, somebody who will always be talking about dialogue and not no war, that kind of a thing. So I think that is who that social cultural group needs, somebody that will always preach peace and not just come and want to divide or cause problem. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So, Thomas said he had a question for Ajanle Koko. So, ask that question, and then I'll go on from you to Desmond, who is in Nigeria. So, Thomas, you had a question.
Oh, thank you, one man. Is Ajale Koko there?
He is.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, yes. Ajale Koko, please. I saw the comment section. People calling the Meeti Allah a terrorist. Can you please educate us? Who are the Meeti Allah? Are they all of them? Are they the terrorists, or are those ones that are doing their legitimate business? Thank you.
Yes, Etiala, I think they are a legally registered, organization or association. Or
you're breaking off.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, better now. Carry on.
Okay, I said Etiala is a legally registered association, cattle rearer association in Nigeria, and they are recognized by the government. However, we have another group of Meyeti Allah who align with the terrorists that are destroying the name of this legally recognized one. And this legally recognized one have several times condemned the other group, the fake one, and have called on authority to go after them, that they are not their member, they don't align with them, they don't know them. So the registered one is registered, it's recognized by the government, and they are in every state of the federation. Even and they involve in politics. When it comes to election time, they will always put their support to a particular candidate for the position of governor and the president in the country. They are very strong organization. They supported Yaradua during the school. They supported Jonathan. Jonathan is their life patron. They supported Buhari as well, and now they are now putting their support behind Tinubu in this race. So people should not, confuse themselves with these two different associations. The rightful one, the legalized, the one that is legal, registered with the corporate, how do they call it? Nigerian corporate that registered businesses. They are well registered and they know their leadership. They know them across the country. So the one supporting Tinubu is a legally registered and well known. All their members are known. They know where they live. They know where they reside, and they are well organized across the country. So that is the little information I can chip out there. I hope that satisfies those people that are.
Yes, I think that Meeti Allah space. we're too sweeping sometimes in some of the commentaries that we do run. We've had Metiala, by the way, for decades. So long ago, they've always been part of the backdrop. You know, all of those years that you've been seeing those cattlemen, the young boy rolling the cattle, and then the uncle or something holding that stick with his hand like that. Those were Metiala. They've always been there. I think it's over these last few years that we've seen now this new mutation that has now given us a different understanding. But these are criminal elements, the ones causing the havoc. I'm not sure that whole group should get the attribution. But Ajanle Koko, am I right in saying that?
Yeah, you are right. Look, let me tell you, one man. If this Mieti Allah that are giving their support to Tinubu now, if they have gone the other way to put their support for Obi, I wonder if these people that are talking nonsense will tell Obi not to accept their endorsement. So they are recognized. Obi himself knows them. He knows them. They were in the state. They were in his state, and they still there till today. They are in the state when Obi was governor of Anambra State. Obi protected them when some hoodlums were trying to kill them, to go and massacre them in this market. I can't remember the market where this.
Area. Is it Area?
Maybe I don't know. So
Araria is in Aba.
Area. Oh yes.
I know Araria is in Aba. Araria is in
So
Aba.
Obi sent security forces to protect them and prevented these criminals from attacking them. So what are you guys talking about? You guys should just go and sit down and go and have some drink ogogoro or something to cool yourself down, man.
Ajale Koko, that is why I love sometimes to set the record straight. That's why I ask you. Maybe me, I'm younger. At least you are elderly. And thank you for your submission. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So Collins joins us, so we get to hear from Collins at some point. But before we hear from Collins, let's hear from Desmond, who's in Nigeria, hopefully not asleep already. So Trigger Tutu, are you there? Look at that. The way he knocks back the brandy, if you don't catch him early, he's gone. Desmond, Trigger Tutu. Look at this guy. All right, thank you, Desmond. So thank you, Desmond. Let's go on then from Desmond to let's go to Fatai. Fatai, are you there? Oh, can anyone still hear me, by the way?
Yes,
I can hear
I'm
you.
hearing you.
All right, let's go to Adewale. I don't think we have Fatai quite yet. I think people nap in between the sessions, but Adewale, look at that. Especially the progressives. In 2 hours time, it will come. I argue 2 hours ago.
You people are sitting there. I just woke up.
Oh my goodness me. But there it is. So Adewale, good to have your company as always. So thank you for joining us. So let me take you first to this space. Politicians campaigning in churches using religion as a tool should be punished. This is El Rufai saying this. Aside from the inherent hypocrisy in that space, who do you think is pointing that comment at, and what sort of punishment is it suggesting? Adewale? My goodness. Is anyone there?
Sorry, I can hear you.
Is here. Okay.
I can hear you. I didn't unmute my my mic.
all right. Yes, so to you carry on. Yes.
Okay. We all know who is referring to. Yoruba will say Aron. We all know where that speech is directed to. And who else is campaigning in the church mostly? It's Governor Peter Obi. Thomas earlier said that I always call Peter Obi Governor Peter Obi. Of course, that was his last public office that he held before now. So I always trying to respect, these are older people. So trying to respect them as I could. Now, he is referring to Governor Peter Obi, but you see, everyone is guilty. Every single candidate are all guilty of campaigning where they're not supposed to campaign. And I give you an example. You know, we all witnessed when the governor or Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu became governor in Lagos State. I can remember very well, vividly. He always comes to the Redeemed Christian campground. Occasionally, he will show up. Not necessarily campaign, but his presence alone. I mean, Bola Tinubu is a Muslim, so him coming to a gathering like that is for one thing and one thing only: to solicit for support, or at the same time to endear himself to people. Okay, and from there you benefit from it. Religion should not have a place in our politics, but our politicians exploit it to their own advantage. But what Governor Peter Obi has done recently, and I want to believe that our reformed electoral law does not allow uh, going to religion places for campaign. I want to believe so. But then who will prosecute Obi? That is a question I want to ask. I don't think anybody, even current administration, is going to promote, I mean, is going to go forward to, fine. I think the worst they could do is to fine. They can't disqualify the candidate. But then what I see him doing is also, you know, whipping out the sentiment, bringing out the emotional aspect of people just to, yeah, they can identify with him as a Christian, but for crying out loud, you see, this is the bane of African problem. One of the problem of Africa is that we are too much dependent on the religion. See, somebody showed up in the church, you are jubilating, you are raising your hands up and all that. Look, what gives you the assurance that when this man gets into the office, he will remember you, he will remember your constituents, or you will feel the impact of him occupying that office? To me, all the politicians do that. But it's unfortunate that, I mean, Governor Peter Obi's own take the cake now because he's always going to the church. But you see, when I see him appearing in all those gatherings, Shiloh, Bishop Oyedepo's churches and all that, except Pastor Adeboye, because I haven't seen that man making a categorical pronouncement that this is where the direction is going. But when I see those clergy people, I mean, they could welcome them, or welcome him or any other candidate. But when I see them, being like a Dassika or showing some level of identify with the politicians and all that, it kind of I feel kind of nauseated because people need to be wise up. Martin Luther King was an activist, even as a preacher. He never endorsed people. I never tell people this is the who you should vote for. This is the direction you should go. He was fighting for everybody, regardless of religion affiliations and all that. It was in the forefront, fighting for the civil rights of everyone, regardless whether you are Muslim, Christian, or any religion. So to me, going to churches campaigning, it's like it is us versus them or them versus us. And it's unfortunate that is what the politicians have resorted into. But for Governor El Rufai, to me, there are some things that you just see and you look the other way. But this is political campaigning season. Everything that can bring the difference, you always whip it out and do it. But I don't see that. I don't see how effective his uproar is going to generate. I don't see the current administration, punishing or Governor Peter Obi or any other candidate for that matter.
All right, brilliant.
But Adewale, you know what? We don't know. We don't know if there's any law within the electoral law that can punish any candidate for campaigning in religious houses. But what Kaduna man is doing is to alert people, is to notify people, particularly those that are Muslim. Is speaking to Muslims in the north that look at this guy using religious campaign
Mm.
It is trying to notify the people in the north that look at what this guy, a Christian, is playing a religious card in this campaign, and we should go for our own man, because this is where the Christians align with. So
Mm.
us, we have to align with our own man. So he's not saying that, but I think that is the picture he's trying to push. And he's trying to expose Obi that, look, this guy is not fit for the position of president. He's playing religious card in this campaign, and he's not managing. He won't be able to manage, our diversity well. It's going to divide
Mhm.
us the more, and he will. He will divide us the more along religious line. You
Mm.
understand what I'm saying? That is what
I
this guy
do.
is.
As a
Yes.
Yeah. Continue, sir.
Yeah. That is what I think is the picture is trying to, to portray. You know.
Yeah. Even though if I'm looking at the Electoral Act now, the one for 2022, I downloaded it just as you was talking. There's nothing like that. But then we look at it. Is it morally right and justifiable? Because these are the sentiment we're trying to jettison so we can be able to come together. But when you now begin to, tapping into the religious sentiment, tapping into our ethnic differences, then it brings division. Because Christian will say, well, don't vote for Muslim because Muslim is not going to make law. To me, I don't see any difference. Even if elected, the current vice president is a pastor in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. And I haven't seen any bill that is sent to the National Assembly that particularly targeted his constituency. I'm talking about Christians now, the Pentecostal. I haven't seen any bill that he personally sponsor or comes from the president or has his own giving him a credit for sponsoring that bill. I haven't. So what impact is religion even having in the life of people other than is exploiting the gullibles, the poor? I haven't seen that. So for a candidate going to religions houses campaigning, to me it brings it begs for a question of moral uh, uh, aspect of human being. To me, it shouldn't be exploited. It should not even be tapped into. You can campaign on a neutral ground, not necessarily going into a mosque or a church, to speak. Because at the end, I've here in this country, I've seen a mayoral candidate coming into a church and spoke to us, and our pastor, I remember very well, our pastor strongly opposed um, campaigning for that individual. What he said was that you can come, talk to the congregation to drive the vote, to tell them to go to the poll and vote, but not for you. Because now, if you're doing that, you are exploiting the people. I could remember, may God bless his soul, he strongly opposed that. And every time politicians come to our church here in America, they don't ask for the vote for people. They only tell them, look, this is your right, exercise it, vote, because your life depends on it. And that should be, what I expect from every candidate. But to me, it's a moral burden on them. They shouldn't be doing that. It is wrong. But then we're talking about exploitation. People want to, because who goes to the church the most? The poor. How many times have you seen the billionaires and millionaires, jumping up in the church, sweating like a Christmas goat? Say, you'll just be looking at you, dance, self, you don't even dance. It's only the poor people that will be saying, God, please, you see the way they were fervent in their prayer and fasting and all that. So to me, it's just an exploitation, not just in the church, the mosque as well. We could say, well, the Muslim can a little bit more modest, their own service is very short and brief and all that. But then, regardless, it's still exploitation. It shouldn't have been done. Unfortunately, I'm looking at the act. There's nothing that's specifically targeted, people going to the religion's house, but it shouldn't be done. That's my position on that.
All right, brilliant. Well put. And Meteal are packing their support with Tinubu. Is this are we seeing the elections being won before a ballot has been cast?
Not necessarily my opinion. Mietiala supported the open grazing, and that is where I mean these organizations have been in existence for ages. But then the activities come to limelight when people started seeing people going to their farms and the herdsmen and all that, and the Miyetti because it's possible, it's easier, for innocent herdsmen, to be lynched or prosecuted because they've seen other herdsmen carrying guns and killing farmers and all that, and they came to defend, their members and all that, and that is where the public disagreement comes from. Now, for Miyetti Allah, I don't really know, their numbers. Even though they cut across, every state in the federation, I can't actually establish, the numbers of their membership. But then, for an organization that is widely cut across in this country like that, it speaks volume. To me, it's a plus, even though it may not be that major and all that, but it's still a plus for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And lately people have labeled it because there's some other scrupulous elements uh, among the herdsmen, carrying weapons and killing and maiming people and all that. So that brings that negative um, publicity to them. But then them, uh, but that's also beg the question. So now that they've supported Tinubu, so if Tinubu becomes the president, would he also support open grazing? Because majority of the state in the southwest, they did that out of fear. I mean, none of the states in the southwest ever opposed open grazing until this uh, faceless herdsmen started coming in and started killing our people. That's when the Southwest, spoke up and they demanded that, they organize ranch. But then they didn't want that. So does that mean if Tinubu become president, is going to toe that line and allow them to continue their open grazing and leave people vulnerable and all that? I asked that question because I mean it should be a valid question as far as I'm concerned. But then if the organization speaking, except if they're going to mandate their members to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, sometimes the organization make pronouncement, but then necessarily that their member will toe that line. Except if they mandate the members to vote for him, and if they have enough number that can give him advantage, great to him. But then there are some other stakeholders in the country that will also give their endorsement. But then, I mean, you can see that the endorsements have already generated a lot of you know uproar in the media. Some against it, some say they are terrorists because there are some other herdsmen that are carrying weapons among them and all that. But to me, it's a plus for Tinubu. Would that translate to his winning formula? I don't know. If I'm able to establish the strength membership of the Mayeti Allah now, I'll be able to ascertain that it will probably go a long way. But I can't.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. And let me actually take you to this one that we've not actually discussed at any length, but it's Governor Obaseki, who was on Politics Today just quite recently. What he said is actually somewhat outlandish. He says, I am ready to bet my money APC will not get 25% in Edo State. This is Governor Obaseki. So it is one thing to say that APC will not win in Edo State. That is contentious in itself. But APC, by the way, had always held Edo State until about 2 years ago. But for him to say that APC would not get 25% in Edo State and he will bet money on that, is it being a bit cheeky by half?
I think it's betting on the fact that he was able to win second time, but then by the support of the wikis and all that. Now that I don't know what he's banking on. It's possible that APC may not win Edo State.
No, 25%. He said. They said they won't get 25%.
25%.
Yes.
Well, let's look at what happened the last election. I'm trying to Google it as I'm talking to you if I'm able to establish, you know, the last election, general election in Edo State. I'm trying to put it side by side with with uh compared to what he's saying now. Um yeah, to me,
I've got it on my screen.
oh,
See,
okay.
the 2019 one. You want to look at Edo State?
Yes.
Okay, so APC got 267,000 approximately. PDP got 276,000 approximately. So just roughly about 5,000, 7,000 differential between the
Okay.
two. Yeah.
Okay. And at that time,
So almost 50-50, and now you're saying they will get
yeah,
25%.
because
Yeah.
at that time people voted in protest
One man, are you
of
sure you're looking at the right chart? If you the last governor election, PDP.
No, I think he said the presidential election. Or did you
Okay,
say
okay,
the
okay.
yeah,
I thought you said the
presidential
governor.
election. I mean, the
yeah,
last presidential election was in 2019,
19?
right? And Obaseki was already a governor then, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
so,
APC was
so,
strong then.
yeah. So, as at that time, he was already at the loggerhead with his godfather, with Adam Oshiomhole.
Mm.
So, and that statistics right there tells you where that pendulum might swing, and that means he's going to be he might be wrong in his assumption. It might be wrong because if that data shows that almost you said 7,000 differential, right? So I mean, to me, what affiliation does other political parties have with the Edo State? PDP is controlling Edo State. You know, the city governor is a PDP man. Okowa doesn't have any affiliation with it. The same thing with Atiku. Then the youth in Edo probably is going to vote for. I'm just making an assumption. I might be wrong in that too. For Peter Obi, but then what is the average age of the voters in Edo State? Now that will be able to give us, a pointer to what will happen. At least have an idea. But I don't. I think based on what you just shared with me, Governor Obaseki probably might be wrong in his assertion that
You say I think if you factor Obi into the into those results that we just saw,
Mm.
then Obi is going to take heavily, but he's going to take heavily from both sides. So if he's saying that APC might not get 25%, that would even suggest that even PDP might not get 25%. Because
all
if
of
Obi
them.
takes yes, if Obi takes 60% of that vote, then they have to scramble over the remaining 40.
Not even looking at the person talking, Governor Obaseki. This is a man that fought tooth and nail with his benefactor, and this is a man that give credit to Obi's movement. Earlier this year, we was talking about if care is not taken, um, Obi's movement is going to override them. He has always been, skeptical about, their victory. So him speaking into that, saying that, Tinubu is not going to get it. So is he also saying that his own party will be able to gather 25%? I doubt it because this is a man full of skepticism. So to me, when somebody who, even though he's a sitting governor, you look at his antecedent and you'll be able to make a good judgment about his prediction. I don't think his opinion or his assumption is going to be right, but then he's the sitting governor. He knows every in and out of the state and all that. But I can guarantee you that all the parties will make great impact in that state. Now it's possible that they may share it equally, but none of the political parties will be able to gather 25% actually from the state. But like you
Oh,
said,
oh,
the PDP is going to share its vote with Obi's movement, and then the established PDP. Then the AD is what I mean. APC is what I'm not sure if there's anyone among the faithful voters for APC in Edo that might decide to yield ground and vote and cross carpet to any of the two. I doubt that because to me, what I've seen well, it happens that they flip for a reason because there's a protest for Tinubu. So this time around that the Tinubu is also contesting, maybe they may decided to continue in that trend and decided not to vote for him.
all right. Who do you think is going to perform better out of PDP? And let's go on the basis that Peter Obi might win Edo State. Who do you think is going to come second between APC and PDP
In Edo,
in Edo?
I want to assume that APC still have uh, some party faithful and some sympathizer that might still want to say, you know what, we're close to these people and let's give them a shot. The PDP is what I'm a little bit also not sure of. I'm predicting that APC will take second in Edo, then PDP will take third, or PDP take first and APC take second and Obi take third. Because I haven't seen right now as I'm talking to you, I'm not sure if the Labour Party has any candidate, gubernatorial candidate and senatorial candidate in Edo State. So that will also diminish its upper hand in Edo State. I'm talking about Labour Party now. APC we already know, but Labour Party as a new party in Edo State, what I'm not sure about that. So I see Labour Party taking third. I see Labour Party taking third and APC second in Edo.
Okay. So then Edo goes to PDP by your reckoning.
No, I got the Wale. One thing you have to understand the Edo space, party members they hardly decamp. If you notice, all the members that in APC they are still intact. In how much opposition left there, the APC faithful still remain. The members of PDP are still intact. That's why Obaseki is having problem. He cannot fit into the new PDP. They cannot fit into the PDP. You know, PDP have fraction in Edo. They have the how they call them the something members and the Obaseki members. So they do not accept Obaseki members. So Obaseki is like hanging between the balance. You understand? It's neither in APC or PDP. So APC will get their vote. They have their regular stronghold like Aunchi and some part of those south. Why PDP, the legacy member, yes, they call them legacy members, which is Danobi and Wike fraction that really control
Mhm.
the space. They will have their own vote to who they want to support. You understand now?
Hmm.
Then obedient, they are just coming up. The problem of obedient, they have crowd, but they don't have structure. So their vote, they might have the protest vote, but at the end of the day, with that vote turn to a win, that's the problem. Because anybody that is thinking that the election is going to be fair should think again.
Hmm.
You understand? So that's the problem. Obaseki don't really have say. That one that he's saying is just Obaseki, the only member Obaseki have in PDP in Edo State is the Edo State chairman, Ayu, and his people that he decamp with from APC,
Hmm.
and they are in the state house. It does not have any structure in PDP, like caucus members and all that that hold down PDP. Then you have Isama and Lucky Benedian, but this one are just one vote. That's obvious. So the main people that hold PDP is not with Obaseki. That's why he's having problem. That's why you see the deputy coming out like if they don't accept it, they were going to move. That's why we keep ask him who's your father. So many times they have come out with threats that if they don't accept them, they will leave. You know,
Hmm.
so it's gonna be that his statement. I don't think that statement not supposed to come from him. His statement come from somebody different, then I will take it short. But from Obaseki don't have a stake.
Or
You know,
somebody more solid in Edo, right?
no, Obaseki does not have a stake right now. He's trying to buy his image back. Obaseki, if you anybody Obaseki support will lose
Hmm.
in Edo State because He's just trying to buy himself back with the palace, because we hold on to our palace so much, and he mistakenly fell into that
Oh,
traditional
are
politics.
you from Edo State?
Yeah, I'm a Benin man,
Oh,
seriously.
okay. Now I'll take you as a credible source because
So now he's trying to buy his way back. Which the other day he was promising the monarch 2 billion to build the Benin Royal Museum. He's trying everything to buy the favor back, but it's too late.
By the
Yes.
way, Adam Oshiomhole is contesting for senatorial seats too.
Yeah, he's gonna get. Demonstration going to get the nut. That's why I said APC is showing the nut. Not that it's landslide, but he's going to win the nut.
Mm.
Yeah. So South Edo Central is run by PDP, the Eastern Stock. That's their stronghold. That's Danobi stronghold. So depend who they're
Mm.
going to give that vote to. They're Danobi. Then South is the biggest side, which is our side, and it's being divided by APC and PDP because all their members are still intact. Both APC and Izeyamu is a very big force in APC, the last governorship aspirant in APC.
Edo. Mm.
Other Senator Weir, those are strong APC members, and same PDP still have their strong members. So we shall see how it goes.
Mm.
All right. All right. Thank you. So Wale, let me take you to the space. The Senate pressuring MFLA to extend the deadline for the changeover of the naira note. As you know, the old
Yeah.
naira will no longer be legal tender from the 31st of January, but they want him to push it to the 30th of June. So, what do you then think is propelling this travails that has been afflicting MFLA recently? So it's under pressure from everywhere. Just as soon as he announced all these seismic changes in monetary policy.
Thank you. President Muhammadu Buhari, while he was in the United States here in Washington, make pledges and promise that his last legacy will be about conducting free and fair election. And we all know central bank is an independent body, and the constitution give power. The act that established CBN give power to the executive to nominate a particular candidate and also confirmed by the Senate, and the serve terms. Now, Governor Emefiele was appointed by President Jonathan. He served first time, and the current administration retained him. Now, you see, there's some public office that you will get into, and you work on the eggshell. And his office is a good example of eggshell. No, typically, that office is more like you know, office public office that people don't usually put their searchlight on. It's when things are not right, you know, in the economy and people started searching everywhere. If everything going smoothly, people will not even notice there's a person called CBN governor. Now, this man, not just walking on the eggshell, he fell on the eggshell and then publicly bought a political party's form to contest for presidency. Now, that is heresy. You don't do that. Not that you are not qualified to, but your office. You know, it's like a beast masquerade in the public square dancing, and all of a sudden the masquerade just remove the masquerade itself, and they are seeing the person carrying the masquerade, which is abomination. Now, what Emefiele did was that by aligning and joining political party, he has brought a searchlight to that office. Now, any travel that is going through now is all fair and game. Now, the policy itself, that monetary policy itself, there's nothing wrong with it. I've heard people saying it is wrong, the timing is wrong, they shouldn't be in it. I want to believe that there's no backing of the executive. Emefiele would not come up with this idea because the president still have to sign it to make it effective. Now, the president said, go ahead. You remember, this is a man that is trying to play square, I mean, fair. to everybody, to all the candidates. Now, Emefiele bringing this policy and the timeline of it is what brings question mark to everybody's mouth. And I understand you can also justify it because of the terrorism and kidnapping and banditry going around. But we can also counter that argument by saying that terrorists will still get their money. They exchange the money change hand not through CBN, but they have their means of exchanging money and their ammunitions and other weapons and all that. The same thing with the kidnappers. Politicians don't stockpile naira. They stockpile foreign currency. They mop up the foreign currency in the circulation and use it when the time for them to use it. And that also creates artificial scarcity. You can't manufacture dollars. It's the one that is in circulation that you use. Now, the timing of the policy is what brings question mark to everybody. And whether there is a good motive behind it or a bad motive behind it, there will always be a question asked. Now, the allegation of uh, involvement in terrorism and all that, well, I can't actually say it's either true or no, because the DPS, unfortunately, they could not prove their case in the court, so they couldn't get the warrant, right? But then you also look at the time that all this is happening, the way things are snowballing. To me personally, it is high time we join this because whether we like it or not, the world is moving away. The time of analog banking and is long gone. We're talking about because how do we put a stop to terrorism? Now we're thinking about somebody, but it's more or less like when we started this new mobile phone thing. People were skeptical. Oh, how is this going to work? It's happening in abroad now, here and all that. It's gonna but when they started at the time they started, people were not so sure, but it took off. Before you know it, people started seeing masks being erected in villages and all that. Today, everybody, yeah, our service is not that good, but we can start from somewhere. Before you know it, it will spread to those rural areas. But what I expect the CBN to do is to have, you know, some uh, countermeasure, or should I say, for those rural area that doesn't have good electric supply or internet supply and all that, be able to have some way of countering that around those areas so that it can help cushion the effect of shortfall in those areas. But then, if we don't start now, it will take us long time to catch up. To be honest with you, for the past 2 3 months, the only note you will see in my wallet is $1. $1. Now we can do that. Now somebody said because if we don't have a good monitoring uh practice in place, by the CBN, we will continue to whine and complain about we don't have this, we don't have that. But the bank can be mandated to have a good, strong uh, ATMs and all that. Now, the security aspect of it is what I expect the executive to work on before they roll out this. Now, there's no backing because if the executive already give the nod to it, they already say go ahead. I don't see the CBN, even though they might a little bit, but what they are trying to do, you see, the question is just there's no one way to answer it because if you are trying to answer it this way, you begin to look at the fact that it might have a political, connotation or connection in between. If you are trying to look it other way in uh, just a regular banking monetary policy, then you begin to think that maybe if there's any ulterior motive behind this. But only Ajekula na Omokuleni, that means the witch died yesterday and the child died today. Everything is just like the timing is just so short and all that. But to me, it's a good policy that we should embrace. We should start. If we start try and error, we will get it right. Do you know the level of employment this will generate? Because we don't the platform we have. I think we have was it Swiss? that was helping to transfer money before another, and it wasn't. It
Switch,
was
yeah.
switched. It was switched. Now
Swift,
we
yeah.
we
Sorry
have
for
we
that.
have young entrepreneur that we could encourage that can create a Silicon Valley whereby we'll have multiple platforms that money could be exchanged, even trading. You know, digital wise and all that, and we'll be able to generate wealth within ourselves. But if we don't open up, there's no way we could tap into this potential among our youth. We have, youth that are studying codings and all that. Instead of patronizing the foreign, we can tap into our own locally computer guru and let them, give us the platform. We have to start somewhere. And if we don't take the step, unfortunately, it will take us a long time to catch up. I mean, now we're going abroad, we're going overseas to seek for loan. They're not going to give you cash. They have to look at what you have on ground that can guarantee that this thing will be able to generate the interest and all that. If it's not on ground, then it will be tough to to table your request. We can't be doing catch up after 10, 15 years. It's not going to work. We should start now and continue to compete globally, because now, whether we like it or not, economy is no longer regional thing, it's now global, and it's high time we get into it.
All right, brilliant, Wapo, brilliant, Wapo. So thank you, Wale. Stay with us. Or is there another topic you wanted to comment on before I go on to Fatai? So I have
No,
to go to
go
yeah,
ahead, go ahead.
yeah. I'll go on to Fatai and then Collins and then onto Saki Fada. I'm curious to hear what Saki Fada makes of Betiala endorsing Tinubu. But first, let's hear what Fatai makes of so Fatai to that space. The endorsement of Tinubu by Metiala, if you couple that with all of the smoke signals that Wike is about to back him as well, if Wike backs APC off the back of Meti Allah backing the APC already, is the election over even before a ballot has been cast? Fatai.
I mean, maybe I think it was maybe like 1 week ago. Like I said, like once Kwankwaso and Wike collapsed there into Tinubu, the election will be over. The election will be over once Wike collapse into. The only question is he going to do that very openly, or is he going to do it? How hopefully is he going to declare for Tinubu? But the election will be over by then, and the other two parties are already very desperate. I mean, Atiku's campaign openly now, they are openly threatening Wike now. So the Mietiala, actually, from the, I think what I find interesting is why Mietiala is endorsing now. I mean, okay, fine if they will endorse now, but I mean, if they will endorse him, but why now? Why this
Are you
particular
saying
moment?
it's too early or too late? What do you mean why now? Is it too early or too late?
No, it looks a little bit early. I don't know what the Mietiala state. I mean, they are trying to pass some water bill over there. Right? Is it some kind of is it some kind of negotiation tool or something? It was like yesterday or thereabout.
Do you think it's the water bill that Tinubu would have had to have negotiated for them to
Yeah,
concede?
but I think there is some negotiation going on. Give me this, I give you that. Because why now? I mean, it doesn't have to be now. They will. I mean, there's always something behind. You know, I think it has some. I mean, the only thing that you could see openly, like Tinubu always promised, he always make a big deal about this Almajiri. So other than that open support to give to do something regarding the Almajiri, like the education of the Almajiri children. Other than that, there is nothing in the open that you could see that, oh, this is why they are throwing in all their support right now for Tinubu. I think some negotiation is going on with regard to, I don't know how much they love the water bill situation today, you know, Maybe I think it's
What is your understanding of that water bill? What's your understanding of it?
uh, I mean, I think it came around. I think it's the second time the water bill is coming up. Um, I don't. I haven't really looked too much into it, except like that it gives. I mean, the Fulani some power or something like that. I don't
No,
really.
that is no. It's the water bill is granting the federal government to take control of all water line in Nigeria, the inner water lines in Nigeria. So, and the federal who control the federal government is not the northerners. So, if you grant them that bill, the federal government take charge of all the water line, even the water that pass through your ocean, in Oshun, the river that passes through Oshun, is being owned and controlled by the government, federal government. So a lot of people are against it. For me, I feel that Metela and Joseph Tinubu is a Greek gift to Tinubu because a lot of Southern and a lot of people are against that bill. So
Well,
why?
what has BTL endorsing Tinubu got to do with the water bill?
Because they're the one pushing for that bill. The Northern, they are pushing for that bill
Yeah.
so hard. The Northern, e.g., the bill started from Buhari regime. And Buhari is the grand patron of Metihala. And these are the people that was even when they refused the bill at the first time. Metihala came up on air threatening.
Oh.
So people Akirudu, they threatening Akirudu autumn. So you have seen these people action. So I feel it's a great gift to Tinubu because a lot of people don't really like people.
I'm not sure that I understand your linkage, but
What piece? Let me say this. Water bill, or what do you call it? Um, is it Ruga, or what did you just say now?
no,
Guys,
what is
water bill. Water
yeah,
bill is different
water
from
bill, yeah. Is
Yeah, the or is it water bill or what else?
no, he's
water
talking
bill.
about water bill, the water bill, which
This one,
they are moving aggressively to assent it before Buhari leaves.
this has nothing to do with Tinubu. You have representatives. If your representative all over the southern stone zone cannot stand up against it, and they pass it, they allow it pass, you can't hold Tinubu responsible for that. Tinubu has nothing to do with that. We have to be fair to Tinubu. Tinubu is
No,
running his own campaign. The national issue is an issue that our representative have to, deal with in accordance to what the people, in accordance to the wishes of their people they are representing. So we have seen them several times in the past. All our leaders in the north, I mean in the south, governors, they met several times. I think 2001, they've met several times saying they rejected the Ruga, they rejected the open grazing, they passed law into that effect. So all these things, it has nothing to do with Tinubu. It has to do with the entire southern space. So let us, look at our representatives, our senators, our rep, our governors. Let us hold them responsible. If this thing is passed, they are the one that colluded with, the cabal, you know, to make it happen. So not Tinubu.
All
yeah,
right,
Baba.
back to you, Fatai. Back to you,
Yeah,
Fatai. Yeah.
the one linkage that I see there is that because okay, there is fierce opposition to that bill, but this time around they are trying to bring it up in the house, and Bajabia Miller is making statements like like to even to be able to like to sell it in the house just to be able to bring it up because there is so much opposition to it that it will not even be brought up. So Bajabia Miller is trying to say, oh,
Well, why is
the
Guadabi Amela promoting it if it's anti-South?
is saying that there are some contentious detail of the bill are no longer there. That is like a reformed water bill. I mean, if I mean every the whole every if everybody's against it, but Abia Miller is trying to say, well, it's kind of a reformed stuff that's where probably think is a negotiating tool. The people who are even trying to introduce it now in the house, I think they are Fulani or some guy, I don't remember, some some representative from the north.
Yeah,
So
from Katsina,
yeah, so it's been every, but also I think the water also has to do also with the cattle. I mean, these cows, they need water when they go. Has some link with the open with the grazing situation also. So there is so there's a lot. There's I think there's a lot of positivity
Sorry,
for.
can I interject a little bit? Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, before you bring it up and bring it up in the Senate in this House, the Senate the committee have to screen it and approve it first. The big problem they are getting, the committee has not even approved it. It's always been turned down in the committee. So that's why he's trying to give awareness to it so that it can pass through the committee. Because when it pass through the committee, then you will have time. They'll have chance to deliberate on it and have votes. You understand? Then if they,
Yeah.
yeah. So if, for example, they get that vote and they pass the bill, that bill is just a new version of Ruga.
How so?
Because if the federal government control all the waterway, those people that is crying for Ruga, they can bring their cattle to any waterway. It's being controlled by the government.
What are you talking about?
Wait, look, example, you know why some cattle pass through some certain area, you cannot stop them because they are passing through federal road. Some express road is federal road. So you cannot stop some people raising cattle on federal road because the community government don't have authorities over that area. So if federal government control all the waterway in your area, so these people can have cattle in those areas in the disguise of they're in federal way. People see these things. People have analyzed these things. That's why people are pushing against it badly. It's just a different name for Ruga.
One
Just
man, can I chip in something to
Yeah,
that?
come in, Colin, and then after Colin comes in, I want to give you a readout of what that space actually means. But yeah, let's hear from Colin.
Okay, yeah, basically that water, once that is packed, basically, you know that the state owns the land, not the federal government. So if the waterways are now controlled, it will be controlled by the government. That's a different way of taking the land of the state. So federal government indirectly now controls this land. And aside from that, before you even dug a borehole in your place, now you have to get a permission.
Yes, that's where it gets tricky.
Yeah, and we're talking about Nigeria, that government cannot provide you water and everything. So you now have to start going to Federal Ministry of Water Corporation or whatnot to be able to dig a borehole in your place. So all that is really complicated. Is one bill that should never ever see the light of day.
You say, Colin, I don't see it in the Fulani foreboding that people see it. I see it as stealth tax. I think it's a form of taxation. That's how I see it. But Colin,
it is tax, but it's also about taking land basically, because
I think that
the water and the land, they are connected. So you'll be taking the land of the state and you'll be putting them in the hand of federal government. So federal government can now decide, when it comes to Ruga and everything that we've been fighting against, they can now decide that they can create that path for them to basically do their thing. Because we know that there is drought in the north and every other thing. We know that these guys need water.
And you know that Buhari is already trying to create a grazing route for the Fulanis. So it's going to take the choicest, because the choicest lands are always where the water is. So it's just going to put the grazing routes around the most lush vegetations in the south.
Basically that's what it will be. So it will be disposing people of their land, of their property, thereby importing not just the Fulanis that are in Nigeria currently. It will also be importing a lot of other Fulanis that are facing all kinds of drought wherever they are. So we will have more problems.
But the Abia Miller not seeing through this?
It's politics. These guys, since when did these guys ever care about us? I mean, they did in the past, but this is election. This is a politics season, so you don't know what they're fixing. So the obstacles that they're being presented with, and when you present us and these people personal interest, they will choose the interest over ours anytime, any day. So that's no brainer, really.
No,
Or,
but the
or,
beer miller, but the beer miller, I mean, 2 plus 2, but the beer miller, that's why now they are announcing Mietiala's support for Tinubu. It's a pressure point for Badabiamil because there's no Badabiamil doesn't have any particular interest in trying to sell the reformed bill of this the reformation of this bill to the people. It's not why what is business except if he's trying to use it as a negotiating tool because Badabiamila is Tinubu's right hand man. So it has to has Tinubu's blessing. So that politics, what is going on there, I mean, and also, I mean, what he said, put it in a very good way. The less power the state has over the control, because open grace and all these things have a fierce opposition from the states. It's better for anybody who is interested in all this grazing to just have one authority to deal with, not so many different states with different anti-law grazing law. Benue has this one has that. South. So if the whole thing is in one space in the federal government, they are there. They will focus their power, whatever, lobbying power, whatever, even if they are not going to seize the land, but at least their lobbying will focus in one area. It makes their life much easier. But the question right now is why is Mietiala announcing their support for Tinubu at a time that Badabia Miller is soft landing this bill even if he's not going to vote for it, or he's not going to, but at least kind of like he's kind of like trying to give it a little padding. So this is where I see the connection.
do you think they are gaming each other? Do you think
Of
Tinubu
course,
is they're trying to use the water pill to game them for their support? And then,
yeah.
of course, when they get the presidency, it's a different matter. But then the Fulanis, they are trying to lock down that water bill, knowing that they always have the Northerners as the majority in the House. And once that thing has been assented to, it's very, very difficult for you to remove it.
This is the big time politicians when they go into the room, they give up they give something. It's not a pie in the sky promising. You give something, like it's give and take. I think they want to use the Tinubu has to make a tough decision, hopefully make the right decision. I mean, I don't know how terribly bad like eventually it is, but there's so much opposition to it. And right now we see Badabiamil are kind of semi promoting it, whatever, at this time before. I mean, I don't. This is where I think they are trying to use it as a negotiation tool. Hopefully, I don't know. Somewhere I just see it as somewhere along that line. The announcement right now, I see it as something to do with negotiation for the water bill.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, Oshotokun, the Labour Party, and new DG, is still listed as a senatorial candidate for Zenith Labour Party with INEC. So, what are you making of this double dipping, and how is he inviting confidence in Obidati when he cannot even pack his own ambition with the party?
Everybody's trying. This is how you call what do you call it? I don't know. I don't really see how what this DG adds to the OB OB chances of winning the election. I don't see there's no what game is it? What new game? What new trick is he going to bring on board that will make significant advancements? That will have significant advancement. What this appointment has actually done is to show to the opposing parties that Labour Party doesn't have any new tricks. They have only succeeded in further dividing the Labour Party because the Labour Party is essentially there is an OB path who seems to think that they are bigger than the Labour Party, and there is people who started the Labour Party who are marginalized by this second party. The Labour Party right now is going through implosion. Even all the juicy posts are being given to people who had no clue how the party was put up, and then this OB side is sticking it to the people who started the party that they are a bunch of nobodies because we don't care about your party. We are just trying to take advantage of your party. So people who have been working, who have been working to bring the party alive, all of a sudden now they're nobody. You just want to use it to you want to ride on it, and you don't care about them. This is the message the big campaign is giving us.
Fatai, can I counter what you just said?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Before 6 months ago, nobody was talking about Labour Party. So let's not try to make Labour Party look like they are anything that they were not, because Labour Party was just it's just a vehicle that was available that OB came and brought it into limelight right now. And when it comes to forming your campaign, wherever, from what I've heard, these guys talk about on TV, you are allowed to, it doesn't necessarily have to come from the party, especially if it's party with such weak structures. Party that was virtually not in existence really until last 5 months. So I don't see anything he's going to go with people with a proven record to have that have done this that could do it again. So he's not going to go take some unknown names. Like when he was about to choose his VP and he went for a name that was not known, we all debated it here. That how is that going to improve his campaign or anything? So in this kind of scenarios, you usually need those big names that people can like. Now people are saying, okay, he worked for Obasanjo, he's Obasanjo boy. Some people they were even asking him, did Obasanjo nominate you? So all that alone is already like making him look bigger than he is, because he's now associated with former president of the country. I rest there.
Brother, brother, that statement I've heard, it's been said many times, and people seem to think that it's just a perfect statement. Look, when you go into people's apparatus or whatever, and you denigrate them like that, there is no serious person that will ever have anything to do with you. You come into my home and you tell me, oh, you are nobody, not for me, or you try to go and go into a very serious relationship with with the opposite sex and tell them, oh, you are a nobody without me, if not,
But
you will not.
this is politics, though. This is
What for?
politics.
By the way, by the way, let
Politics.
me tell you, this is a
Yeah.
very wrong expression that Labour Party was a no. Labour Party before has produced a governor. Labour Party, uh, Peter Obi coming to Labour Party
Before
essentially.
6 months now.
Wait,
Let's
wait,
forget.
wait,
Let's
wait.
forget what they had done before.
Wait, why you will forget what they have done? They've been in existence
No,
for a while.
bro.
Mimiko was in Labour Party, became a governor through Labour Party. Labour Party, it's not as rubbish as you try to paint them like, oh, if not for B, there nobody will ever make.
No.
Labour Party has the blessing of
Last
the
general
two.
election. Last general election. Where was the position of Labour Party compared to Showore Party and the rest of them that were making waves? As little as they were, at least we all heard their
Okay,
names.
what
So
what was
let's
the position of Labour Party in the Osun election with Peter Obi campaigning for it? He got 2,000 votes
no,
out of
but
1 million.
Peter Obi
That's why I'm,
basically
don't talk like
that
that.
was
My
too.
point is this. My point is this. Don't talk like this. when you have to be grateful for people to people. I mean, even in life generally, you can't come and take people's stuff and tell you, "Oh, without me, you are nobody. I came. You should be thankful for." You are taking advantage. It means that you came to take advantage of people. That is what it means.
But
It
that's what
means
politics is about, though, especially in
okay,
Nigeria.
so they will take advantage of Peter B also. Everybody will take advantage of him also. If you're playing a game of taking advantage of people, don't be surprised. Everybody will take advantage of you too.
No, no, I,
You
I
have
think
to,
I think we probably I think you're reading too much into if Nigeria election has a what is it called, has a platform where you could run without a party. I believe that Robi would have done that without a party. I
yeah.
believe that would have been his preferred choice, because even his ideas and ideals of the Labour Party, they are not even. Angelica could have five, he debated this, like, try to explain what is this man even doing here, because his ideals and the ideals of the Labour Party, they are not even gelling. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that he came in there because it's a platform that was available. I don't know where, because everything that you're trying to add now were the things that Labour should have considered before they accept him. Because now he's doing what he needs to do, what he believes that he should do to win the election. So what you're telling him to do now is for him to play in a way that he wouldn't even be, he would just fizzle out, like people have been predicting that he should have, maybe like a few months back.
No, I'm not saying Peter Obi shouldn't play his game the way he thinks it will work out for him. But stop denigrating people who gave you a platform. Even Peter, if I want to say it actually is right, Peter Obi actually has no ideology. You understand? And Labour Party's ideology is what polished Peter Obi. Now, social media, all of these things promoted Peter Obi, but not only things concrete. There is no concrete ideology that Peter Obi is offering. What is Peter Obi's ideology? It is Labour Party that makes him look good. Forget all
No,
these things. What does he want to do? Can you list
Labour
three
Party,
things? Can you list three things Peter Obi wants to do that you can attach to? You can say, "Oh, what is the defining ideology of Peter
no,
Obi?"
Peter B clearly has there's nothing of Labour Party that he's taking that they're polishing with, because
Okay,
obviously,
what is
let,
Peter
let,
Obi's
let me land on
defining
this,
point?
because even going by his manifesto, the things that he wanted to do, like removal Labour Party, like, I live in England, where I know about Labour, I know what they stand for, I know how they play their politics. When you look at the things that the way Obi runs his business, Obi is a businessman who believes in public partnership, who believes in making deals, like trying to trade off some things. But whereas Labour naturally should be reserving state assets and using it to look after its people or something like that. Obi clearly is not in that. Labour knows this. Even his manifesto says that. So when you say that Obi is riding on Labour's ideology, I
No, I
believe that
didn't,
even Angelica
no, I
could
didn't
do a
say he's
better job
riding
to
on it.
disagree with you on that.
I didn't say he's riding on it. I said Labour Party's posture polishes Peter Obi. I didn't say he's riding on it. He's not going. Peter Obi is not riding on any ideology. Peter Obi doesn't have any ideology. His manifesto doesn't state clearly anything concrete. It doesn't have defined ideology. Peter Obi is riding on waves. People's
No, no.
popular
What would you
resentment.
say Peter Obi does not have an ideology? I would say Peter Obi is a left of center politician. It's somewhat of it's a hybrid of socialism with a capitalistic. It's a capitalist with a socialist face. That's
Based
sort of
on what
middle of the road, left of center sort of
based on what
politics.
based on what concrete philosophy? Wow, on what criteria are you classifying him as? I don't know, like leftist, hybrid. Based on what criteria?
Because Peter Obi, by training and by trade and by his antecedents, is a real venture capitalist, but by his politics is a socialist sort of people-oriented politician,
What
and
policy? Which one?
he has always been that way. He has always politics to the people, and all the way through his governance in Anambra, all the way cascading through to his presidential campaign now, he has always positioned himself as a people-centric sort of politics, which is a form of socialism, but
No, that's populism.
it's
Populism, not
no,
socialism.
no, it's populism now. If you gear your politics and policies towards the common man, that's somewhat of a socialist bent. It's not populism.
No, 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 no. Populism has taken new ideology in recent years, especially within the Western space. It's not been clearly defined, but the only thing that is definite about populism is that it is riding on the waves of people's feelings at the moment. This is the only clear definition of populism now. As it's not, it doesn't correlate with welfareism. There is clear the difference between
Yeah,
welfareism and
but there's
populism.
welfareism in Peter Obi's policy positioning as well.
What where do you find it?
Huh?
Where do you find it? Because going
Because
to
it's the greater good to the greatest amount of people. That's
yeah, but
essentially
that is
welfareism now.
rhetoric. I
The
mean the
greater good to the
policy.
greatest amount of
I don't
people.
mean the rhetoric. I mean the policy. What
Yeah,
policy?
yes, but how we administered Anambra State had that bent,
How?
because it was pushing towards education, it was pushing towards liberalizing the public purse, to insulate the economic space from poverty. So a lot, and that's why it's so endeared. It was a very very people centric sort of governor in terms of both his policy and his projects,
The only thing
and that's welfareism. Wouldn't you say?
no, 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 but that is not using government look, welfareism is you're using government resources to take care of the people. It's different from you are setting up a company like if you set up a factory so that people this is welfareism. A set up a factory and more youth are getting employed there. That is not welfareism. That is capitalism. You provide jobs for people. It's a private company, the brewery employs people, employ a number of youths. That has nothing to do with the government giving you checks or something. Buhari is more of a welfare guy than Peter Obi. Peter Obi, Buhari is giving people checks to go to farm to be farming. So, my point is this: whether or not it tends towards this, there is nothing concrete policy. There is no defining policy line of Peter Obi and is well
Is
turning.
there a defining policy line in all of the manifestos that has been published?
Tinubu is the person that you will call a progressive, whatever he calls himself, progressive. This I'm going to give you student loans. I'm going. He's telling you in his policies something that the government are going to guarantee. So when government is guaranteeing you something, that's where you are being leftist. That's where you are being welfarist, But I mean, I'm just saying that I have feelings for people. That is not. What are you going to say? I don't like people. Everybody, of course, you're going to. That is just a popular slogan. Any politician will say it
Loan,
doesn't
loan,
make you welfare.
loans, by the way, is not a welfare because you have to pay back. So just to make that correction.
What? I didn't hear that.
I said that loan, by the way, is not a form of welfare because you have to pay back. So I just have to put that in there. So if someone gives me loan that I have to pay back, I don't see how that is
Well, it's not how
welfare.
you see it. It's who grandfather the loan. Who is guaranteeing you? The government is guaranteeing. It's not because you have a collateral. You are giving your property or your grandparents' property as collateral to take the loan. The government is guaranteeing you. They are guaranteeing to the bank to give you the loan. So this is where the welfareism comes from. Even in America, is the student loans. You can even say not Barack. I said Barack Obama, Joe Biden. trying to cancel student loans. These student loan stuff and loans and this guaranteeing loan stuff, they usually come from the left ideology. They are not Republican. The Republican doesn't care about, generally speaking. I'm not. I mean, I'm putting in quote. They don't generally care about to guarantee the poor people any relief. It's like it's towards let's make more money, let's form more companies. Then that will trickle down. So this is what I would even classify Peter a bit more as a trickle down. As a trickle down. Let's build a greater society, and it will trickle down to the poor. Peter Obi is not guaranteeing anybody. He's not using the power of the government to guarantee welfare to anybody. This is why it's different to classify him as a leftist, as a welfare guy. As a populist, yes, but not as a leftist. He's not a leftist. I don't see it's clear. I don't see clear. Me, maybe I don't see, but I don't see clearly what is defining political philosophy is. It's defining stand is, and I believe that if he didn't join Labour Party, he wouldn't have this. He wouldn't have this much weight. Labour Party rubs off on him very nicely. The Labour Party, the Labour Union, the trade union, this association. In fact, when he first came in, it was on these two broad things that he came in: the Labour Union and the trade union. These have been very strong constituents of the Labour Party originally when it was starting. I think they had some problem, the trade union and the Labour Union. These have been very strong. I mean, everybody remember when Oshiomhole was the head of the Labour. This is a very powerful organization. Let me put it that way. So they had some foothold on the ground, just that they didn't have political muscle to wrestle power from any of these guys. But whether Peter Obi's incoming guarantees them this or not is still out there to be known. We are going to find out in the next election. Osun election showed us, except if you are trying to go with the wave. If we take out the wave, the only concrete measure we have right now is being Osun election. And you can't say that somebody has contributed to the party when the party wins only over 2,000 votes out of close to 1 million, approximately 1 million votes, 800 and something votes, and Labour Party got 2,000 and something votes in an election without the waves of Peter Obi. Okay, I grant the fact that it was still early, but at least if Labour Party won like 100,000 votes or 50,000, 50, not even 100, 50,000 votes, 40,000, that is a statement of his influence. Like how 50,000 votes out of 1 million, it would be small, but at least, but there was nothing that suggested is the imprinting of Peter Obi on Labour Party from that election. Now maybe it's changed. We're about to find out.
All right,
And
brilliant.
then the Osun Toko, well, he should have resigned from why. So that's what I mean. Everybody trying to make everybody. Why doesn't he just his, to the party? He should tell the party to do this thing with the INEC to get him off the Senate ticket.
No,
What is the double dealing?
Fatai, the way I'm looking at it is the fact that it was even up to today, a card carrying member of a different party and a candidate on that party is a big indictment on him because it patently shows a lack of confidence. How can you be a senior functionary in one party and a candidate for election in another party?
He's trying to eat his cake and have it. He's trying to know.
Does that show confidence in the Labour Party or the project?
That is what I mean. Somebody is trying to be a top shot of Labour Party and he's still keeping a Senate ticket. He's not like totally going out to get it out. I mean, that shows me maybe he's trying to hit his cake and have it. If this crashes, I can go here. If it doesn't crash, I continue this.
Uh,
That doesn't show a lot of confidence. Why just do what you have to do? You
Okay,
know,
one man, I listened to that man this evening on on channels.
On channels, yeah, which
Yeah, yeah, what he did say is that he has abandoned that ticket. So, but what he did not clarify right there and then was if he already informed the party that he's no longer a candidate. I would believe that with INEC, it probably might take a day, few days, or even a week or so. I don't know the process of them deleting someone of the register, but he did say that he has abandoned that ticket. So I want to believe that he will not be so ungracious not to have gone back to the people that gave him the ticket to tell them that due to this that he's not able to carry on with that ticket. I believe that he would have done that.
But Colin, what I am suggesting is that him having that ticket at all in the first instance is a big indictment on him and his confidence in both the Labour Party. You know that Akin Shitokun, it was the southern coordinator of the Obedati campaign
yeah.
before Okupe had to step down, and then he then became the director general of the whole campaign.
Uh,
So and it's been in that space for months and months, whilst double dipping as a
okay,
candidate for a
uh,
different party.
uh,
So
uh,
what does that tell us about the confidence that he
you
has
you
in?
know you know there's this thing in labor or the people in Obi campaign that they call the big, is it the big tent or the big ten? I don't know exactly. I don't want to okay, I will use both just in case I'm using the wrong one. I think they said the big tent. These are people from different parties that are actually not in labor, but they want Obi to succeed to win the presidential election. I think he's just one of those people. But his position before was not such that it was so strong that he could give up give up his personal ambition while working for another man to achieve his. But now with a greater responsibility, he now knows that he can juggle both. I'm not a politician. I'm just and I usually don't like a lot of these people, so and I don't know this man. I would not. Maybe I'm a bit biased because it's supporting Obi, so I'm not going to pretend.
It's a
So
good
Yeah,
pick, by
that's
the way.
fine,
It's
brother.
a it's,
Actually,
it's a
that's
very good
fine.
pick for that post. It's a
It's
good
fine
pick.
to be biased, brother. It's not the bias is not the point. It's okay if you. I mean, it's the way. It's how you see It's how you see things. You have to. Everybody has to be true to themselves. That's not the point. The point is Oshutokun should just give this is double dealing. This trying to eat your cake and have it. Just there is some ethical stuff right there. If
Yes,
you
there
why
is
would
an
you?
ethical question, but that big tent, and it's called the Big Tent, by the way, Colin, is a coalition of organizations that are independent of both the Labour Party and Peter Obi, but they've come together just for the Obi project. So they are not necessarily Labour Party members, and I think that's the space you're speaking to, isn't it, Colin? The Big Tent, yeah, yeah.
yes,
So
yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's it.
all right. Fatai, I want to take you to the new Naira note.
Don't forget me, one man.
Yes, but before I go to you, Fatai, let's take a pit stop with Adewale, who wants to insert something into the conversation. So, Wale, let's hear from you. Adewale, on
Sorry,
mute. Oh,
sorry.
yes.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Sorry. All right. So earlier we were talking about the electoral law and campaigning in the uh, religion places and all that. Now, I was able to dig deeper into the electoral law, and I actually found a section that actually prohibit campaigning in worship places, police station. Actually, it says prohibition of certain conduct of political campaign. Section 92 under subsection uh, A, it says a political campaign or slogan shall not be no, I take that back. A political campaign or slogan shall not be tainted with abusive language directly or indirectly, likely to injure religion, ethnic, tribal, or sectional feeling. Two, abusive interpret, slanderous or base language or insinuations or innuendos designed to or likely to provoke violence reaction or emotions shall not be employed or placed on a political campaign. It says number three, places designated for religious worship, police stations, and public offices shall not be used. A. For political campaign, rallies, or procession. Or B. To promote, propagate, attack political parties, candidates, or their programs or ideologies. So it speaks on and on, even up to using masquerade, to for a political campaign. Now, what that means is that what El Rufai said was right. Governor Peter Obi is going to the religion places, place of worship to campaign for political office, contravene the electoral law, the one of 2022.
So that's the new act, the new space.
Yes.
Sorry,
Happening
I,
in
I,
effect.
I find myself doing a lot of interjection because I just don't want
No,
certain
please
things
do. Please
right.
do. That's the essence of that's the magic of it. Interject. People like to hear from you, Collins, as you know. Carry on. Yeah.
All right then. Let me say this. I will not. I don't know whether Obi is invited to those events or he invites himself. However, Obi is not the one that goes to take out the mic until he's called. Maybe he give a wave or something like that. So instead of just hammering on Obi, maybe we should also question the people that calls him out or call him to stand up and give a wave or greet the audience or whatever. Because Obi could claim genuinely that he came to an event just like most people did. Like the last one that I saw him, I saw a lot of other politicians from other parties. But it's always when he's mentioned that the crowd tend to make those. Is he going to tell the crowd not to shout when they want to shout? Because when people keep saying he's going to these religious places to campaign, I'm yet to see where he actually held the mic and started telling people to vote for him or do not vote for him or anything like that. I haven't seen that. If anyone know of any such thing or have any video, I would like to see it. All I see is a man invited or who feels like he's playing to his strength, goes to these places, and maybe the people, the owners of these organizations or business centers, as I like to call them, by the way.
Yes. Yes. Business. That's what they are, by the way. It's a
so
business place. Yes.
so maybe the owners of these business centers sees him as something like, that is something that a lot of people want to identify with right now. They calls up his name and crowd gives a wave and give a shout and every other thing. I really don't see. I'm struggling to see how that is Obi's problem. I really don't. I'm struggling to see that. Can anybody educate me? Is there something that I'm missing right here? Because if I believe that if the Muslims are doing things as a politician right now, even though he's not a Muslim, and they invite him, that he will go because he wants to be liked. He's trying to draw people close to him. So there's no way he's going to turn down events.
Collins, I think
Yeah.
your defense is very, very cheap.
Okay, go on.
Very, very cheap.
Okay.
And why I've said it's very cheap is what you said that Obi did not drag himself to the podium. He did not drag. They invited him and they gave him microphone to speak. Look, this man should know better. He should know
Not
all
to
the
go.
law, all the electoral law that guides this process. And what he should have done is when he gets to church, he have the right to visit the church. But when they're
Okay.
trying to give him the mic, he should have rejected taking the mic to speak because that would be tantamount to political campaign.
Which they haven't been doing lately.
What do you mean by what do they have?
Say I haven't heard him speak lately. The
He
last time,
spoke. He spoke
no,
a day before yesterday. The video is all over the place.
okay, where
And I'm
he spoke.
surprising that Catholic Church in Ida. The video is there. One man can play it for you.
Okay, okay, I didn't
Even
see that.
whether lately or not lately, this guy has been doing this thing throughout his campaign. Since he started this campaign, he has been campaigning
Okay,
in churches.
okay, Ajale Koko. Now let me ask you a question.
So your defense is very cheap.
Let me ask you a question. You seeking a favor? You seeking favors? Let's put the law aside because the law will take its course regardless because the law is the law. You know, because if he's done anything against the law should go after him and take its course. So let's set that aside because we are not in the court of law. If I'm going somewhere that I'm seeking that I need favor, and for any reason somebody calls me up in a congregation that I need favor from and asks me to say hello to them, so I cannot take the microphone and be like, "Hello, how are you guys? I hope you guys are okay." Without me saying, "Vote for me," where I know that the law can actually come after me, because
Colin,
me turning that down right there and then, it would have been best that I didn't show up, because showing up and turning it down will work against me. Because what I've done is to say that I do not value your GO the way these guys value this men, God of men. You know, we know exactly how they value them. That whatever these people say is like, God speaking. So if
Co-
the God of men give you mic to speak to his people, you will turn it down in front of his people.
Okay, let me
Colin,
tell you. Let me respond
Babangida
to you.
Lekoko.
Yeah.
Okay, when you finish, I'll follow.
Okay, let me respond.
Or should I
Obi,
respond and you now do the what you call it? Let me respond. Then you now you go ahead. The elders go first
oh, okay. Look,
because my point might not be really
Obi,
making.
Obi, book an appointment with the church before going to that church. Obi should have told the church before his visit that, please, this is what the electoral law says. He should have confided with the pastor, do not give me the mic to speak because I don't want to contravene the electoral law. So he is the church in front role of the congregation, tells you that he's giving special recognition, invitation to come to that church. Or rather, he has consulted with the church before coming there. So he should have told them, I won't like to speak because it will contravene the law, and I don't want to contravene the law. You understand what I'm saying? So all this defense that we give, not only you, not only the obedient, even people supporting Tinubu too, they do the same thing. They just want to defend their own, and they don't mind when they are and doing anything wrong or whatsoever. So Obi should have told them beforehand that, yes, I am coming, but I don't want to speak. I don't want to hold the matter because I don't want to contravene the law. This is what the law says. But what Obi is doing and what he has been doing is clear to everyone. We know what the politics is playing. He's playing that religious card to counter Tinubu Muslim ticket. That is what he has been doing. It's working for him because he's spreading his campaign, more to the Christians, showing, marketing himself that as an alternative to Muslim ticket. So, but this is what this politician does. This is what they know. Look, they contravene the law. They don't care about the law, whether Obi or Obi, or it's just a way. They're just looking for a way what they can do, that will, get them to position of power. So look, don't we shouldn't be defending these people when they are wrong or when they've done something, and when you have people that aspiring to be our leader and does not respect the law, how do you think that they will serve us right when they get there? Because even to serve the people right, you have to abide by the law of the land to serve them right. Because our constitution specifically is specifically stated in our constitution that the people must be served well by their leaders. But are they serving us well?
But from
So
what Adewale just read, he did not read anything about greeting people. Or he says about campaigns. So,
he
anyway,
campaign, he campaign. You want one man to play
Uh,
it to you
uh,
for you to
uh,
see?
uh,
He
um,
campaigned. He even donated money. He told them that he's going to give money to about 50 people, maybe 20,000 each for them to go and do farm.
You know,
He said a lot
Adele
of
Coco,
things.
real quick.
Adele Coco, there's an ambiguity to that term campaign because if he's not inviting you to vote for him, then you cannot say that he's campaigning, and he did not invite anybody to vote for him. All he talked about was the problems of the country, and it was vague and ambiguous, the language that he used, but it wasn't frontally inviting a vote. So it'll be very difficult to nail him on campaigning
Um,
because it
uh,
wasn't frontal in campaigning.
One man. Actually,
One man, when he's talking about the government in the house of God, is
Do you
talking about
want me
when you
to
have,
read it
is
again?
talking
No,
about the
no,
country,
we got it.
is talking about the country, is talking about the situation of the country, and he's
Innuendos.
talking about bad leadership. He's
Yes,
talking and he's talking all
yeah,
of
but that
these
doesn't
as a
constitute
front
a
runner.
campaign. Yeah, that
No,
doesn't
it's a
constitute.
campaign by a front runner, by the person that
One
is
man.
contesting for
I
election.
think if he doesn't invite you to vote for him, I cannot say that. I will not consider that that is campaigning because there's too much ambiguity in the language for you to nail it as. You cannot nail him unless it's categorical now.
One man. Is
No, you don't know
Collins
what they
living in
have.
the
You don't
United
know
States?
what
Is
can give you.
Collins
You know
is Collins
the law is very dynamic. One man.
Yes.
The way it can be interpreted, it could be interpreted in so many versions, so many ways. So it is one thing we are saying,
my
but
my
other
question?
the lawyer when
I
they
don't
try
think the
to.
court will even entertain it. Never mind it being. It's too vague the language for you to call it campaigning.
Angelica, with
Oh,
all the
that is
lawyers
when
that the
when you
NDC
see a
have,
very good lawyer, when you see a very good lawyer bringing this up, and they taking it to law court, you will know that is more than that.
with all the
Yeah,
good
it's because
lawyers
it's
in
never been
NDC
tested
camp,
before.
trust me, they will be going through every going through all of his visit to church. So
Collins.
I don't believe that he will be that stupid.
Collins. Collins. Do
Yeah,
you live in the United States?
no, I don't.
Can you
Okay.
not hear the posh accent?
Are you
Hold on. Did you not hear the posh accent? Who has a posh accent in
well,
the United?
I can't really
That's plenty a British
disagree.
accent.
Oh, okay. Now
Sorry,
the reason why
I rebuke that on
the
your
reason
behalf,
why the
If
reason
only
why
I'm a
I
British, you talk to Atlanta,
One
you
man.
talk about my
Hello,
Harlem.
one man.
Eh?
yeah.
Can you
What the
listen to
my
me, man?
Harlem, America? Eh?
Everybody
One man,
wait,
now
it's
why
local.
British
I need to make my
to
point because
Atlanta
I'm the
long.
one that raised this issue. I'm the one
Ajale
that raised
Koko,
this
what are you
issue.
saying, man?
you see, you see, this electoral law is straight and direct. Okay, it is straight. See, since this campaign started, how many of the candidates have we seen going to churches and mosques, giving speeches, even attending churches or mosque anywhere, or giving speech? None other than Governor Peter Obi. They are all guilty of it when they're in the office. They go out there, they make speeches and all that. See, the reason why I asked Collins whether he's familiar with American politics, you know how many state governors and state legislators and federal legislators have gone to jail because of electoral law. Ignorance of law does not give excuse. If you want to find out, ask Donyo Okupe. It will tell you what happens to him. Look, we are in the states or in a country where lawlessness is the order of the day. The federal police and all that, they are toothless, they can't bite. Okay? And these are the things that people will ordinarily overlook and say, well, it's no big deal. But it contravened the law. Yes, he was invited. He booked an appointment and he went there. He went there, you can worship anywhere. But you see, the moment you are seeking for a public office, you are in the thick of campaign season and you are being invited. See, I can bet you opponents, if they want to deal with you, they will take their magnifying glass and they start examining every of your speeches from A to Z. And I can guarantee you they will find a sentence in your speech that they will nail you if they want to. But all of them are guilty.
It's being critical of the government is that campaigning.
See, if you are being critical of government, but you are seeking public office, you are within a sentiment. That is,
Adewale, can I quick question? So
go
if
ahead.
Peter Obi goes to church and he
Yeah.
says all these things as a prayer point, would that be intervening the law? Like, let's
Prayer
pray
point.
that we have a good government. Let's pray for this. Let's pray for that.
Now, if
And the
he
church
goes,
says amen. Isn't that part of worshiping?
it is
Can I
worshiping.
interject?
Hold on, it is
Hold on.
worshiping. But then, what led into that prayer? If it's only for prayer, that is different.
No,
See,
they give him the mic and he says,
okay.
let's pray that Nigeria has a good, we have an election. Let's pray for Nigeria to have a good president so that people will make the best selection. Let's pray for Nigeria. Is that campaigning?
But he's seeking for that office too.
Yeah, but he did not mention any names.
It is not mentioned, but he's seeking for that. You see, this is what I want us to do. The law student will tell you where they can find ambiguity. I mean, they can find innuendos in that prayer point, because we're talking about the principal actor. So to say that what he's making reference to is the generalized speech, there's no generalized speech when it comes to you are the participant. So as a participant, as an actor, there's no generalized statement.
Adewale, if you removed Peter Obi from what he said and you inserted another person, just being critical of the government on the pulpit, would that be deemed as campaigning?
You are whipping sentiment. What are we talking about? If you criticize the government of the day and you are seeking for public office, you are whipping sentiment to your advantage. That is campaign.
Actually, I think
That's too tedious. That's too.
that is not
It
the
is.
that is not the argument. That is not the argument.
Okay,
The
tell me
argument
what
is
the argument is about.
the
You don't
argument
have to
is
make a pronouncement that, hey, vote for me. Okay, if you are against the government of the day, right, and you are principal actor in the electoral process, what are you trying to achieve? You are trying to achieve uh tap into the emotional sentiment of the people, your audience. And also, where do you find yourself? You are not in the market. You are in the place of worship. So
brother.
this is subject to interpretation. But what I tell you is this: the fact that the
No.
worship places is concerned.
Yes.
No, place of worship is concerned. That will always draw attention.
Brother, this is the point. This is the point. This is the point. You can make a prayer point or whatever. The fundamental point is this: Nigeria will run adversarial system of government. The anybody can take you to court, even if the argument is 10 years. They can take you to court. They can take him to court and make the argument because the evidence you're going to put up, they are not in adversarial situations. You are relying on circumstantial evidences. All they need to do is to make parallelism between his campaign lines and the lines is talking in the court, and they will have a case to make. It doesn't mean it will be a strong case. It doesn't mean it will be a weak case. It's up to the court to
No, it's
decide.
too tenuous. It's too
Yeah, yeah,
tenuous
yeah, it
because
doesn't mean they will win.
if it's not inviting directly people to vote for him as a private citizen or a politician, it is within the purviews of a free speech for you
Nah,
to be critical of a sitting government, either
no, no,
on a pulpit or in
I'm
your
not.
living
I'm
room.
not talking on the strength of the case. I'm saying like what was it El Rufai or Nazir or whatever is speaking to is there is a case to be built there. All you need is circumstantial evidence, and you can build up a circumstantial evidence from drawing parallelism between. Until now, Peter Obi has played that line smartly. You know, he goes to the church, he doesn't speak, they call his name, he writes it, but I don't know the last one with this video is a little bit is getting close is close to the is getting close to the mark because this he takes the mic and start talking like almost exactly as he talks on his campaign trail. So this is where the point is going to the church and just being recognized, even though we all know what it means, but it's still kind of like playing it smartly. But when he starts talking, especially the things he's talking on his campaign lane, then there is giving them a case to be built against him. But I think it will also is very dangerous to charge him or anything like that because that also will eat up the politics because I
No,
mean,
no, no, it's not even hitting up the polity. There is no basis for that charge.
there is basically no,
Because
there is.
because you are holding him culpable for being a politician. That's what you're holding him culpable for. Because
No, no,
there is nothing else that is said that
no,
could not
there
have
is
been said by a private citizen without
no,
anybody batting an eyelid.
no, you are forgetting one significant part. There is campaign window in the Nigerian system. Within this
Right?
period, when INEC declared there is a reason that INEC declares campaign season open. Within that season, that is the window from which his activity will be looked at. In this period, your incessant visit to there is a correlation that you going every day to these places they
Incessant
build a case.
visit.
But I'm not saying I'm not of course it's incessant. I mean, okay,
No,
where
he's just emphasizing what you say. It doesn't that he didn't say your what you say is not correct. He's just saying your emphasis on that is incessant.
No,
okay,
no. You say you were being highfalutin. You
okay,
are
okay,
being
I get
excessive with your incessants. Yeah,
I'm
excessive
not
But I
saying
can
that
incessants.
tell you, if you
I'm
dig
not saying
into
that it's a
archive,
strong
if you
case.
if,
Hold on, Adewale. Yeah.
okay.
I'm
Sorry,
not
go on
saying
for
there's
that.
a strong case there. I'm not saying there's a strong case. I'm saying if it now starts going to the church and be speaking and especially speaking the things he's speaking on the campaign trail, is getting close to the mark. I'm not saying there's a strong case, but
You know
there's
if it straddles the language that he uses and is guarded somewhat and say whatever it is you like about Peter Obi, it's a very sharp guy. If he straddles that strap line between what acceptability or not, he can go to the church every single day and take the mic and speak to the audience and speak about politics but not campaign, and nobody can touch him.
it's not nobody.
Woman, there's a thin line. There's a thin line between
Saying
talking
now,
about
I'm
politics
saying
and not campaigning.
we are not saying there is guaranteed evidence is violating the law. Nobody is not guaranteed evidence, but in an adversarial system where you have all you have to do is present circumstantial evidence, you can make a case. It doesn't mean you will win. It doesn't mean it's a strong case. But even and if you go the route or whoever
You mean just as a pressure point to
as a
Yeah.
pressure point, yeah,
yeah,
you
but
can
it's
do
a
it.
dangerous space to go even
This is the problem.
because all of his adversaries, they are all Muslims.
This
So
is the problem.
if you as a Muslim go to court to go and file a complaint that a Christian is going to church and speaking on politics, I'm not sure that you'll be able to
And
get out of.
Woman,
this is
woman.
where
Do
okay.
you know the person that can do that?
Who?
Murik. They should give it to Murik.
Yes, Ishak, Akitola, yes.
Yeah, sorry.
That one is a special case.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about Diwali this question since uh in America, where the last election that took out Trump, did Trump visit church or not, Ogadewale, during the
He
campaign?
did. He did. He did.
So what are you not telling us that Obi
No,
going
it's
to?
allowed. It's allowed in the electoral law. There's
And,
church. There's a
and
lot
so
of
what's
church support.
what's what are you not talking about that Peter Obi went to church? They can find a fault. As a private citizen, he can go to church. In how much it's not campaigning, he's
First,
there. He can make his speech.
See,
Yes, but what
see.
we're debating
If,
is
you know, if I
rhetorics, does it
one ma-
constitute campaign? Yeah.
one man,
Yeah,
one
career.
man. You
Yeah.
see, we always think law is a straight shoot arrow. You know, the line that I just read out now can be interpreted in so many ways. And I can bet you, I love Governor Peter Obi so much. I can bet you, if we start digging into the archive and bringing out every of his visits to the religious places, I can tell you they will be able to find at least maybe one statement that will contravene those lines that I read out. But we live in Nigeria. Nigeria is a peculiar. I draw the parallel between an American and Nigeria earlier. There are some things that we do in Nigeria that we get away with. Here in America, when it comes to election, you can campaign, but then the electoral system here prohibiting foreign money, foreign influence, anything that is coming outside, they frown upon it. Now, going to religion places to give speeches and all that is also a violation. What Trump did then, Trump never campaigned in the church. When he goes to churches and make appearances and all that, the pastors that invited him are the one making those speeches. He
no,
dare not.
brother,
No,
that's not
that's
even
not true.
in
That is not
America.
true. That
Obama was
is not
No,
invited.
no,
true.
no, no, no,
Obama,
no,
hold
brother.
on. Obama
Ogadewale,
was
that
invited in
is not
2008.
true. I can give you 5 videos of Trump making speech. Even
All right,
What?
please don't.
Okay, make reference.
No,
Please
no,
let me
do.
tell
no.
you. Let me make reference. Even at
Please,
one, the
please
black
do.
pastor had to stop in when he was calling Hillary crooked Hillary.
Who?
He Trump. Trump
One
Where?
makes
piece you
speech.
are not wrong. One piece you are not wrong. There is a
What are you
Where?
saying?
difference. There is a difference in America. In fact, in
Where?
America,
Where?
it in God we trust. There is no by law separation of the religion. As a matter of fact, America is fine. Is a very religious place. It in their law they recognize
I'm
religion. They
still
recognize
waiting for that
religion.
instances
In
where
God
he
we
made that
trust.
speech in church.
They are only enjoined to be careful. In Nigeria, it is specific. Nigeria is not a religious state. There is because there's too many religions, and so it's specifically forbid in the Nigerian space. In the American space, it's not forbid. You are even the churches are Catholics are campaigning and they are lobbying organization, but you don't have that in Nigeria. It's
You
not.
remember when Trump
Oh,
went
oh.
to the black church when there was a female bishop and stopped him on his track when he was about to make speeches?
All right, Fatai, round up that space, and then I want to move you on to the Naira notes, just for reasons of time. So round up that space,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Fatai. Yeah.
Just that distinction in the American politics. There is no a categorical separation of state and church, but it is enjoined, because of the difficulty for there to be separation of state and religion. In the Nigerian space, it's categorically stated because of too many religions and because it's very delicate in this space. Peter Obi is not. I don't think is doing something that will send him to prison. Well, all I'm saying is whether it is strong or weak, a very creative person will want to do something. I don't think it will go anywhere. I think before now he was playing it smartly. But if he now goes to the if he raises the bar and be going every time and be speaking and be talking and talking and talking all these things, is getting close to the mark. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's violated the law. I'm just saying in an adversarial system, somebody can build a case with circumstantial evidence.
All right, brilliant. All right, let me take you away from there
Well
and
done,
take
one
you.
man.
Yes. What have I done to get the well done? I don't often get the well done from you. Let's hear.
No,
Let's hear your. Yeah, God.
it pleases me to shower that kind of is it encomium and praises, because we are doing well on the platform. So that is why you need to get a well done today.
All right, because I defended Obi somewhat, Abi.
I don't know.
Yeah, look at this
I
man. All
don't
right.
know.
No,
But however,
it's for fairness now. But carry on. Yeah, let's hear from you.
yeah. However, coming to that very church space, I think we have quite overflogged that very space. I've always maintained that for someone to be a politician doesn't mean he doesn't have freedom of worship. He can always go to church, and when he enters any church, he's free to say something. But he should be very careful not to make political statements. I've watched some of his church visits. I watched him when he went to what's this church called again?
Donamos.
No, not that one. There's another one. This church owned by
Shiloh.
no, this church owned by is it Lazarus Monk or somebody?
He
Somebody
goes to
Lazarus.
so many churches. He should be a pastor. If this guy is unbelievable. He goes to so many churches.
When he went to that very church, they gave him microphone to talk, and he told the church what he just told them. He said, "I'm not here to campaign. This is not a political campaign. But please, church, as we are praying today, pray for your leaders, that God will touch our leaders in Nigeria to start using public money for public wealth, for public good." So this is the kind of talk he presents in churches. So I don't see this talk a political statement.
Well, it is a political statement, but it's not a campaign.
I don't see it as a political statement.
It's when you're inviting the.
No, it is a
political statement. It's a
And
political statement, but it's not a
no.
campaign.
I will tell you why I don't see it as a political statement. Let me use the Catholic Church for example. In the Catholic liturgy, there is a point in time during the liturgical celebration where they have what they call prayer of the faithful. During that prayers, people are even asked to pray for Nigeria and pray for the leaders of Nigeria. So this is a request for No. people to remember the leaders in prayers. But I don't see it as a the political profile of the request. person saying that thing in this context. Everything is about context. It is a political statement. No. If he was not contesting for this, the question I've always asked is,
No. Even anybody that says that look at what you are inviting, Sake Father. Somebody speaks to an audience, inviting that they go into prayers that the sitting government should be fit for purpose and point resources in the direction that benefits the people. That's a political statement.
No, not the sitting
It's not a
government.
campaign, but a political statement.
No, not the sitting government. He says, pray for us, the leaders in Nigeria, the politicians. Let God touch their hearts for them to start using public wealth for public good. This is the statement.
That's not a political statement.
I don't see this as a political statement.
Oh my goodness me, it is. I can give you the assurance that
I don't see it as
it's a political statement.
I don't see it as a political statement.
Saki Father, you are everybody's favorite. You are everybody's favorite obedient. So we will give you a pass. Exactly.
We will give you a pass. We will look the other way and pretend we didn't hear that. We will look the other way.
Actually, I like Saki Father's point. Actually, Peter Obi needs to be careful. I mean, it's not like he's totally crossed the line, go and shoot him or something like that. But it's his personal responsibility to recognize the Nigerian space is a very delicate space with this religious stuff. Is his personal responsibility.
Do you think I did want to move from that space, but it looks as though you guys are still wanting that space. But do you think it's somewhat counterintuitive this thing that is doing? Because if we're saying just for the purposes of conversation that the country is divided along a 50-50 religious lines, and everybody there's no equivocation that this guy has been is being supercharged on the church space, so does that not alienate other faiths if he's so frontally in churches all of the time to the point that everybody is critical of it, that is campaigning in churches? Is it counterintuitive that people would narrow him to because the Christians will be with him anyway, whether he goes to the church or not? Is the only Christian candidate. Is it counterintuitive what he's doing?
One man, the truth is that before this election, Christians are not very good at voting. So I'm not, well, I wanted to say that I'm not a church, but I was born a Christian anyway, so let me identify that. So Christians are not always voting. I've always wanted in a situation whereby Christians can actually make their vote count, because Muslims up to this election have always played that part anyway. They've always played this Muslim vote, which is the reason why Tinubu chose a Muslim vice president, because he recognizes that these people will show up. So Christians need somebody to mobilize them to vote. And if Peter be going to churches without campaigning, I emphasize, without campaigning, will bring Christians out. Maybe it's time we actually know what the vote will be, the number of, because the vote that we got from the last election was about 30 million from 80 million, which that tells me that a lot of people didn't vote. So if him going to churches will actually bring out more votes out, let him go to church and play to his strengths and not campaign, obviously, because the APC guys will be after, will be watching. KM will be there, and I think what Rufai wanted to achieve with that space, he already did. As a matter of fact, it's actually rich
Do
coming
you, do
from
you think that's a dog whistle to the Muslims?
it.
What Rufai did, is that a dog whistle?
Yeah, it is. It is. There's no law. What he wanted to achieve, he did. He has, because he started this conversation in this platform. You can imagine other platform and WhatsApp group. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah, the other is going on and everything. So he's already got what he wanted from that. And it's coming from somebody like Rufai that used religion to divide his state and the killings, and it's actually, it's rich coming from him but let me leave that. But he has achieved what he wanted. But Peter B should go to church.
Yeah,
Peter,
but outside of El Rufai achieving what he because it's not just El Rufai. That space, a lot of people have been highlighting that he's campaigning in churches.
as long as you don't
Yeah,
mention red, as long as
yes.
you don't mention Reno here, I'm okay. We can keep
Look at
talking.
that. Reno, the nemesis of everybody. Nobody likes him, but I don't know quite. I've still not figured that guy out. What it's all about.
Yeah, as long as you don't
He's
mention
a
Reno.
hustler. He's a
Yes,
hustler.
he's a hustler. Without his
Like
whiny voice.
everybody.
But all right, thank you. So give us a quick feel of this money space, and then I want to go on to Collins. It says Senate 6 extension of CBN deadline to June the 30th. So is that Emefiele space again? So all of this narrative that's been circling around him clearly to do with all these new bold policy positions that he has taken over the last few weeks. And now we're starting to find out just where the pain point is. So the old currency to be out of circulation, no longer legal tender by the 31st of January, and this seems to rankle the powers that be. They are insisting that he has to extend it for an additional 6 months. But if what the received wisdom by everybody that this policy position is to catch out illicit money, if it gives that extension, it defeats the purpose. So there it is right there. The reasons why they are after MFLA is the currency change and the time lap that he has allowed for it, Fatai.
Well, if it's going to extend it, they might as well just close down the central bank. I mean, that's a toothless bulldog. They should just close it down. Well, they have declared their policy, so they have to go through with it. We need to. I mean, they need to have some backbone. The president is not interested in arresting him. All of this is just a show. I don't think they're going to give any. They already gave a concession, and whoever is against him is trying to push for more. He already gave a concession to allow for from 100,000 to 500,000. So, but the point is, this was a clearly defined. They are just going to be. They're going to continue rubbishing the Nigeria standing economically because the rest of the economic space in the global economy. If you nobody can understand what the heck you're doing, you're going to be devaluing your standing in the global economic space. You have made your policy, you're shifting here and there, you are confusing the other. Is Nigeria
You
is
know, one of the things that kills us in that country is lack of consistency. You
he has
know,
made, he's
if he moves that date, then corruption wins.
if you move that day, they should just close down the central bank. What's the point? I mean, nobody can understand what the heck they make all this noise, all these disturb all the whole space over this, and then they are extending it. They should have done their homework very well beforehand, and now that you have to go through with it, whatever is the consequence, you go through with it. And even if the extending is going to defeat the two main agenda, the two main points, that is basically the only clear reason they are doing it. The bandit stuff and the election. The both of them will be defeated. What stops the bandits from kidnapping somebody and asking for ransom if they know they have more months before they can turn in the naira? So it's going to defeat both purposes. Although those are not economic purpose, it's not the CBN's place to be designing policy for those things. But at least they've tried to wrap it in some economic theory about money outside of the banking system. Okay, that's neither here nor there. But at least they have stated some economic policy and they have to go through with it. Otherwise, it's like a joke. They are just turning our system into a joke. Nobody can say this is this. Nobody can understand where we are going. It's not. It doesn't. It wouldn't speak well of. I don't think. I think if theater, I don't think they will shift it. I think it's just theater. Buhari clearly does not want to. If DSS it doesn't function on its own, the CBN governor must enjoy some rights. The office is not. I mean, what's the point to have a CBN governor if he can just be arrested by some guy who says he's a DSS? The DSS the president is the head of the executive. So I mean, if the president does not sign for the CBN governor to be arrested, why will some DSS guy go to arrest him? The court also didn't sign up on it. The governor must enjoy some right, otherwise you can't have any coherent policy. If the policy is done is not good, let the president fire him. The president should fire him, and then they can arrest him. But not while he's sitting governor. Some guy is going to arrest him.
Even if they arrest him, the optics, the economy will get a backlash
Of
from
course,
that
the
because
economy
the international market will
there's
react.
reputational risk for the economy. I mean, what kind of economy is that? It's being run like some
Kamakazi.
style.
All right. All right. Um.
Hello, one man.
Yeah. Go on.
I just quickly want to speak. I came on basic, I've been on the what's it called, chatting my way around. So I just want to quickly talk about Metiala
Oh yeah,
endorsement
yeah.
and what's it called?
That's where I
But
wanted to take Fatai next, but
yeah, because I think there are some people who still want to come on the platform. So since I just want to talk in that space, I think if Metiala is endorsing Tinubu, that's the what's it called, the good branch, not the branch associated with the terrorism.
yeah,
It means
it's the
yeah,
Metiala cattle hooray, the ones
yes.
the
So if
cattle hooray or
they
whatever that, yeah.
it means it's a plus to the Tinubu campaign. But if it is underpinned with the water resource bill, ah, they should just use them for their what's it called, for their vote
All
and
right,
leave.
stay
Yeah.
there for a moment because we've been dropping hints about that water bill all day. So just stay there, mute yourself for a moment. Just give me
Okay.
three minutes. Uh, it says why the Water Resources Bill 2022 is generating controversy. The recently reintroduced National Water Resource Bill 2022 is generating controversies across stakeholders because, like the previous one of 2020, it contains some obnoxious provisions. Correspondence report. Just like the 2020 version, the 2022 draft of the bill still vests the control of ground and surface water in the hands of the federal government. So that's really where the sticking point is. The proposed legislation also makes it mandatory for one to obtain a license before using water that is considered public for domestic or commercial purposes. Sponsored by Sada Soli, APC Katsina, the bill is for an act to establish a regulatory framework for transboundary water resources in Nigeria, provide for the equitable and sustainable development and management, use and conservation of Nigeria's interstate surface water and groundwater resources. When the reintroduced bill was read for the first time at plenary on July the 29th, and some lawmakers raised objections, Femi Gbadabe-Amila, Speaker of the House of Representatives, said it was different from the old one. According to Gbadabe-Amila, the sponsor, Soli, assured him that the contentious issues in the former bill, which bothered many, has been addressed in the new one. He said, I asked the chairman the same thing this morning, and he told me that the issues that were raised then have been addressed by all governors. Apparently, this new bill that all governors of the Federation, both South and North, participated in, I will take him at his word. The speaker also directed Abubakar Fulata, the chairman of the Committee on Rules and Business, to ensure every lawmaker gets a copy of the bill to study ahead of the second reading for debate. At plenary on July the 21st, Solly asked Yahaya something or the other, clerk of the House, to ensure every member gets a copy of the Water Resources Bill. So let me skip through that. Let me get to the interesting bits. He said, I want to inform the members now that the bill has been re-gazetted. Now I am calling on the clerk to please ensure the bill goes to every member because of the importance of the bill, and I call on my colleagues to please kindly take time and read the bill. Subject it to a third party. You have time now to subject that bill back home during our holidays. But a copy of the bill cited by correspondence shows that there is no significant difference between the current draft and the earlier one. Both bills have the objective, which is to ensure that the nation's interstate water resources are protected, used, developed, conserved, managed, and controlled in a way which takes into account, amongst other factors. One, so it gives us there the factors that are taken into account. A, citizens' rights to access safe water and basic sanitation. B, meeting the basic human needs of present and future generations. C, promoting equitable and affordable access to water and reducing poverty. D, adopting hydrological boundaries as the basic unit for water resource management. E, protecting the water environment for sustainability of the resources and protection of aquatic ecosystems and reorganizing the polluter pays principle. The two documents have the same provisions for public trustee. The two documents have the same provisions for public trusteeship of water contained in clause 2 equally. So here is clause 2, just a couple more paragraphs, but important that we understand what we're actually talking about. So clause 2.1, both of the bills provide that the right to use, manage, and control of all surface waters and groundwaters affecting more than one state, pursuant of item 64 of the exclusive legislative list, part 1 of the second schedule of the Constitution, as amended, and as set out in the first schedule to the bill, vested in the government of the Federation. So just the unpicking that a little bit, what that tells us essentially is that all of the water resources in the country, both the rivers and lakes and canals and whatever, and creeks, as well as waters found in the ground, which is to say the boreholes, they are now under the federal purview. It, however, stated that, too, states may make provisions for the use, management, and control of water resources occurring solely within. And by the way, a lot of these are intrastate water boundaries. So a lot of these intrastate water boundaries. So interstate rather water boundaries. So this now next clause, it speaks to an intrastate, which is to say within the geographical space of that state. It, however, stated that too, states may make provisions for the use, management, and control of water resources occurring solely within the boundaries of the state, in line with regulations and guidelines pursuant to this bill on policy and principles of integrated water resource management. The bills are also on the entitlement to use water contained in clause 3.1, which states that subject to the provisions of sections 2.1, a person may, without a license, take water from a water source to which the public has free access. Look at that. This is where the Fulani bit comes in. So listen to this carefully. The bills are also on the entitlement to use water contained in clause 3.1, which states that subject to the provisions of sections 2.1, a person may, without a license, take water from a water source to which the public has free access for the use of his household or watering domestic livestock. B, use water for the purposes of subsistent farming, subsistent fishing, or for navigation to the extent that such use is not inconsistent with the bill or other existing law, where a statutory or customary right of occupancy to any land exists, takes or use water without where a statutory or customary right of occupancy to any land exists, take or use water without charge from the underground water source, or if abutting the bank of any water course from that water course for reasonable household use, watering livestock, or for personal irrigation, not for commercial purposes, and or store or use runoff water. So a lot of it. I'll leave it there. Maybe we'll actually dedicate a session to this space. But you know, it's all wrapped up in legal language, but those bits when it's telling you that somebody can livestock public water without license and they can use it to graze livestock. So those are the Fulani bits. Quickly on that, and then we go
One
back
man,
to
yeah. I told you before when I started explaining that when if that water bill is passed,
No,
your
it's a lot
small
more
river.
complex than.
I know.
I only read
I'm
half
just
of
saying.
it, by the way.
Well, man, do you know what? I don't know if this suggestion goes for you. I think you really need to dedicate a section for this water bill thing.
No, yes, tomorrow's session will be about the
But
water bill. Yeah.
any ticket senator that is fighting for a structure would never think of voting this. We are trying to get out of this center system of
Type
government.
of government, yeah.
Right now, you are bringing water bill again.
Now you can
Obviously, just did
understand.
1979 Land Act that is giving us problem right now. Agree with us to give the 1966 Act to give all the oil to federal government. Now you want to give the water to the government. What is remaining? And you know in the south there's some certain river which is sacred to the community that people don't even swim in. I have some rivers in Benin that you don't swim in. Then you now bring livestock in there, take water from there. But you cannot bring trailer from north and just drill your water from one stream and take it back. You cannot say anything.
No,
Now
it's a
what
lot more
is
complex than that.
what
Because
is now
we just read a surface understanding of it, but I think it's a lot
one
more
man
complex than that. Yeah.
one man. Now you
Yeah.
can see why they are dangling before Tinubu a block vote. All Miyetia we have I don't know so million members. We are going to vote for you. They are dangling it because there is also a big cake to be won. So they are dangling the block vote to and Tinubu with his Bajabi Amila, they're trying to tread a fine line to say, well, okay, we can go as far as allowing the bill to come up for debate, but then it will be up to the House how it votes. I don't want to control the voting, but I can use my position to bring it up for debate. So it's a negotiation between how far with the Tinubu camp go in helping to allow this bill pass that will determine how the Miyetti Allah endorsement is going. So
Yeah,
maybe they can be,
but it's a game of brinksmanship, isn't it?
it's
Because
real politicking. This is what is called
yes,
politicking.
because what may well be in play essentially is that they are giving Tinubu their support, asking him then to use his influence with Gbajabi Amila to pass that bill.
Yeah.
If that bill passes during Buhari's administration, then we're doomed. Because there's no reversing it because the North have the numbers in the parliament. But
Yeah.
if Tinubu can hold it to the elections so that he can then bin it if he becomes president, you
Yeah.
know.
Well,
But
we will see Tinubu's skill. If this is a skillful person, let's see how he displays his skill.
because I'm
This is one of
sure
the
he
strategies.
must know what is in play.
He will know, of
Yeah.
course, of course. They know. Even if you see Bajabia Mila's language, it's like trying to be like, let everybody is an improved beat, let everybody have it. It's not. It's everybody they know the way they are trading it. It's they know this is like give us something substantial and we are dangling. Oh, look at our block vote. Oh, but give us this. But I
You
don't know.
see, there are a lot of things tying together, but a lot of people are not putting them together. You recall about 4 years ago, about 3, 4 years ago, Buhari was saying to Abubakar Malami that he should go and look through the old gazettes, going back to the colonial times, to go and look for the grazing routes that was allotted to the herders then. And the grazing routes that would have been allotted to the herders then would have been the most fertile vegetations, which would be along water coastlines. So if they bring in that old gazetted grazing routes, and by the way, the grazing routes are not exclusive to the borders of Nigeria. There are grazing routes that extend well into the Sahel. So if they reestablish and embed those grazing routes now into the constitution, and then it goes along the most fertile vegetation, which will be along water lines, and then they pad it out with this. This is just me conspiracy theorying, and then they pad it out with this water bill. Then we're done. We are done.
Do you know one part of the bill that really scared me the most? There is a clause in 71. It says the commission may impose such requirements and regulate or prohibit such conduct or activities in relation to groundwater conservation areas, such as the commission may deem necessary to protect the area. So let's say in let me use Oyo Alafin. I like poking you with Oyo Alafin. Let's say they find out an aquifer that is groundwater in Oyo Alafin that is very large, and they feel okay, let us protect this area. That means all the palaces of Olubadu, everybody, we have to move away for conservation purposes. You know,
the possible now. The possible. The possible, but no, it's a big topic.
So
we're actually meant to tackle it today, but maybe we'll tackle it
Yeah,
tomorrow.
And again, you understand that water bill again does not really mean just only the water. I think there's if you read through it, there's a percentage of the water, like the land mass of water that we take on land, but it's some certain percent. I think 3%. I think
they even said that if you are using the water too much, they can come and cap your.
Wait, let me finish my point. They have to take some
okay.
land to take. They will take some land out to the water for like heavy equipment. They want to drill the water, the seabed, and all that. So meaning, some of your land will be taken, like 3% of what the distance size, total water size. They'll take maybe 3.5% of it of land. So it's not just that the waterway that just pass through your backyard is not that place. They'll also take some land from it to add to it.
I think it's
so
more than 3%. I think it's up to 15%. I actually it could be on a person, but I think it's up to 15%.
So you imagine, so they will come, they can farm, do it in your own land under the federal government law.
And of course, if they establish that, and then they establish a parastatal for that, guess who is going to be at the head of that parastatal?
Go and look at every successive minister of water resources in Nigeria and agriculture. They have always been northerner for several years.
People without water.
Yeah, people without
water. EFCC. Since the EFCC is only not holding that position.
No. Let's keep it with the water. Land your point, if and then
so let me land my point so that I leave the what's it called? I'll be in the comment section.
Yeah.
So, another point in the water resource bill that really strike my is the commission wants a law that if you contravene their law, your first fine will be 50,000 naira, 2 years jail, or both.
We are listening.
What's it called? 500,000.
The network drop.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, but you're not saying anything.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We still can, so carry on.
Okay, so I said there is a fine of 50,000 naira at anybody that contravenes a law, or 2 years imprisonment. Then the second one is a 5 years imprisonment with another monetary fine, or both. So you can imagine where you are trying to protect your land and you get a jail term. The first one is just to dampen any activism you have. Then the second one is the whole community may be trying to be going to jail. Which, can you imagine Osun Festival now? They will say there is a water resource bill to control Osun Festival.
Our people, they are colonizing us in bit by bit. We're slowly being colonized.
Again, their goal is that the goal is not for them to vote the bill to pass through the bill. The goal is that to bring the bill to the table. Anything that make that bill come to the table, they will win. They have the population. They're crook or cook, they will win it.
No. If
the South is not bringing it now, Katsina Senator is bringing it.
I know. If South allow the bill to come to the table for debate again, they will win it. So the start is stopping it before they even go to the table. That's that's the Achilles they have.
But it's past first, maybe even a second reading now.
First reading didn't pass. They turned it down. That was the first reading. Before the water bill, the first reading they turned. That's why they went back and edit it and upgraded it to come back. Now it has been a committee screening. If you pass through that committee screening, it will come back with second reading again. So the House should not allow it to come to the table. Their majority. And it's election season. People will,
it's a race against time. If they're able to get it under Buhari, then that's the Fulanization agenda right there. That's the cherry on the cake.
That's one. Same thing they did to Jonathan when their brother gave bill during the election, close to the election season. That's what they're bringing to that bill now. If Tinubu, if it starts to allow it, we are doomed. They will win. If we stand against it, there will be problem. We will draw the line between the south and the north. So this is a very
right. The problem will be in the problem will be in the implementation of it, because the sort of attachment that people have to their lands in Nigeria. So how are they? It'll be endless clashes between herders and indigenous landowners.
Yeah,
I don't see it passing because it's not going to pass. The entire South.
It could pass if Badabe Amila is making favorable noises.
Badabe does not make the whole Congress. I mean, we have people from other states across the southern space that will stand up against it too. So, but those people are not reliable, though. But
who is not corrupt in that house? Yes, you start going after them before the vote.
But I don't think that they will want their land be taken, like, even though that they are corrupt. But I don't think they want to support it because it's obvious that they want to come and grab your land. And why would you? What will make you so corrupt to say, okay, you want to surrender your land for some people to come and grab it and take the waterways and everything, and you won't have? You have to take permission from Abuja before you have access to the water at the back of your behind your backyard. I mean,
Ajalikoko, you have so much hope on these people. The only person that I would count on would be governor of
Ondo.
Akorodoru, as long as he probably might leave APC if it comes to that, because he's the only person that I will be sure will stand up and fight against that. But are all those ones in the house? You put in so much.
Hold on, Warpace. There's a part of me. There's a part of me that feels that we're being somewhat alarmist, because when I first came across that water bill all those while ago, I saw it as some form of stealth tax. That they want to be charging people for boreholes as a sort of a revenue space. So that was my first understanding of it until I started to listen to people alarming about
that is irrelevant to the bill. The borehole is like the most tenuous of the point. The point is the central control of places. I don't know why they don't want to have ranches, have the cattle in some places around some fenced space.
But the what do you call this? The borehole. Who should be taking, if at all they want to be taking?
It's even the local government that should be taking.
Should it be local government that should be doing that?
That's why I'm saying that it's a money grab rather than a land grab.
It's not about money. It's not about the money.
It's not about the money.
From what we just read, they said you have to be licensed to dig a borehole, and you have to be you have to be federally licensed.
And you have to go to Abuja to get a license.
You might not have to go to Abuja. They'll have satellite offices, I'm sure. But,
that's very bad. And if they pass this bill, Benue State will be gone. They'll overrun Benue State first.
What do you mean? What are you? No, don't be alarmist now. Let's not.
I'm talking about the river.
Woman, I will enjoy the rest of the program at the background. So,
sorry.
If sorry. No. I just came for that. That's all. No, don't worry, woman.
Tomorrow we'll build the conversation around that topic.
Okay, okay, okay.
We were meant to do it today, but I just
one
abandoned
man
it.
is
Yeah.
more than what we are reading. Go and listen to interview. I think it was Rufai and Mati Kuka. Is it Rufai? You will cry. What the people, particularly the Christians, are going through in the north, man, you don't want to wish it for your enemy. Go and listen to the interview. Go and watch the interview. I watched it today. I was just shaking my head. I said, "Oh my God, what is going on in that country? For God's sake!" A lot of his parishes or people under him, the Christians leader that are, under his cardinal, or what do you call them, in some part of the state, they are running away to the south from the north because, according to him, there's never a time that they will not go and kill them in the church or burn the church, or when you see people like that are constantly killing other people because of their religion, and it's just man, go and listen. Everybody, I'm just suggesting to everybody now.
They are changing demography, not even
Yes,
religion. They
go
are
and
changing demography of
and
the
they are
land.
bringing it to the south that you don't understand.
They're bringing to
They
the
are
south.
trying
They're
to
bringing
use
their
it.
people down.
Yes. So the people are running away. Christian leaders, they're running away down south to rivers, to some other where they know that, yes, where they can feel comfortable with in the
Okay,
midst
Jacob,
of
sorry to
the
interject. I don't know if you listen to
fellow
one.
Christians.
Hold on
Sorry,
now,
sorry to
okay.
interject.
Yeah. Go on.
Sorry. I don't need to listen to one guy when Buhari just took power. In 3 years, Buhari took power. One of the House of the Red from Plateau. He was talking on channels. He was talking about a certain community. He said that the mother people there, they drove their people out there and they brought in their own people, their own Fulani there. It's being guided by soldiers. People cannot even return back to their community anymore. That town has been taken over by Fulani, and big structures is there. They came with big tractor, bulldoze those area, and rebuilt edifices in that area. So you can imagine that happening in Plateau. Now they have all this in Nigeria, the waterway. What will happen in our backyard? What can we do? Whoever controls the government control the country. That's the end.
All right. I'm not sure that I want to encourage this alarmist stuff. I think we're being a bit excessive with the language, but back to you, Fatai. Back to you, Fatai.
Are we still on that space?
No. Just if you want to have a round off of that space and then move it on to a different space.
No.
Yes,
Yeah,
you were. Yeah, go on.
Well, I just believe that this is real politicking. They are dangling stuff, and we have to see the Jagaban has promised us is Ayambola Ahmed Tinubu. We want to see his intelligence. Let's see how they dangle around that space, because they know that Bola Tinubu can push the button for a block support, and so they are also pushing the button that we can deliver for you a block support. So we'll see how it plays out. This only
No.
point
Setting aside what was negotiated or not, if Metiala does back Tinubu, is he one butt cheek on that seat? Is he? Because if Metiala backs him and then James Wike backs him as well, that's the election over, is it not?
No, the election is finished. Kwankwaso will follow suit. Then the election will finish. The election will be over. There was earlier somebody was commenting, and also Buhari's affiliation with Mieti Allah also is there. People are underestimating Buhari's relationship with Tinubu. In the primaries, Buhari was in a difficult situation. Rotimi Amechi was one of the biggest money bags for Buhari's presidency. Tinubu was the vote. It was like the linchpin vote that from the southwest that ensured his presidency. There was a lot of interest. The likes of Babangida and big power brokers, they are backing Oshibanjo. Buhari does not have a choice than to play neutral. It's not because he doesn't like Tinubu to succeed him. Even up to now, I don't know who was saying before, like, oh, Buhari doesn't like to, he prefer Atiku because Atiku is close. Yeah, but Atiku and Tinubu and Buhari, they don't have that much closeness. They might come from the same region, but they don't have that much closeness. I don't particularly think, even if you think that in the primary Buhari was like this, but at this point Buhari doesn't have a choice. Tinubu, his preference is first of all for his continuity of his government or his legacy, whatever it is, but also there is no choice for Buhari now who is going to vote for, and it will play his part in ensuring that Miyetti Allah support. These are Buhari's politics. Buhari had in the north groups that were loyal to him. Now he's not in the on the ballot, but can he deliver them as well? This is the question. If Buhari is able to deliver
Well,
Mietala,
why is he not able to deliver them? Because people query because even the article space they are saying that they fabled Buhari 12 million votes that they are up for grabs. It really is all down to the level of influence that Buhari has over that space.
no,
Even
that
if it's
space
not,
is the
yes.
that space is a very capitalistic space. Those guys, they are business people. They are asking for what they can. Buhari, they know Buhari will go there and sign deals that will enhance their business or whatever. Is going to move the table to enhance their business. You understand? No, it all depends on Buhari's guaranteeing that Tinubu also will be very favorable to their business, whether it is cattle business or whatever business it is. Those guys up there, they are not a pie in the sky. They are controlled. The block vote is controlled by, I don't know, used to be maybe before the ruler, the what do they call them? Now I
Sultan.
think
Yeah.
yeah, Sultan or something, or maybe now some big politician. So once these are the people that control that place, is very capitalistic in that regard. So they control the purse string and they give the people, these populace, they give them whatever they give them one bread per day, and everybody is saying rank a day. But they listen to them. They listen to these few people in the top there. If you cannot make a sound deal with these people, you are not. They are not. You're not getting the votes there. So they trust what they don't trust. Atiku is not that trusted. Atiku is too. Is very ambitious guy. He's a very. He's overconfident. He's very. He's like a Maradona. I don't think there's a lot of trust in that space for Atiku there. I mean, there's an underestimation of the relationship of whether Buhari would prefer to hand over to Atiku because they're from the north. I don't think so. I think, especially now, it's clear. Buhari wouldn't. I don't think Buhari would like to hand over to Atiku. I mean, everybody seems to agree that Buhari wouldn't like to hand over to Obi, but would he like to hand? If it Kwankwaso, I could see Buhari handing over to Kwankwaso, but I don't see Buhari handing over to Atiku. He would rather let Tinubu just take it. He only needs to convince these people that Tinubu is a deal maker. He will make a deal for them. Maybe we're just guessing. Maybe this is one way Tinubu needs to show his skill to both them that is a deal maker and also to us down south that is not going to sell us out. So it's a balancing act. This whole situation is a real politicking.
All right. I somewhat agree with you, Fatai. I think it's too lazy to say that, people will go with Atiku because of him being a Fulani man, or even Buhari
Yeah,
will. No, 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 because Atiku is a very shifty character,
it's a
very
shifty character. He's
untrustworthy.
offended a lot of big boys. He's
Yes.
offended a lot of big boys.
And even the common man in the north, they see him as just a loose man. It doesn't stack up to their moral rectitude, their piety in that space. So I'm not sure that they will all gravitate to him, but then we'll see how it plays out.
We'll see. Yeah.
All right, a quick commentary on this. The Edo State governor and his commentaries that 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 APC would not get. Where is it again? It says APC. It says it is willing to bet money that APC would not get even 25% of the votes in those states. On the surface, you dismiss that, but is there some veracity to that?
No, yeah, I think it's there on the software. I think it's about before don't pariwo. If you have something, you don't need to be shouting. They should answer Wiki's where is the 30% derivation? This is the only thing I think it's desperate. This 13% derivation is shifted a lot of grounds. Obaseki is not that safe. And you should answer where is the 13% derivation? Where is all the money? They need to answer. This is the game in town. They need to explain how that money went down. Everybody, the whole of Nigeria is interested to know what happened with those money. We are tired of being run into the ground. Where is that money? All these is I want to make a bet. We don't need to make a bet. If you can win, go and win. You don't need to make a bet. You need to answer where is 13% derivation. All of them.
All right, we can certainly expose that space.
Yes.
This argument that is presenting, can you see circumstances where APC might not win 25% of Edo states? Because you have to understand, of course, there's nothing above 100%. And if the Obi narrative plays out in Edo state in the way that some people are speculating, and he takes about 55 to 60% of Edo states, then then really neither APC nor PDP they might not even be able to make the requisite 25%.
No, in all of the spaces, if Obi expands, it's going to hurt PDP. It's not going to Obi is not taking so much away from APC's vote. So if Obi is going to have a lot of success, I think it's ridiculous.
If Obi succeeds in Edo State, it takes away from APC because Edo State until 2 years ago was an APC state.
Yeah, it was an APC state. Also, this is also why it's ridiculous for Obaseki to be saying APC will not get 25% vote just because he became governor yesterday. He has everybody is in rapture over him, over PDP. That's a ridiculous thing. But my point is, people who support APC, there a huge chunk of them are all. It's almost like ideological. Almost like it's very strong support. It's not easy for them to be taken away by Labour Party. If there's more, it's easier for the Labour Party to take away PDP vote anywhere, not only in the southeast, even in whatever it is in the southwest. Those people that will shift, they are more likely. You can even see even in Lagos, it's the Labour Party candidate is a PDP was going to be PDP VP. So this is where the space is going. If you're if you are batified, you're already batified. There's nobody taken away from it. Tinubu enjoys very strong support. His support base is like committed. The way obedience are committed to Peter Obi are almost the same way Tinubu's supporters are committed to Tinubu, and by extension, maybe not as strong, but almost by extension, also APC supporters. APC supporters are very committed. PDP supporters are largely economic driven. Who is going to get oil block? Who is going to get Babangida style of this thing? Chop make a chop. So these ones they are shifty. These PDP supporters are shifting around, but APC supporters are more loyal supporters. So it's easier for Labour Party to take away PDP's vote than it is to take away APC's vote. Whatever, even if APC doesn't win at those states, it's ridiculous to claim that they cannot get 25%. They have their apparatus. They have candidates down the ballots. They have a lot of things. If Peter Obi succeeds, it's probably going to hurt PDP more than it hurt APC. It will hurt both of them, but my guess is it will hurt PDP more.
Yeah, but will it hurt both of them to the point that neither of them scores 25% in Edo State? How deep is Peter Obi's popularity in Edo is really where that question is.
Look, one man. Me, I don't really like to over criticize Peter Obi because it will look like me. I don't see how personally how Labour Party Peter Obi will prevent PDP and APC, neither of them being able to make 25% in Edo State or maybe in Abia State, maybe in Anambra. I'm not. By the way, I'm not trying. I'm not being tribalistic. I'm just saying like you could say that here, but any other places, I don't see how it prevents them from being able to take 25%. At best, they will take both of them will take their 25, and Peter B will get 40, and other people will share here and there, whatever. At best, but is Peter B going to take 70% in Edo? He's not going to take 70% in Edo. He doesn't have the infrastructure to deliver 70% in almost anywhere apart from a family affiliation. If you take your family affiliation, then
But Fatah, you remember Edo no be Lagos.
well, these are rhetorics. The elect this who is what is his name? This one making the bet is elect is he straight? I think whether he lost or whatever, or there was something there. It was not like a straight. It was not a straightforward victory. I don't know. Lagos is
No, it was a protest vote.
or
That
something.
got him in. Remember, it was up against Yamo then, and Tinubu then did that infamous video clip from his garden, and then that annoyed the Edo people, and then they just went en masse to vote for Baseki, and then of course they were pushing against Oshiomhole as well. So it was largely a protest vote that got him in for a second
I
term.
assume of Oshiomhole's image has improved a little somewhat now, and I think also Tinubu's image also. I don't know. I don't really have a lot of insight into that space, but APC has a strong infrastructure there. They've been governor there. They've been this. They've been that. So 25%. I mean, it will be a disaster if APC could get 25% out of Edo State. I think this guy is just what's his name? Obaseki, is it Obaseki, whatever his name. I think he's just trying to be like enigmatic.
But Fatai, five
He's
seconds.
trying to be
Fatai,
enigmatic.
5 seconds. Remember that Edo no be Lagos. They are regretting it now. All the Edolites, they are regretting that Edo no be
No,
Lagos now.
I don't know the Lagos. I think Lagos.
Thomas, before you talk too
My
much, calm
battery is
down.
dying.
I
I'm
want
gonna have to drop off one man.
Who is regretting it? You want to speak
to.
a question on the platform or what? Who is
All right.
regretting it?
Where is your 30% derivation if you don't regret it?
We're not regretting anything in those states. And if we have to do it again, we'll do it all over again.
You,
We
you
don't
don't you
even
don't you don't regret Obaseki in Edo State?
No, you don't understand. What we did to bring Opaseki in, we don't regret it. If we want to do it again, we will do it again. Because one person cannot dictate who will run Edo State. That was the bigger point. Not bringing Opaseki. Opaseki was not the best. Opaseki lost the first election. They ran in. People vote against him. But because Oshiomhole came back again and told us they want to kick him out, tell him you cannot come and tell us he was a good person now. And the person said he was a bad person. You are bringing the person that said he's a bad person, is a good person. And the person said he's a good person, is a bad person. So people say, no, leave him. And he now came back and said that he didn't go to school. So that thing, a lot of things trigger Edo people. That's the reason.
That's why I said it's a protest vote that brought him.
Protected. So we'll do it again, Thomas. If it happens like that again, we will do it again. Not because Obaseki was a perfect person, but because of that situation. We don't regret anything that brought Obaseki. Thanks.
All right, brilliant. All right, round up that space, Fatai, and then I want to go on to Collins.
I don't think you want to let Fatai go. I have to go.
You have to what? You have to what?
I have to drop off, man. It's morning.
All right. Oh, you want to go to bed? All right. Give us a few words, Collins, before you drop off.
So what do you want me to? Where's the
Okay.
label?
Let me because let me ask you. Ohaneze Ndigbo President George Obiozor, he's passed away. So some kind words about the departed Collins. It was the president of Ohaneze passed away today.
Wow. The kind word will be to the one that I will give to every other person. He's an old man. I believe that he led a good a long life, and I believe that he's gone to rest. It will be a celebration of sort, really. The man is old, from what I could see. Usually I don't all those groups, especially that of Ohanes and Igbo, they don't look they don't have my respect. So but he as a person who lost his life, obviously I pay my respect to him.
And El Rufai pushing against people campaigning in churches, setting aside the hypocrisy. Do you think this is a valid point? Because a lot of people now they are circling around that narrative that you
Well,
should not talk. Yeah.
well, I've said it before. I've made a lot of this thing on that here. Basically, what I believe is that his opposition, he will say what he will say, putting away dog whistle, like you said, whatever that he want to do. But even if he meant it really in a good way, he's an opposition. So if he sees where his opponent is strong, he's going to try to say what he has to say. A lot of people say that. I respect people's opinion, especially that of Ajale Koko, that I've come to respect. For the fact that I know who he supports, one man I actually be wanting to say this. I know who Ajale Koko support, but he's very, very neutral in almost most of 80% of his assessments. I think you should learn a thing or two from him. First, by letting us know who you support, who we all think I believe I know.
Oh, who do you
Because
think I support? Who do you
oh
think I
come on,
support?
Tinubu, it's affecting the way you present the whole thing. Whenever it comes to to that space, the way you swing it, I mean,
Who do you think
just
Ajale Koko supports?
a shower, of
No,
course.
no, it's not. Forget Showore now.
No,
Ideologically, it's supposed to Showore, but in practical terms, it supports Tinubu.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Except if he tells me
Thank
different.
you,
One
thank
man.
you,
Why,
Collins.
why do you
Thank you,
say
Collins.
that?
Thank you, Collins.
One man. No.
Ajale Koko is a batified man.
Thank you, Collins.
Except if he tells me that himself. Yeah, so one man, if you say that you support Tinubu, at least when you ask me some questions, especially about Toby, at least I know that I'm dealing with an opponent that will engage you in that
Yeah,
front.
but as the moderator, I have to remain neutral. So
But you're not,
I
though.
don't have a dog in the fight. I
No,
don't.
no, you're not. If you're thinking, if you're still believing that you are, that ship has since sailed. I don't think anyone
But that's
believes
what
that anymore.
everybody universally knows that I am neutral.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
No,
that's
you're
why I
not.
always say that Nigeria is my candidate. Just because
No, no, no,
I am
no, no.
non-aligned. I am
That
Switzerland. I am
that is
Switzerland.
something very that is something very British that you're using to control the platform. I don't believe I'm actually not buying that particular one. Anyway, when it comes to what Obi is doing, I respect people's opinion, but I believe that Obi is playing to his strengths. Where he cannot take a Christian as his running mate, he's doing whatever he believes. Because even if he's not going to win, Obi needs to have a strong showing in the election. So he cannot do anything less than when it comes to that. In fact, if I were him, I will go to more, I will request for more invitations and I will visit more churches and people will cry their hearts out. My only fear, however, because I don't think Nigerians have the maturity after the election to put everything aside, regardless of who wins, and come back together and know that whoever wins, we are going to still have to live
Collins,
together.
sorry, 10 seconds, if you don't mind,
Hold on
please.
now, 10 seconds with him. Let him land. He's going to drop off in a minute. You can hear the sleep in his voice. Sorry, Thomas, but let Collins.
Yeah, so regardless of whoever wins, I wish that we will have the maturity to not let whatever we perceive during the election or wherever, the religious, wherever, we already divided religiously anyway. It's not like there's anything that anybody would do in this particular election regarding the religious space that would divide it any more than that we are divided already. We are massively, we are divided, which is why even the way we talk about these water bills and the way we look at the endorsement from, the way we look at everything, we already divided. So Obi is not, it's not like we are a united entity that Obi is trying to divide. We already divided. So if Obi is going to pull out those votes from that people that usually will sit home and pray to God, because I have often said that our biggest problem in that country is religion. Instead of us to come and try to change things, we sit, we go to church and we pray, hoping that anything will change. The only people that it changes for is the people, the owners of the business centers. So maybe this time around, if him going there will push them out to go and actually make a statement. So maybe, even if in the next election, maybe Christian vote will not be taken for granted. Maybe when another person wants to choose a candidate, maybe when a party wants to choose a candidate, they will be very, very careful in choosing their candidate and choosing their VP as well. So I'm with him 110% in what he's doing.
All right, brilliant. I mean, it's like you said, I can see some merit in what you did say, because he has to play to his strengths, and if activating the Christian votes, which, like you said, it's always been somewhat dormant, because the Christian space, they've always sort of been a bit snobbish towards politics that is beneath them. But if he's able to activate them by straddling the pulpits up and down the country, then, if the numbers come in, then he's right. But then if the numbers don't come in, then, but I suppose it's the same thing as the Tinubu Muslim, isn't he? The more people pushed against that, the more he knew he was doing the right thing, Collins.
Yeah, we've talked about but I won't put two of them, because one is clear, one is subtle. So it depends on who is looking. I suppose for someone who maybe I sees one as clear and one as subtle because of where I stand. So, but they're basically playing is very similar, So Tinubu went and played to his strengths. So B is playing to his strengths. So it is what it is.
All right, brilliant. Was there anything else in the conversation that you especially wanted to speak to, Collins?
You can just take me around it. No, you can just
all right. So to the Oshotokun space, double dipping, Oshakala. In Yoruba land, we say if your name is going to be Oshakala, let it be Oshakala. And if your name is going to be Oshokolo, let it be Oshakala or Oshokolo. But you cannot be Oshakala Shokolo. So as a Yoruba man now, this Shakala Shokolo
man, your Yoruba is corrupted.
What have you mean?
It's no Shakala or Shakwa to Shoko, not a Shakwala.
Is it not Ajale Koko?
Yeah, it's Oshaka. Shaka, Kojo Shaka, Shoko, Kojo Shoko,
Thank you,
Oshaka Shoko. or Shaka Shoko,
No, no, the
Yemwe.
Oyo version. The Oyo version is what you say. The original source. The original source.
Shaka Shoko,
Eh,
Yemwe.
all
There's
right.
no other version, no.
There's Oyo version. There's Oyo version. Everything has an Oyo version. But Collins, you know what I mean? This yinging and yanging by yeah.
I think one thing that we often forget sometimes is how, you know, how fast this party have actually come in a very short month. So parties in their formation make these errors, but it doesn't get noticed because before they actually get to the actual election, they've kind of corrected a lot of things and put things together. But Obi and the Labour is doing all of this in the glare of everyone, so they're already in the stage, and they just, all these things are happening, so they're trying to catch up as much as possible. So these kind of things are bound to happen, people being, because when this man, for instance, did his got his tickets, Obi was probably still in PDP at a time, so there was no way that he could have left his ticket that he probably paid, I don't know how much money, or if they gave him for free, only him knows. I don't think that he would have left it at that time to jump on Obi's train. But now he can see there's a formation there, so he can actually sacrifice his personal ambition. So I see why he would be caught in a situation like this. I wouldn't hold that. I don't know him personally. I've probably actually listened to him maybe 3 times in total now. I probably might have heard him.
You know, the little things I will tell you about us, because I have been following him for years. Is if you ask me to name just one, my favorite, actually asking me to name two, because my favorite Nigerian politician is Kingsley Moghalu. But if you ask me to name my favorite Nigerian political pundit, it is that guy, Akin Oshitoko. He's such a sharp brain. But that's his advantage. But his Achilles heel is his temper. He's very short-tempered man. You will notice that as you continue to observe him. Very short-tempered.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I've heard about his
Yeah.
his intelligence as well. I also heard that he's a professor.
Yes, he's a professor. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I've heard all of that. So yeah, he's a good choice, really. I don't see anything Obi could have done differently, because it was an easy pick for him.
Yes.
He was already there, already working with him from Obasanjo's camp, so he has everything that he needs. There was a time that I was thinking that maybe, just maybe, he would want to look up to North or something like that. But I think that probably would have rubbed his supporters in the Southwest the wrong way as well, because that's where he has support as well, aside from the Southeast and South. So his other major support come from the Southwest. In fact, Southwest even before the South, aside from people individually now, in terms of people that actually matter. In fact, actually, Southwest.
It would have been a real mistake for him to have let go of a Yoruba man and then
Yoruba, yeah,
replaced him with another tribe.
with another tribe, because these are the people, the people that are actually coming out, the important people, not like the normal everyday people coming out. This where the important people have actually come and stick their neck out for him. So there was nothing else that he could have done. It was a perfect one. And the man says that he has abandoned the ticket. So he's not, for those who still think that maybe he's still running on that ticket. No, he's not. He said that. So he's taking his gambling. He's going with this one, hoping that it pays off.
All right, but is it an exercise in futility, though? Collins is the question. Mieti Allah, they've come out to declare for Tinubu. Tinubu already with a significant step forward, as the front runner, now having the endorsement of Mieti Allah. Is the election over, and should people just go home, Colin?
There were some people had they were trying to figure out. Some people were dropping numbers of Dixon, but from this conversation as well, maybe on this platform or somewhere else, I believe that we have always believed that population of the Fulanis are like 6 million. Maybe we could be generous and put it to 8 million. So out of 8 million, how many of them are of the voting age and how many of them belong to that group? But any vote, even if it's a single vote, because it's, a vote is going to come in one by one. Even if it's a single vote, it's a massive gain. So more kudos to Tinubu. Is a good one. I would not. I don't think he could have had it any other way. Whether he struck a deal or not, he has the backing. That's what he needs for his campaign. A lot of people will have different takes on it. I do too, because Gumi the other day was just telling his people to vote people that will not want to fight bandits. And so are they seeing, because I'm looking at it like Buhari had a deal with his voters that he was going to give them something. But if anything, the only thing that he gave them that they were able to achieve during his 8 years reign was he made them individually rich, wealthy, be them bandits, be them the ones in politics. He made them individually rich, but I don't think that he was able to fulfill what he promised them, to create something long lasting for them, something that regardless of who comes in, they will still be thriving on. So have they been able, are they finally able to strike such deal with Tinubu that will give them something that they've always wanted? That is left to be seen. Everything that we say in here is in the realm of speculation, but we also believe that nothing goes for nothing, especially when you're dealing with a group that controls, let's even say 100,000 people that are sure. Even if somebody is giving you 100,000 votes that is sure, that person has a lot of, he's bringing a lot to the table, so he can ask for so much, and is if you give, if you're able to give and you guys strike a deal, good. I hope that the deal in the process, if he wins or whoever wins, there is no one that will hurt the rest of the country like Buhari's deal, because Buhari had a deal, because if not, he would have tried to fight the bandits. So he did try to fight them. And now Gumi is saying, don't vote any person that will fight them. So that tells me that there was a deal not to fight these guys. So, yeah.
All right, brilliant, Colin. So Peter Obi finally responds to the Arthur Eze statement from yesterday, saying that the president to come out of the southeast will have to be Soludo. But then, typically, predictably, Peter Obi did, is my senior brother, and all of those things that he does. Remember, same sort of response he gave to the Soludo space. Do you think this humble man act, and I have to say it's an act, of course. Do you think this? Do you think it is time for Peter Obi to pivot from this humble man act and just put on his boxing gloves a little bit and because it needs to show that he has an edge. You want to know that there's an undercurrent of nastiness to somebody that wants to preside. But then these predictable answers is my senior brother. Is it getting somewhat passe, Collins?
No, I don't even think it's an art. I actually do think that's his personality. But even if it's an art, I think it's a perfect art because these guys are not his opponent. These guys are not the people that he's competing against. These are the people that want to that just want to distract him or want to like knock him off, so trying to overlook them and just carrying on the way he is carrying on, I think is the best thing. I mean, when it comes to the Southeast, I haven't spoken to any person in the Southeast since all this is happening that didn't say both those that have PVC and those that don't have that is not talking about P2B. So I don't even think that these guys have control over the space that they speak into anyways. So the best thing is just to ignore them. Why do you want to fight someone over something that grace has already given you?
But to the author is a commentary, though, that the permutation that are best serves the southeastern want for the presidency will be that route that goes via Article 2 Soludo. Do you see why he would say? Is there some veracity to that?
But the last time that I was here, I did say that Rasoludo said what he said, as if we knew it, because I said it and you corroborated it last time that I said it. That Soludo just happens to think that he should be, because if Peter Obi by chance becomes president of Nigeria, that would mean that no one over 40, over 30, as a matter of fact, of Igbo extraction today will ever be president again after him, right? So P2B is coming at the time that they feel remember how they fought against him even during in 2019 as well against Atiku. They too they didn't also want him to be that vice president as well, because being a vice president for them, that puts him in a strong position to probably take over from Atiku if he had won that election. Maybe after him he would have continued, so I think Peter B is just people's candidate, really. And the more they reject him and the more they play this, we want a particular Igbo candidate. I hope that the rest of the Nigerians that are still, that are still in doubt, maybe Igbo people, wherever, at least they know that this man doesn't really have any strong backing like that. He's just a man who feels like he has something to offer, and he found favor in the eyes of Nigerians, not in the eyes of Southeast, who there is the smaller region out of 6 regions. So whatever they're saying, Soludo will never become president, unfortunately. Even if Atiku becomes president, after Atiku, I still don't see how they will not come up with any other thing. I mean, this has been going on for years, especially with PDP, so if Soludo thinks that, if Ateze thinks that,
Why do you think Ataeze made that statement? What do you think underpinned that statement?
I think P2B. I think P2B. Say what you will about P2B. P2B doesn't really play ball. I think P2B rob these powerful people the wrong way. At least powerful people in the Southeast. He doesn't play ball. He would have met him and he would have asked him some questions. And actors, the people like actors, they didn't get to where they are just because they are smart. These people got to where they are because they are
Connected.
cutthroat. They are cutthroats. You get what I mean? So when you come to them, you have to like strike a deal that is going to be very beneficial to them personally. And if you're not able to offer them something that they could hold on to, something that kind of makes sense, you know that they will not be. So Ateze, Peter Obi being president, if he become president, Ateze wouldn't have gained anything. But if Ateze is able to annoy somebody who is not like Peter Obi, who is bendable, at least I believe that Peter B still bends to some people, but maybe not to him, So he will not get anything. And their politics in Nigeria is all about personal interests. He has never, especially politics in the southeast, it's all about personal interests, which is the reason Southeast is exactly how it is today, because people haven't actually, or the elected officials or the so-called powerful people haven't actually decided on or haven't actually decided on how to help the people. They really don't care. It's all about personal gain.
All right, brilliant. Yeah, I think you've covered all the. Oh, yes, to the Naira space, the push by the Parliament to have the CBN move the deadline to June the 30th. What do you think is playing out there against the backdrop of this hunt for MFLA?
I think Adewale did good justice to that. Really, he said so much that I don't even think there's anything that anyone could add. The only thing that I will add is this: Emefiele did everything wrong when he decided to become a politician while sitting on his seat as a central bank governor. So everything that he's doing now, which I personally like and support, is now being seen, is now, people are now, they kind of think that there's a way that they could push him. Assuming that he didn't dabble, that he didn't dip his toe in that muddy water of politics, even though we all, because all the policies that he was making at a time before he came out wanting to run, there was a time that he was almost like looking like a minister of finance. He was making policies like going everywhere, announcing this, announcing that. It was almost like he was the minister of finance at some point, you know. So, but he allowed himself the greed and everything that comes with those kind of people without any real value to offer, but greed, you know, to kind of tempt him. And now people feel like they could push him. He came up with a good policy for once. I think that this taking Naira off is a very good one. All these billions that bandits have in the bush, I don't believe that all of them will find their way to the bank by 31st of January. And if in the process the politicians are also not able to use all the money that they stash away, that's a good thing. Then moving it to June, those politicians have come out clean now to say that this policy affects us personally. And this is where I have problem with Nigerian politicians, because sometimes I wonder how unsmart these people actually could be. Look at the date. The very date they decided to go for. They didn't even try to disguise it a little bit. So it was like, just leave everything as it is. After the election, whatever money there is left, we've done we've done whatever we need to do with it and everything, then you can condemn whatever you want to condemn. I mean, that is very, I don't know. That is very, when you were reading it out, it was like, these people are so silly, really. That's how I says it. But I just hope that for once, MFLA should be able to, will be able to stand
To hold his ground.
yeah, on something, because
It
this
will depend on if Buhari is backing him or not. Over the next couple of days, we'll know if Buhari is backing this guy or not, or you throw him to the wolves.
yeah, because this will be the only thing that he will be remembered for. Every other thing that he's done up to now is rubbish, really. This will be the only thing that he will be remembered for, good or bad. Soludo was remembered for consolidation in the bank, and now people put money in the bank. Their money is somehow safe. People relax now and every other thing. So for him, this will be the only thing he will be remembered for. If he decides to Kevin, that's it. He will never be remembered after he leave that office, which he will be leaving in a few months' time.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So, gentlemen, we're coming up to the 7-hour mark. So, I want to seek to start to round off, but I'll kick the rounding off with Saki Father, who has not spoken yet. Did you want to say something?
No, I finished. So sorry.
All right, brilliant. Yeah. Just stay with us, just so you get the rounding off as well. Because I do say, when I say people like hearing from you, they DM me on Instagram. That's how I know. They say, people always DM me about their favorites, and you are one of them. And Fatai as well, who has been getting a lot of DMs about him. I don't know why. All he ever talks is just yam. But a man who doesn't talk yam, of course, Saki Father. So, Saki Father, you've been very quiet.
Yeah, no. I just wanted to do more of listening today. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, perfectly.
Yeah. So the guy that just spoke, he made a very intelligible presentation. It was quite lucid. The answers were quite plain, and
it's the posh voice, isn't it? You know all these posh
yes.
people. They always sound like they know what they are talking about.
Yes. Then
let me
there's
take you to
something
the.
that he.
Oh, okay, go on.
Yeah, he said something that is quite striking, and in my view, I think I go along that line. Over the years we have been living under this kind of illusion, so to say. Possibly it is an illusion, that the Northerners or the Muslim have more votes. So I think this year, if Christians can, I'm not trying to be divisive though, but I'm just trying to know whether this election will expose certain things, because it appears to me that the political climate, tends to present a situation where a lot of people are eager to come out and vote. So after the voting system in this cycle, we will be able to measure or to see the extent to which the level of participation, and we might be able to see whether actually what we have been meant to believe in the past is actually the truth or is a mere illusion. You know, I actually want to know whether the Muslim or the northern votes are actually larger than the southern votes, the way we have been used to understand. If people are actively involved in this polity, and I think it will go a long way to, just like he said, in this election cycle, the maybe Christians should not be joked with. The politicians will always want to, put them in the equation, so that Nigeria will have to progress, because it's obvious that in the past, the Southerners, mostly the Christians, they have been so dormant, their approach towards voting. There is this high level of apathy among them. But I think this election cycle, people are becoming more conscious and aware. People are more willing to actually come out and vote this time around. So it's going to reveal a lot of things for us.
All
So
right,
that,
brilliant. But is there some veracity, though, to the criticism that Peter Obi has been over straddling church pulpits? Uh, it's just, he's never out of a church or the other.
yeah, like I have the position I've always maintained. Of course, you know my position there.
Yeah.
I've always maintained this position that P2B's church, particularly his Catholic church, that is the church he actually attend as his church. He's a Catholic, but since I know him, he has been attending other church functions even before being a presidential candidate. He has been attending different church functions. He has worshipped in different churches. So that I wouldn't like say, to the best of my knowledge, that he's pretending this time, to be closer to church because he's contesting an election. I know him as somebody that that attends, like, goes to church events even in the past, and I also know him as a devout Catholic. He's a knight of the Catholic Church. Even till today, as a governor, and even before becoming governor, he has been going to morning mass every day. He doesn't miss it. He has been praying his rosaries every day. So when I say he's a devout Catholic, he's actually devoted. Then going to other church programs, a lot of churches have invited him in the past while he was governor, and after he left office, there are churches that invited him to programs he usually attend. So I wouldn't say he changed his behavior this time just because he's contested election. So that's my position, because that is the person I know him very well. So I've seen him in the past attend other churches that are not Catholic church, worship with them, address them in the past before this political season. So I wouldn't say it is because of politics that he suddenly remembered how to go to churches. Yeah. So
Oh,
that's my contribution. That is the as far as I know him.
all right. And the Akin Ashotokun space, double dipping, the Director General of the Obi campaign, and
Yeah.
a card carrying candidate for Ekiti's Central Senatorial District, Zenith Labour Party. So, how does it inspire confidence that people should follow Obi when he cannot even pack his ambition with our Obi's party?
Yeah, actually, just before I go towards there, actually, one man, you actually made a compelling revelation. Immediately you said that. I tried to recall that I watched an interview he had that Akin had with Shehu this evening. So I watched an interview he had with Shehu today on channels. So immediately when you say that he doesn't like he has a very volatile temperament, so to say.
Yes, he's a very
Yeah,
short-tempered
yeah.
man. Yeah.
Yes. I observed it today
Mm.
when he was having an interview with Shehu. There was a question Shehu asked him. The question was,
You know what he usually when he's about to go, listen to him. He will say, "Look, look." When he says, "Look, look," then it's about to. It's very short tempered. Yes. Yeah.
so I noticed that when Shehu asked him question about the senatorial contest, like the senatorial candidacy, whether he's part of, he's still having that senatorial ambition, or whether he's going to drop it. He answered Shehu, and Shehu came back to the same question again. He answered Shehu again. Shehu returned back again. You know, Immediately he changed it. He changed it for Shehu immediately, and Shehu was like, Shehu was
Thank you,
surprised.
Father. You know
Yeah,
what irritating that man, when you ask him one question and he answer you, and you
yeah,
come back again, he doesn't like that.
yeah. That was
He will expose, he will push back hard. He will say, "Look, look, look," like one man said. When he answered you and you're trying to twist him again, he was a journalist too, so you know all
okay.
the antics and all this game in journalism. So maybe they irritate him as people that are not well trained. That somebody already answered you. Why are you pressing further? Maybe that's what irritated. And then we still see him that say, "Look, I have told you this."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The way he responded, Shehu was surprised, and Shehu like almost said that he is sorry if he has taken offense, something like that. You should watch that interview. It's like a 15 minutes interview, you know. So when one man described him as someone that is short tempered, sort of, you know, I now try to connect it to what I saw today because it is obvious that he almost exploded, you know, in that very interview. So
You know what irritates him? Because he's a high functioning person and he cannot abide dumb people. That's what irritates him. He doesn't like dumb people. That's the You will see
yeah,
that though
yeah.
as you continue to watch him. But carry on, yeah.
Yeah, so but the question is now, are you sure he's going to be patient with disobedience?
No,
You
no,
know,
no, no.
because
He will whip them into shape.
as a campaign DG, you know that the P2B's candidacy is powered mainly by this obedient movement and these support groups from obedient movement. So most of those support groups, I have seen people that started writing on Twitter, you know, are you sure are you sure Akin is as approachable as Doyin Okume? Because Doyin Okume was quite approachable. The obedient people, they approach him, they they give him their opinion, you know, and in most cases, Doyin Okume always factor in the opinion of the obedience, you know. So I don't know how the working relationship is going to be between the Akin and the obedient people, given these revelation you just made here that he's quite hot tempered, you know. So, but the interview I watched, he was quite sound. He was. I had another impression of him, you know, contrary to how I perceived him before in the past, you know. So I think I was actually wrong. He's very, very straight to answering questions that are thrown at him. He presents as a person that knows the environment, the political environment, you know, as far as my eyes can go. Then on the issue of being a Zenith Labour Party candidate, you know, I think he has before now, even before he became this DG, I think he was the Southwest. He was he was already in the PCC of P2B, but I think he was the Southwest
Southwest
coordinator. Something.
coordinator.
Yeah, yeah, I think he was the Southwest coordinator. Yeah, already. You know, so before they gave him this appointment. So I think by the time he was that Southwest coordinator, I think P2B must have, before they gave him that very appointment as the Southwest coordinator, I think they must have resolved these issues of his senatorial ambition. And in that interview he had with Shehu, I think he told Shehu that he's no longer contesting. He's no longer like interested in that senatorial whatever. He's no longer contesting the contest, sort of. So Shehu now asked him, has he made it official? You know, that his name is still in the INEC website, sort of. You know, has he made it official to like remove his name from and why is his name still in the INEC website? You know, that was when he became annoyed because he answered that very question like 2 times, and Shehu kept on asking the same question. But let's see what happens. I think the way he sounded, he's fully in the obedience campaign. I don't think he's still going along with that very senatorial ambition. I don't think so.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki, for that. So, Saki, with your permission, I want to fall out. It's 7 hours, and I'm barely keeping my eyes open. So that tells you then
Yes,
that
yes, yes, yes.
it's time to fall out. But stay with us. Our closing remarks to come. But, gentlemen, just condense it succinctly so that we can go to bed and refresh for the next session. We kick it off with Collins, who already in bed and just barely keeping himself awake. But Collins, let me let you go by kicking it off with you. So, Collins, are you still there? Collins?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Pele, look at that. It's an endurance test, isn't it? This one man said, you
It's
just
all
came
right.
to say a few words and they've held you hostage for
Ajebota.
Ajebota. Look at that. It doesn't even know. Remember when he came here and he told us he didn't know what pepper soup is? Do you remember Ajale Koko?
Who said that?
And you said it now. You said it. Did you know?
You're so fun. The way you will say something.
Look at that. Ajebo. Okay, carry on. Closing remarks, Collins.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation was very good. Generally, the election, there's still a part of me that feels like article shouldn't be written off how a lot of us are trying to write him off, because I do believe that Buhari hasn't performed very well to retain APC's votes. Every person that is voting for APC is actually voting for Tinubu, not for APC. So if APC is getting any vote this time around, I think it's solely on the back of Tinubu and what he's how people perceive him. Because if you have to judge this election by what Buhari has done, I will tell you that APC will lose woefully. And I think that gives every other candidate a chance, so why the permutation is going on. I see some places up north where they are burning their brooms and all that, joining PDP and everything. So these northern people, these Yankadede people, they always find a way to, they have this herd mentality. They always find a way to go together and go for their own. So, and there's two of their man, except of course if one person comes out tomorrow and go for Tinubu or go for Atik. I think that's actually space that everybody should be watching. If one person should stay the course of this election, or if he decides to endorse, I think that is more powerful than the G5 or whatever, because when it comes to that G5, I think that the space that they control, the votes there are almost like the voters there are almost like decided. Most of them, they know where they're going, almost all of them actually. But that one person, if he stays the course, that is what will have my attention. If he decide to go to Tinubu, then maybe I will start seeing what some of you says. But right now, I'm not seeing what some people says when they say that the path is almost clear for Tinubu to coast into victory. I don't know why. Maybe the obedient part of me is refusing to see that, but I'm just not saying it. I would rather go with this day projection that this election is likely going to be a runoff. If INEC thinks so and printed extra ballot for that, I would think that there are things that they're seeing, so people that still thinks that this election, any person will just go and take it. I don't see it. If anybody would take it, it has to be somebody neutral, somebody new, because APC hasn't performed. So Tinubu, his ability to stay strong during this campaign and make less gaffes and yeah, and attend debates. Might just get more people around him if he's riding on the strength of APC and and their governors and everything. Well, except of course if they still find a way to ride results in somebody's house. But if this beaver actually works where people get to vote, let's see how it will be.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Collins. So thank you, Collins. So that's Posh Collins. That's what I will call him now, Posh Collins. So
Oh,
that was
please stop.
yeah, that's Posh Collins. So from Posh Collins to let's do a complete 360 and go to Adewale. I'm not sure. Should we call Adewale Posh? Let's say Adewale, you're up next.
Oh yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Posh Adewale. So there it is. It's put on his Posh voice. So Adewale, we're taking closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Walmart, for the platform. And kudos to everyone for the contribution. Um, this is the election in Nigeria is just a phase, and I believe we are going to whoever wins the election, nothing will happen to Nigeria. But one thing that I want to draw our attention to is the fact that our electoral law that we discussed earlier, virtually all contestants have violated one uh, one uh, of the electoral law, one way or the other. They've done that not simply because they knew there would be no punishment or anything, and they're doing that with impunity. However, that aside, um, the emergence of Chief uh, Osuntokun at this time in the campaign of Mr. Peter Obi, I don't see the campaign making any drastic changes to their strategy in terms of maybe how they're going to uh, counter the electorate and all that. But then I could see the forcefulness in Mr. Oshitokun, and that is what Obedience is known for. Forcefulness, not in terms of violence, but hammering on the main reason why Mr. Obi is actually contesting for the election. But however, with all being said, if the emergence or the appointment of Oshuntoku is going to make any meaningful impact in his campaign, we will see by the end of January. I think everything will be clear to Nigeria. And thank you very much, one man, for the opportunity, and to everybody. Good night.
All right, thank you, Adewale. So thank you, Adewale. Join us again. So that's Adewale, a fast establishing voice on the platform. So thank you, Adewale. So let's go on from Adewale. Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, you're up next. All right. We seem to have.
Thank.
All
I'm
right.
here.
All right, go
Oh, thank you, one man. My closing remark will be, please don't let us corner or put or be stereotype about the Miretiala. There are Northerner in the Miretiala. There are Kanoris, there are Hausas, there are Fulanis in Miretiala. And they are doing their business legitimately. They don't kill, they don't kidnap. They do their cattle business, they sold their cattle, they earn their money. It's just like putting IPOB and ESN as saying all of them are Hebos. That is what it means to me. So that is my closing remark. Thank you, woman. God bless everyone. And Happy New Year in advance. Thank you.
All right. All right. Hopefully, we see you before the year breaks in. We might even break the year in together in this space. But thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right. So we go on from Thomas to Fatai. Fatai, you are up next. Are you still there, or have you gone to sleep?
I just want to say, I think in the what angered Akiyoshi told you more in that interview was whatever his name is, Channels guy was trying so hard to tie him down to Obasanjo, like he's like nothing but Obasanjo stooge So and it was really they wanted to punch him for that. I said, look, I am my own man. Yeah, I know about your boy, but he was coming back at him for that. But I think I think he needs to. I mean, what the answer he gave, like he already abandoned the Senate ticket with the Z whatever the other party. I think it's a cop out because there is a laid down steps you need to do with INEC. INEC step. If you're once you are a candidate, you need to do an affidavit. You need to there is a there thing you need to do to withdraw. So he needs to do that. Also, it's a baggage for him because the opposition are only going to be hammering that for his campaign. So he needs to take that out to be able, if he's serious about doing any job, he needs to do some affidavit of withdrawal. There are specific steps. So if it is just saying that, well, I have abandoned that ticket with mouth or I have written to INEC, it's just a cop out. It needs to, there are steps. INEC has steps when you're already a confirmed candidate, what you have to do to withdraw your name or replace your name. So you need to talk with the other party. The other is the that party that has the passcode to putting up names in on INEC portal. So what is that? What he said? It just it doesn't make concrete sense. It's just something to talk in the air. Basically, that's it. Then the other, all also other. Anyway, I think that there's no need to open
No,
up.
no, go to the other one you wanted to say. What was the other one?
The other one I wanted to say was, it was just a question, or it's not. I don't want to trigger anything. My question was uh, Peter Obi inviting the sort of reaction from Nas Rufai because Peter Obi has always been going to the churches without talking. He would just go announce, they would clap and everything like that. But this video, when I saw this video, this is what came to my like, is this guy is he inviting? Because if they criticize him, if he does and if they come back at him like that, first of all, it gives him more public, it gives him publicity. And if they come back at him like a legal stuff, then it will give him like a heroic status, like the hero of the Christian. Like they are coming after a Christian. It would not be. It will. Well, it's like it's just like a question in the mind. Like maybe Peter Obi actually is inviting me. Want them to come at him for going to the churches. That's why because this is a notch. If that video is a notch, is a one notch up. He raised the bar. This is more than he was doing before. So is there something? Is he inviting something? That's why he raised it up. There must be a reason. He's not stupid. He's a clever guy. He knows what he's doing. That for raising it up a notch. His approach in the church. But yeah, it's been there is a lot of talk. It's difficult to remember anything. Good morning, everybody. you know,
Wherever you are, that's how
wherever you are.
that's how Una Decano says it. Wherever you are,
And
wherever you
one man,
are.
please try to learn Oshaka Oshoko Shaka Yomo Eniyan. It's not Oshakala Shakala Shokolo. I don't know what you're
No,
talking
no, it's
about.
Oshakala and Oshokolo.
No,
That's
Shaka.
the.
Ajale Koko, Varale already
Don't
corrected.
worry,
That is
Ajale Koko is not as deep in the culture as I am.
ah.
As I am.
You're gonna
Ajale
get a
Koko is not
bite
as
now.
deep in the culture as I am. You know I am from Oyo Alaafin. I'm the Yoruba person here. If
But
there's
you're
no
not from
Yoruba,
Ife now.
eh?
You're not from Ife now. Who is
Yeah,
the
but the
original?
Yoruba, the Oyo is a
ẹni
progeny of.
ṣe bí Ọ̀yọ́ là ń rí Ọ̀yọ́ yìí ṣe bàbá
Irú
okay.
kan òun náà nìyẹn ṣó ti tán àbọ̀ tó kù you see àjẹsẹjọ òun náà tún gbọ́ yẹn Fatai you know kò sí wàhálà. All right, let's see you again. Fatai, check your Instagram. I sent you a message. Thank you, Fatai. So from Fatai, let's go all the way from. You're in Turkey, aren't you, Fatai?
No. I'm in Cyprus.
Oh yes, same thing, isn't it? Really. So let's go all the way from Cyprus to Japan and say konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, Baba
Yeah.
Boy.
Konnichiwa, one man. Hey, everybody keep quiet. Konnichiwa, one man.
No,
Konnichiwa,
no, don't let them keep quiet. We all know their names already. Efe and our
yeah.
sisters. Yes.
Yeah, they're all making noise. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, first of all, let me greet everybody. ES. So, first of all, I greet the people in the comment section, Oga, Ogunleyi, and others. Those are the real, and Ayo. Those are uh, the really chat warriors over there, our commentators there. Quickly, Mona click like, shares, and thumbs up. We're gonna buy coffee for one man as the year one end, so we're gonna be there to do what I say, not what I do, because I'll do my own. Booyaka, it go be. One man quickly on that. Just little on that. Obi space. I don't see doing any wrong. Even though Agajeko have different opinion for me, I don't say he's doing anything wrong going to church. And on the new guy, the Enatica DJ, I'm just learning that the guy is a card carrying member on that party. So I don't know how. I think the new extra art is against that, but I don't know how that guy can. Don't know how it's possible for that guy to do that, but let's see how it goes. Then and Tinubu metal fan love to me. I don't buy it. It's a great gift to Tinubu, and we try to start painting them nice right now. Urusai, start painting them nice right now. It's not to me. It's not a good thing because I can count like 4 atrocity, major atrocity linked to Meti Allah. Passionate daughter, the mastermind of the hey FA Rusai, keep quiet. So the mastermind of the art was the vice chairman of Metala in Ondo State. The Yoruba camp fight in Okada that they killed Yoruba guys. Well, the 3 guys that carried out the action was the Metala boys, Caturela. I can go on and go on. The guys that count now that guy that killed that came from America that came to build establish hotel in I think it was Ibadan Oshun that they killed. They have called the people now. I think 4 of them, 5 of them are Metiala. So we can continue counting these people because they want to give us vote now. We start planting that they are nice people. We should be very careful what we wish for. We know we are desperate to win this part of the South, but we should be very careful on what cost. We should not sell our soul to the devil, and at the end of the day, we control nothing. So that I say. But other than that, as Allah will talk, and also a lot today. One man, let me take my kids. Let me take them. As a sunny day today, we have this like 6 degree. Let me take them out and go and play.
Enjoy the
Peace.
weather.
I'm out. Yeah, thanks.
All right, Brian. Thank you, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. So that's World Peace, our correspondent from Japan. So thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, we go on to Saki Fada. Saki Fada.
Yeah, one man, it has been a very wonderful presentation today. People that contributed, they did well. You, the moderator, you are doing very fantastic job. It's not easy to moderate people with dissenting voices, for up to 7 hours. You've done very well. We'll keep on coming here to discuss the salient issues of political consequences in our country. Let us use this platform and create much awareness. Let's advise our people back home to come out in mass and vote in 2023. Let them not be deterred by any form of intimidation. Let them not be afraid by a kind of the elite conspiracy, what I will say elite conspiracy, towards creating fear by making the environment insecure, especially with these stories of constant demolition and burning of INEC offices and facilities. Let's make the political space more engaging. People should come out and vote, participate in the election, And at the end of the day, let us see the path our country is going towards. Let's fight everything possible to make sure that power comes back to the south. The north has had it. This time around, we should do everything possible to make sure that it comes to the south. So that is what I have to present. And our brothers and sisters that come to the what do we call it, to the chat box, they are doing great jobs. They are doing wonderful.
Sometimes I
So
want to go and join them there. They seem to have so much fun.
yes. There is fun there. There is fun. Whenever I read what they are writing there, I will just be laughing. There is fun there. So that's the point. We'll come back here tomorrow and participate tomorrow again. One man, it appears you don't have two sessions again on daily basis.
Yes, it's some adjustments domestically, but I will reintroduce this shortly. But some adjustments domestically. I'm having a lot of I'm having quite a bit of work done in my house. And that's the phase that the workman comes. So I have to superintend over that space, but we'll get it back soon because I enjoyed the earlier sessions. It's always short and always so exciting. About those earlier
Yeah.
sessions, when I reintroduce it, I will try and stay away from politics as much as I can, and so that we can just gist.
Yes,
Sometimes we
yes.
can just gist.
Yes, very, very important.
Yes.
But this political season has actually taken quite long. And that is why every day there must be political issue to be discussed. So during this time, yeah, just an aside, one man I wanted to ask. A friend of mine actually wanted to come to UK to study, but I think he's considering Glasgow. I don't know how Glasgow. Do you have information how the place looks like?
No, it's a delightful place, and it's an international space as well. A lot of Nigerians live there. You know that that guy. Have you know that Mayegun Political?
Yes.
You know he lives there in Glasgow.
Oh, he's in Glasgow.
Yeah, so it has a rich. It's an international space, so your friend will not feel out of place at all. But the weather in the winter, he will feel it.
What
In the
about
way.
what about job opportunities? Is it a very active space in terms of business and
Yes,
jobs?
yes. You see, it's the capital of Scotland, and Scotland is one of the wealthiest places. Opportunities abound there. Opportunities abound there. I would recommend it. But he
Okay.
has to listen hard because their own English is different. Scottish
Oh.
English, yes. But he will quickly
Okay.
adapt. He will quickly adapt. I would recommend it for anybody. Yeah.
But it's not as cold as London.
No, it's colder than London. It's colder than
Oh,
London.
okay.
Yeah. But
Yeah, I will.
with global warming, it will be all right. I wouldn't mind living in Glasgow myself. And if it's a drinker, he will enjoy it too because they love a good drink there.
Oh, they drink a lot.
They do.
That's good. All right. So tomorrow we'll come up again and continue at the conversation. It has been so good. Ajale Koko, I hail you. We'll come back tomorrow and do the Lord's work again. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that was Saki Father. Of course, it's Saki Father. And the voice alone, the voice is his passport. Even I think if Saki Father says something behind you on the streets, you would just turn around. I've never met him before, and you just say, Saki Father, how are you? Because the voice is so unique and distinctive. But a voice of authority, of course. The man with the golden gun, the father of the bride, the mayor of South Central Dallas, Ajale Koko, the mighty one. Close remarks.
Thank you, one man, and thanks to every panelist. Your contribution was
quite meaningful, purposeful, and everybody did well. You have educated a lot of people, listeners around the world. Um, I hope you will all come back tomorrow and do it again with one man, with whatever is going to bring to the table. So, to our brothers at the comment section, you are the strength of the platform. Thank you for being with us from the beginning to this time. And to the listeners that have not clicked on the like button, use this moment to do that right away, so that they can help the YouTube algorithm of the program, and come back tomorrow to enjoy another session with us. One man, thank you so much for bringing us together. 7.5 hours. It's not a joke. You have done good, and keep on doing the good work. I want to guarantee you that we will not, we will never desert you. We'll always be around with you to trash out whatever news you bring to us from Nigeria. And good morning to you, Mr. Woman in UK. We are going to bed right now in United States. Good night to our listeners in United States and in Canada. Our brother in Australia, Thomas, thank you as well. And our brother in Japan, world peace. Say hi to your wife and your children. And by the grace of God, we shall all join one man tomorrow and do another round. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Coco. So thank you, Ajale Coco. So that was Ajale Coco, and that was the session. So if you look on your screen, there are final instructions being given to you. So final instructions being given to you. If you look on your screen, it's inviting you to like, to share, and to subscribe. So do as instructed, and you can and you can I'm having a private conversation in the private chat with Asaki father as I'm talking. So it's what he just wrote that caught my eye. So do as instructed. Please like, share, and subscribe. And at the 11th hour, so thank you, Thomas Adedeji, for the super chat. He says, kudos to you, one man. It always puzzles me that it's not to push anybody, but it always puzzles me that we don't get our sufficient complement of super chats and super stickers on this platform. So where is the love? Is who sang that song? Whoever sang this song. So it always puzzles me that we don't get our complement of super chats and super stickers. But there it is. That's the nature of it. I think it's just however people feel the mood. But so that is Thomas Adedeji. Kudos to you, one man. So well done. So you've joined then Alexander Gomez, Desmond, of course, who does that routinely, and then Simeon, who usually does it just to encourage people to like, share, and subscribe, and he did that twice. And then Thomas Adedeji, he joins that space in this instance. So thank you, everyone, and thank you to Ayo, of course, who is the only one holding the buy the coffee space 100. So that's another thing that puzzles me. But there it is. This space is just so it's such a funny thing. You have some expectations, but then of course people have other ideas. But let me acknowledge Ayo as we start to round out. So that's Ayo, who does as he always does. So that's Ayo right there. So thank you, Ayo, and thank you, one and all. So thank you to the super chatters, the coffee buyer, the happy clappers, and the endless chatters. And thank you to the people who come on the screen. So we'll do it again tomorrow. You know we will. So come join us. If you're a new voice, we really are keen to hear from you. And if you're a female voice, you go to the top. If you're a female voice, as soon as you come in, we'll stop everything and hear from you. Because the testosterone on this platform is just coast to coast. So whatever it is that the female, is it estrogen or something? We need an infusion of the higher pitch of a female voice to counterbalance all of the testosterone that bounces around all the time on this platform. So thank you one and all. At 9:45 p.m. UK time. So we do it all over again. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.